Distinguished legislators, dear representatives of all stakeholder groups, esteemed guests, I very warmly welcome you to the first legislative main session in the history of the Internet Governance Forum. I hope you had very fruitful discussions so far and very enriching experiences. And together with you, I'm looking forward to today's finals of the IGF. And I'm now very glad, in a minute, to hand over the stage to Thomas Jacomek for our first keynote today. He's a member of the German Parliament, and he's the Economic Affairs Ministry's Commissioner for the Digital Industry and Startups. The floor is yours. Thomas Jacomek.
So, dear colleagues, dear legislators from all over the world, I appreciate very much that you're here, but today, the session should be opened by a very dear colleague of us, by Jimmy Schulz. And I guess, as you all know, over this week, Jimmy died in the beginning of the week, and I guess we all should be still for a moment in respect to him. So thank you. And maybe you find the opportunities to sign the book for him behind there. And I can say, so some years ago, we had a special group in the German Bundestag that had a working group on internet governance. And I was leading that this time, and Jimmy was always the guy who traveled around the world for us. He was some kind of foreign affairs minister for the parliament, so to say. And whenever there were internet governance events all over the world, Jimmy was there, and he always confronted us in the German Bundestag with the results of this. And in the beginning, some of us thought this is pretty strange what he's doing all over there. But in the end, he convinced us. He convinced us about how important internet governance is, and he explained to a lot of colleagues from us how internet governance works. And this is the reason also why we are all together here, because he was a huge promoter for having the IGF here in Germany to explain to the public, but also to the colleagues in parliament as in the government, how internet governance works and how important it is to be part in this internet governance and to set standards. And so we lost a very, very special colleague, and I will miss him personally, and he will leave a blank that cannot be filled. So thank you for your respect to Jimmy. And it is, to come to my speech, it is a very special IGF we have here in Germany, because it's the first time that we arranged a parliamentarian session with this day zero, and that so many of you have spent the whole week here in Berlin and at this conference at the IGF. It's a very good sign, because I believe in all these multi-stakeholder groups, there is one important group, and these are the legislators. And it's important to take up all the challenges that we see when it comes to internet legislation, because the performance and the speed that we have in our democracies is not that fast as the development of the internet grows. And so what we are facing is for years right now a very difference in speeds that the internet community, the developments in internet technology are moving very fast, and the response of the legislators cannot be that fast in a democracy. And there are challenges all over the world. There are paradoxes you have to solve. There is in Europe the right to be forgotten, and on the other side you want transparency and information on everything. And how to balance that out? These are questions that are unsolved until today, and it's good to be here to have this discussion on a parliamentary level, to bring also the knowledge from this conference back home. And especially these days, this year, the internet is challenged, I think, from two sides. The one side is that there are a lot of places in the world that are pretty proud to say, now we have our own internet. And we, as Germany, are afraid that this global resource is maybe going to be fragmented, that barriers are raised up in the internet and that not everything can be freely spoken everywhere around the net. And so you are here in Berlin, a city that has been parted for a long, long time with a wall in between. And so we know that barriers and walls are not good. And prohibiting people from freely speech even is not good. And therefore, it's necessary to keep this free, global, open internet without any barriers. And the second challenge that I realize is coming from the industry. In the beginning of the internet, there were a lot of activists, there was a lot of open source, it was hands-on. And in the meantime, we have seen that there are big companies that raised, which are stars on the internet, fascinating companies that helped, that brought a lot of innovation. But they are challenging these free and open and federated standards that created the internet. And right now we see at every corner that new standards are born, but these are proprietary standards and not open standards. And the open standards are challenged by these proprietary standards from big companies. And we believe that the internet, to stay as a platform of innovation, needs open standards. And therefore we in Germany, we fight, I guess, all together over all the barriers of the different parties for a free internet, for open standards, for open source, for open documentation, for open APIs. And this is relevant to stay this innovative platform. We don't want to see an internet that's in the end dominated by companies. We want to have an internet that's created by their users and by their community. And this is for us very, very important. Today, we are here to make the Jimmy Schulz call, as I hear. And I think this is a great tribute to a great politician who always declared, especially the topics and the values that I described right now. And so therefore, we're facing a lot of further challenges. What about crime on the internet? What about hate speech? How to balance that out against the freedom of speech? And therefore it is good that politicians all over the world exchange their attitudes and exchange their thoughts and their strategies and to come to a good exchange. And therefore we as the Ministry for Economic Affairs of Germany, we support this year our Secretary Peter Altmaier, from whom I shall bring the best wishes, who was here on the day zero and opened the parliamentary session. We support this very much. We are pretty proud that you're here in Berlin to be here for this week, and I hope that you have a fruitful last day, a good explanation, and we're all looking forward to the IGF next year in our neighbor country in Poland, and we hope that we can continue to work with these values on one world, one net, one vision. Therefore, I wish a good time, and I'm glad to stay with you here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Commissioner. If you had been here at the opening ceremony on Tuesday, you may have witnessed the moving words, the speech by Hans-Jörg Durz on Jimmy Schulz. And in his memory, we have a condolence table over there. And I most kindly invite you to leave your personal notes and your personal memory in the condolence book over there at the left side. Thank you very much. And with these words, I'm now glad to hand over the stage to Hans-Jörg Durz. He's a member of the German Parliament and he's the deputy chairman of the German Committee digital agenda. Very warm welcome on stage, Mr. Dodds.
Meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren, ich möchte Sie ganz herzlich begrüßen und möchte zuallererst Thomas Jarzombeck für seine Worte Danke sagen. Als Vertreter eines Ausschusses des Deutschen Bundestages, dem er in der letzten Periode auch noch, zu Beginn dieser Periode auch noch angehört hat, freut es mich sehr, wenn ein Regierungsvertreter auch das hohe Lied auf die Einbindung des Parlaments, was ihm immer ein wichtiges Anliegen war, auch anstimmt. Und erlauben Sie mir, diesem Loblied auf die unterschiedlichen Akteure noch ein paar wenige Strophen hinzuzufügen. Vielen Dank an die deutsche Regierung und hier insbesondere das Wirtschaftsministerium dafür, dass Sie mit Feuereifer die Bewerbung Deutschlands für die Ausrichtung des IGF unterstützt haben, dafür, dass Sie maßgeblich zur hervorragend gelungenen Organisation beigetragen haben, die aus dem IGF diese wundervolle Veranstaltung hier in Berlin gemacht hat, dafür, dass Sie sich nicht scheuten, auch vor Ort während dieser Woche als Ansprech- und Diskussionspartner zur Verfügung zu stehen. Vielen, vielen Dank den Vertretern des Bundeswirtschaftsministeriums. Zu loben sind jedoch auch Mitglieder des Deutschen Bundestages, denn es war eine Initiative von Parlamentariern, die den Anstoß dazu gab, das IGF in Deutschland auszurichten. Denn einige wenige Mitglieder unseres Parlaments haben schon seit geraumer Zeit regelmäßig am IGF teilgenommen, darunter auch der am Montag verstorbene Jimmy Schulz. Er und sein Team haben ganz viel gemeinsam geleistet, um das IGF 2019 und vor allem den parlamentarischen Part in Berlin möglich zu machen. Dafür ein ganz herzliches Dankeschön. Parlamentarier wie Jimmy Schulz haben schon früh erkannt, welche Bedeutung dem Internet und der damit einhergehenden Digitalisierung aller Lebensbereiche hat. Wie wichtig deshalb Debatten über die Gestaltung der Lebensader des 21. Jahrhunderts sind und dass an diesen Diskussionen die Zivilgesellschaft, Wirtschaftsvertreter, die technische Community, Regierungsvertreter, aber eben auch Parlamentarier teilnehmen müssen. Auf dem IGF im letzten Jahr hat sich diese Erkenntnis bei uns endgültig durchgesetzt, als wir mit einer Delegation des Ausschusses Digitale Agenda die Veranstaltung in Paris besuchten, stellten wir fest, dass viele der dortigen Diskussionen in unserem parlamentarischen Alltag zu wenig vorkommen. Und zwar deshalb klar, es muss sich diesbezüglich etwas ändern. Und heute wissen wir, es hat sich was geändert und daran haben Sie alle einen großen Anteil, denn dass Sie als Parlamentarier aus aller Welt der Einladung Deutschlands gefolgt sind und diese Woche hier in Berlin zusammengekommen sind, ist ein großer Gewinn, sowohl für die Diskussionen auf dem IGF als auch für die Debatten in Ihren und auch hier in Deutschland, in den Parlamenten. Denn ich bin sicher, dass Sie die Eindrücke und Erkenntnisse, die Sie hier gewonnen haben, mit in Ihre Parlamente tragen. Ich wünsche mir, dass Sie als Abgeordnete diese Zeit hier in Berlin als fruchtbringend wahrgenommen haben und dass auch die Ausrichter künftiger Internet-Governance-Foren die Beteiligung von Politikern nicht als überflüssig erachten, sondern als Bereicherung der Debatten. Denn wenn uns Parlamentarier auf der ganzen Welt eines eint, dann ist es die Liebe zur fundierten Diskussion. Aus dieser Diskussionsfreude hoffen wir, eine neue Traditionslinie des IGF zu formen. Andere Traditionslinien des IGF wollen wir damit nicht unterminieren, sondern stärken. Seit jeher verstehen sich die Teilnehmer des IGF als Kämpfer für ein freies, offenes, dezentrales Internet. Ein Internet, zu dem jeder Mensch Zugang hat, ein Netz, das die Menschen verbindet, eine digitale Verbindungsmöglichkeit, die den Menschen dient und niemandem sonst. Mit der Teilnahme Am IGF wollen wir die Diskussionen um die freie Netzstruktur stärken. Diese Stärkung ist bitter nötig, denn die freie Netzstruktur wird zurzeit vor allem von zwei Entwicklungen herausgefordert. Thomas Somberg ist auch darauf eingegangen. Deren Ursache liegt zum einen in den Köpfen der Menschen, zum anderen im Herzen technologischer Anwendungen. Lassen Sie mich beide Ursachen kurz erklären. Zunächst die Kopfsache. Verschiedene Staaten sind der Überzeugung, dass sie mit einem Intranet besser fahren als mit dem Anschluss an die globale Netzgemeinde. Und auch in Ländern, die traditionsgemäß multilaterale Problemlösungen befürworten, finden die Prinzipien klassischer Geopolitik zunehmend ihren Weg in die digitalpolitischen Überlegungen. Das kann man als Ausdruck dafür werten, dass die Digitalpolitik endlich erwachsen wird, dass sie ernst genommen wird als eigenständiges Politikfeld und ihre Bedeutung somit steigt und dass deshalb die tradierten politischen Denkweisen auch auf die digitale Welt angewendet werden. Man kann diese Entwicklung jedoch auch darauf zurückführen, dass manche Politiker die Herausforderungen der neuen digitalen Welt mit altbekannten Instrumenten angehen. Dies ist nicht notwendigerweise ein Fortschritt. Auf der anderen Seite das Herz technologischer Anwendungen. Denn nicht zuletzt werden wir durch das Eigenleben und die Entwicklungen der digitalen Welt herausgefordert. Sie sind Pulsgeber unseres digitalen Lebens. Doch nicht alle Anwendungen, die dem Internet ihre Existenz verdanken, haben sich so entwickelt, wie das anfangs vorausgesagt wurde. Denn lange galt das Internet vor allem im Westen automatisch als Möglichmacher und Verstärker jenes politischen Theoriegebildes, das seit langem seine Grundlage ist. Die Rede ist von einem aufgeklärten Menschenbild. Vertreter von nicht-westlichen Staaten werden sich möglicherweise schon länger gefragt haben, wie der Westen darauf kommt, dass die neue Technologie automatisch zu einer Verbreitung von Demokratie und Aufklärung führt. Auch im Westen müssen wir heute feststellen, unser Optimismus war nicht in jeder Hinsicht berechtigt. Bei weitem nicht jede Entwicklung hat die Aufklärung bekräftigt. Musste man zu Zeiten Immanuel Kants noch den Mut aufbringen, sich seines eigenen Verstandes zu bedienen, glauben manche, es genüge heute die Bedienung des eigenen Smartphones. Dies hat gravierende Folgen. Denn wir tragen mit den Endgeräten nicht nur das Wissen der Welt mit uns in der Hosentasche, sondern auch die Fehlinformationen. Dies kann seltsame Blüten tragen. Wer zum Beispiel nach Bildern von Immanuel Kant googelt, der bekommt zunehmend auch das Konterfei seines Widersachers Friedrich Jacobi zu sehen. Das Ergebnis der Google-Suche gilt aber vielen als so unfehlbar, dass selbst Experten es nicht mehr hinterfragen. Zunehmend wird das Bild von Jacobi in renommierten Beiträgen von Wissenschaftlern und Journalisten fälschlicherweise als Abbild Kants ausgewiesen. Es ist nur eines von vielen Beispielen, das aufzeigt, wie sehr Algorithmen kulturelles Wissen beeinflussen, wie sie als Intermediär und Kompass in einer digitalen Welt leicht in die falsche Richtung zeigen können. Ähnlich ergeht es uns beim Blick auf so manche Anbieter sozialer Medien. Waren sie einst gefeierte Neuentwicklungen der Digitalwirtschaft, die das Leben einfacher und transparenter zu machen schienen, so fragen wir uns heute zunehmend, ob die rasant gewachsenen digitalen Monopole, Oligopole die alleinige Verfügungsmacht über gewaltige Datenpools haben sollten. Deshalb ist es kein Wunder, dass wir neben Sicherheitsaspekten und dem Zugang zu möglichst vielen Menschen zum Netz auf dem diesjährigen IGF auch neue Regeln für das Internet und für die auf ihm laufenden Anwendungen und Plattformen gesucht haben. Rund 30 Jahre nach Erfindung des Autos hat man die erste Straßenverkehrsordnung erdacht. Heute schreiben wir rund 30 Jahre Geschichte des zivilen Internets und die Frage nach den Verkehrsregeln der digitalen Welt steht heute im Raum. So war es auch am Montag der Fall, als wir Parlamentarier uns das erste Mal im Rahmen eines IGF zusammengesetzt haben, um über die aktuellen Herausforderungen zu diskutieren. Diese Zusammenkunft am Day Zero, über deren Ergebnisse gleich im Anschluss berichtet wird, war ein voller Erfolg. Nicht nur, weil so viele Parlamentarier teilgenommen haben, sondern auch, weil in Kleingruppen, unter anderem über künstliche Intelligenz, die Beibehaltung einer offenen und sicheren Netzstruktur sowie über Chancen und Risiken der Digitalisierung für Demokratie gesprochen wurde. Bei den Diskussionen hat sich gezeigt, Parlamentarier vernetzen sich untereinander ähnlich schnell, wie sich Smartphones über das Internet miteinander verbinden. Die Interoperabilität von Schnittstellen scheint bei Abgeordneten also gegeben. Doch noch schöner war eigentlich der Moment, als wir wieder zurückfinden wollten in die große Runde, um die Ergebnisse zusammenzufassen, denn die Diskussionen waren so intensiv, dass es viel Mühe und mehrere Aufforderungen brauchte, bis jeder mit einiger Verspätung dann wieder auf seinem Platz saß. Meine Damen und Herren, ich hoffe, dass es sich mit dem Internet ähnlich verhält. Lassen Sie uns daran arbeiten, dass es den Gegnern eines offenen Internets ähnlich schwerfällt, das einmal global gespannte Netz wieder zu trennen, so wie es uns hoffentlich leicht fällt, die hier geknüpften Kontakte weiter zu pflegen. Lassen Sie uns daran arbeiten, dass Verbindungen in dieser Welt mehr wert sind als Trennungen. Ich habe mich sehr gefreut, dass UN-Generalsekretär Guterres bei der offiziellen Eröffnung des IGF am Dienstag die Ernennung eines Technologiebeauftragten der Vereinten Nationen angekündigt hat. Damit soll die Erarbeitung internationaler Rahmenbedingungen für die digitale Welt vorangetrieben werden. Beim diesjährigen IGF haben wir nicht einen Beauftragten unter den Parlamentariern, sondern gleich eine ganze Reihe. Diese werden uns nun die Ergebnisse aus den parlamentarischen Debatten vorstellen, die wir anschließend gemeinsam diskutieren wollen. Ich danke Ihnen schon jetzt für Ihre Teilnahme an dieser Diskussion und freue mich auf ein Wiedersehen auf dem IGF 2020 in Polen. Vielen Dank.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Durz, for sharing your reflections and spreading the big challenges. And you just named it. We are now experiencing the summaries of the IGF workshops during the next 75 minutes, 15 minutes approximately each, by German and international parliamentarian topic heads. And we start with the topic artificial intelligence. And I'm now honored to welcome on stage Dr. Anna Christmann, member of the German Parliament, and Alexandra Gese, member of the European Parliament. Very welcome on stage, please.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Good to see you all here, and good to be here at the IGF, which I also think is a very important venue to come together and talk about these technologies and how they impact our future and what our role is to have an impact on that future and how we can shape it. My name is Anna Christmann. I'm from the Green Party, a member of the Enquete Commission on Artificial Intelligence we have in the German Bundestag. So we are involved in talking about all the issues related to AI over 2 years now, and we'll have a full report on AI from a German perspective next year. But I think it's very important to have venues like this, where we talk about AI, artificial intelligence, and on a global perspective, because AI is a technology which will have a global impact, which has already a global impact. So it's very important that we also talk on a global level about artificial intelligence. And I think I will start now for around 3 or 4 minutes, and then I will give over to my colleague from the European Parliament, Alexandra Gese. First of all, I think it's important that we take for us as legislators as a task to make sure that artificial intelligence is a technology where we use the chances, but where we also make sure that it will be a technology that is fruitful for our democracy and our liberal values we have in our society. And that is not a given thing. I think there is work to do to make exactly that sure. Because it should be our goal as legislators to develop artificial intelligence in a way that aligns with our values, human rights, and also sustainability. In order to achieve that, we need to agree on shared standards internationally and determine the fields of application of AI that are desirable and those that need to be restricted or even banned, like, for example, lethal autonomous weapons, which I also want to mention, which is one part of our discussion on artificial intelligence. But on the other hand, we can shape AI for the benefit of the people and also for the environment. So there we have these two aspects of this technology where there's really an important role for us as legislators to impact the development of the technology in the near future. And of course, it will take a lot of time and energy to reach these kind of global agreements. But it is simply necessary, and I think the IGF and events like this are an important step towards exactly that goal. And our German government published an AI strategy a year ago, and most countries did that. We have lots of AI strategies in Europe and other countries. But I think it's much more is needed, because it cannot be that every country only aims to be world champion on AI. But I think it needs a global ambition to have common standards that we can use the technology for our good. And especially, I don't think that countries that are as small as also Germany, I mean, globally we are a small country, and there are many small countries in the world. So we shouldn't aim at having globally technology leadership, but to have really a joint interest in this. And so we need to discuss, I think, global standards for AI. That means the technological as well as the ethical dimension. For example, we need to agree on standards for robust intelligent systems that are safe to use. At the time, we want to be able to understand what AI does, and therefore need to agree on ways to make it explainable and therefore also truthfully. Because I think it's very important to have the people understanding this kind of technology. It's a point of education. It's the point of making AI explainable, understandable, and going from a black box to a understandable technology. That is something that is important from a legislative perspective. And we need to bring people on board through education. Citizens need to understand the principles of AI so they can really take part in the discussion. So I think something we have with the Enquete Commission here in Germany is really a tool where we can reach this aim to bring the people in the discussion and to really discuss in what fields we want to have more technology, more artificial intelligence, and in what fields maybe we want to have the human really be the crucial part still. So this is also a huge challenge regarding the labor market, maybe as a last aspect, which is also a very global discussion. I mean, we have people are afraid that they might lose their jobs because of automation, because AI will be something that's going to replace humans. And I think that is a very too simple term for this development. I think it's much more complex, and there are many chances as well as risks. But we need to take serious that people think about all these things. And so it's our task, in my opinion, to really have this debate in an open way, to include people into this debate, and to invest in education to take them together with us on that road. So I would be happy if we could really follow up this discussion on artificial intelligence in the many aspects, to talk about in what kind of fields do we really want to develop joint standards. It's about autonomous vehicles, but it's also about maybe things that can help us for solving problems regarding to climate change. This is also a whole global task, and I would be happy if we could use a technology like AI also for these kind of global challenges we are impacted all over the world. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning from my side. My name is Alexandra Gees from the European Parliament. And talking about challenges, I have that very challenging task today to give you an overview about the many discussions and debates that have taken place on AI during the IGF. As we always say, there are quite a lot of opportunities, but there are also challenges, and I think this is true for artificial intelligence as well for this task. I was quite pleased that the discussion on artificial intelligence was kicked off by a network of bodies that one maybe not consider as experts of artificial intelligence, but by the network of equality bodies. And they might not be experts for the technology, but I think they are experts for bias. They have a long experience with that, and bias is one of the big issues that we are facing in artificial intelligence. While there are a great many opportunities, we also have to consider that AI should be serving everybody. That means also women, also people who are not white, also people with handicaps. And we know that this is not considered enough at the moment. Data was presented by the national equality bodies, that 70% of AI experts were not working on defining best practices for avoiding discrimination on AI. This is something we have to take on board as parliamentarians because we are representing the whole of society. Another workshop discussed another kind of digital divide, the digital divide between Europe or the US and Africa. And the director of the United Nations, UN Global Pulse, talked about using AI for global good, noting that AI can hold great promise, but also present potential risks around bias and accountability. And also noted only 7% of AI developers are women. The African Union quite welcomed the initiative of the UN and stressed that it should start at grassroots level. And he informed the representatives of the African Union informed participants about the 2019 Sharm el-Sheikh Declaration. Parliamentarians also had a workshop, and they focused on issues like how could it be otherwise, democracy, very important, and peace. And then there were a series of recommendations presented by different global bodies. The OECD Council, for example, that presented the OECD principles on AI approved in May 2019 for responsible stewardship of AI. There's also a UNESCO report called Steering AI at Advanced ICTs for Knowledge Societies, which explains, on the one hand, the positive right to information that has been approved to better internet connectivity and proliferation of platforms, where when we speak about internet connectivity, we have to consider that, for example, Africa, internet connectivity is definitely not a given and needs to be improved. But on the other hand, the same right could potentially be compromised by AI because it selects news and information that we see on the internet based on our data. I think there was a shared opinion that AI needs to be human-centric, that it needs to tackle the digital divide, and they need to have a multi-stakeholder approach. It also needs to consider human rights and ethics, and it needs to implement the SDGs. Coming from the European Parliament, I would also like to stress that the European Commission, that has been voted into office on Wednesday this week, has announced an initiative on a framework for the human and ethical implications of artificial intelligence within the first 100 days in office. And I think this will be very interesting because Europe has already set a global standard on data protection, and what it's going to come up with might be a new global standards for the human and ethical implications on artificial intelligence. And I would like to appeal to all of us. This discussion should not only be a discussion where experts for the technology are involved. I think the task of experts for technology is to explain to us, to society as a whole, what this technology can do, like tackle climate change, like making our lives easier. But then we have to bring all the stakeholders to the table to decide together as a society how we want to use artificial intelligence. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for summarizing this core topic. We come to another key topic, which is the international cooperation to secure an open and free internet, something which we are tackling since day zero this year. And I'm happy to introduce on stage Ulrich Lechte, the member of the German Parliament, together with on your own. You're all joined then by Leonid Levin, member of the Russian Parliament. And this is your clicker, please.
No, that's ist so tief, wie es sein soll. Exzellenzen, sehr geehrte Damen und Herren, liebe Kollegen, die heute Morgen hierher gekommen sind. Es war mir eine große Ehre, dass ich den IGF-Workshop für ein offenes und freies Internet moderieren durfte. Wir hatten eine breite Beteiligung von Parlamentariern aus aller Welt, von Ägypten, Demokratischen Republik Kongo, Burundi, Nicaragua, Brasilien, Bangladesch und einige mehr. Ich möchte mich ganz herzlich bei allen bedanken, die zum Erfolg des Workshops beigetragen haben. Wir wussten ja nicht, was beim ersten Mal mit Parlamentarierbeteiligung tatsächlich passieren würde. Und es war überraschend, dass so viele von Ihnen gekommen sind. Der Vertreter Russlands konnte an unserem Workshop leider nicht dabei sein. Mein Kollege Leonid Levin aus der russischen Duma wird daher nach meiner Rede, die 5 Minuten in Anspruch nimmt, dann die russische Perspektive ergänzen. Ich beschränke mich bei meiner Präsentation dabei natürlich nur auf die Ergebnisse unseres Workshops und werde Sie mit meiner eigenen Meinung da nicht belästigen. Unterschiedliche Auffassungen sind ja quasi der Kern des Parlamentarismus. Und das ist das Schöne an unserer Arbeit, dass wir immer was zu diskutieren haben und immer unterschiedliche Vorstellungen über das, wie man Ziele erreicht. Meine Damen und Herren, lassen Sie mich mit dem Zusammenhang und dem Zugang zum Internet beginnen. Für uns in diesem Saal ist Wi-Fi selbstverständlich. Wir Deutschen haben dafür natürlich auch wieder ein eigenes Wort mit WLAN. Und manchmal merkt man ja, dass zu viele Geräte drin sind und dann funktioniert es nicht richtig. Wie letztens in Paraguay im Parlamentsgebäude, da waren dann zu viele Geräte auf einmal an und schon war die Geschwindigkeit nicht so sonderlich gut. Aber gerade viele Menschen auf der Welt haben eben keinen Zugang zum Internet und besonders in den armen Regionen. Dementsprechend waren wir uns im Workshop einig, dass wir auch alle Menschen an das Internet anschließen sollten, vor allem auch die Armen der Welt. Wir waren uns natürlich überraschenderweise nicht ganz einig über den Weg, wie wir dorthin kommen. Einige wollten den Internetzugang als Menschenrecht verbriefen, andere haben widersprochen und wollen dies dem Markt überlassen und sehen das als den möglichst effizientesten Weg zur Erreichung des Ziels. Wir waren uns aber einig, dass arme Länder Unterstützung beim Ausbau der Internetsachen bekommen sollen. Außerdem waren wir uns einig darüber, dass eine faire Besteuerung bei Online-Geschäften nötig ist, dass also alle Staaten auch Zugang zu den Steuereinnahmen haben, die in ihren Staaten entsprechend generiert werden. Beim Thema Zugang zum Internet ergab die Diskussion, dass die Menschen nicht nur in Teilen, sondern Zugang zum gesamten Internet haben sollten. Wir wollen eine Fragmentierung des Internets verhindern, getreu dem Motto des IGFs One World, One Net, One Vision. Um das zu erreichen, haben sich die meisten von uns gegen das Blockieren von Inhalten und gegen Zensur im Internet ausgesprochen. Auch diese Meinung war erneut nicht einheitlich. Es gab einzelne Stimmen, die solche Maßnahmen im Interesse der Sicherheit nicht ausschließen wollten. Daher möchte ich daran appellieren, dass wir uns zumindest an die universellen Menschenrechtsstandards halten. Für alle Mitgliedstaaten der Vereinten Nationen gilt die Allgemeine Erklärung der Menschenrechte. Artikel 19 regelt das Recht auf freie Meinungsäußerung. Wow, okay. It's wonderful to have your worker here. Artikel 19 regelt das Recht auf freie Meinungsäußerung, Artikel 20 das Recht auf Versammlungsfreiheit. Diese Rechte gelten ohne jeden Zweifel auch online. Unter dem Aspekt der Sicherheit haben wir über den Schutz von persönlichen Daten gesprochen. Dies war uns allen unisono ein wichtiges Anliegen. Das Recht auf Privatsphäre ist in Artikel 12 der Allgemeinen Erklärung der Menschenrechte geregelt. Jenseits des Rechts auf Privatsphäre benötigt man aber auch die Mittel zur Durchsetzung dieses Rechts. Im Memoriam von Jimmy, ganz konkret, haben wir über ein Recht auf Ende-zu-Ende-Verschlüsselung ohne irgendwelche Hintertürchen gesprochen. Damit damit die persönlichen Daten der Menschen vor dem Zugriff der Staaten und der Konzerne der Welt auch wirklich sicher sind. Also vor den Staaten und den Konzernen reine Privatheit für alle Menschen. Für die Sicherheit der Daten ist es außerdem wichtig, dass wir international gegen Cybercrime kooperieren, denn keine andere Kriminalitätsform kann so schnell und einfach mehrfach Staatsgrenzen überwinden wie die Cyberkriminalität. Da möchten wir einen Appell aussprechen, dass möglichst viele Staaten die Budapest-Konvention gegen Cybercrime von 2001 ratifizieren. Natürlich muss man diese auch stets weiterentwickeln, weil die Zeit ja voranschreitet. Zum Thema offenes Internet haben wir über die Gefahr von Monopolen gesprochen. Wir wollen das Internet als einen offenen Raum für neue Ideen und neue Geschäftsmodelle bewahren, haben meine Vorgänger ja auch schon gesagt. Um das zu erreichen, benötigen wir ein wirksames Wettbewerbsrecht. Damit muss einerseits der Monopolbildung vorgebeugt werden, andererseits muss man dort, wo sich schon Monopole oder Quasi-Monopole gebildet haben, regulierend eingegriffen werden, damit die Plattformen offen für Wettbewerber sind und damit wir echte Chancengleichheit gewähren. Final möchte ich noch etwas ansprechen, worüber wir uns alle einig waren. Das Internet ist das Eigentum der gesamten Menschheit, nicht einzelner Konzerne und auch nicht von Staaten. Daher begrüßen wir als Parlamentarier ausdrücklich den Multi-Stakeholder-Ansatz des Internet Governance Forums. Herzlichen Dank für Ihre Aufmerksamkeit.
Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги. Я представляю Россию, парламент Российской Федерации. Разрешите мне говорить на своем родном языке, на русском языке. Я являюсь председателем комитета по информации, информационным технологиям и связи российского парламента. Спасибо за возможность высказаться сегодня на этой важной панельной сессии и в том числе озвучить позицию России. Правовая база, регулирующая взаимодействие граждан, бизнеса и государства с сетью интернет, совершенствуется уже не одно десятилетие. Однако последние несколько лет мы наблюдаем новый тренд выстраивания цифровых суверенитетов государствами, расположенными в разных частях мира. Это обусловлено фактором увеличения количества и разнообразия угроз, исходящих из киберпространства. Хакерские атаки на финансовые, энергетические, транспортные и другие жизненно важные структуры способны вызвать масштабный коллапс целых регионов. Кражи персональных данных, кибербуллинг, манипулирование общественным мнением подрывают доверие пользователей к среде, созданной как трансграничное средство универсального общения. Вынуждают государства создавать регуляторные барьеры для сохранения безопасности граждан. Берлинская стена, о которой сегодня уже говорилось, символ разделения людей, была разрушена 30 лет назад, но сегодня парламентарии и правительства многих стран заняты тем, что выстраивают такие же стены в киберпространстве. Еще год назад на Парижском форуме по управлению интернетом звучали идеи о выработке норм, обязательных для исполнения на общемировом пространстве. И что же изменилось за этот год? Возможно, парламентам ведущих экономик мира все же пора сдвинуть этот процесс из состояния неопределенности, начать совершать уже конкретные шаги по выработке взаимно совместимых законов. Здесь уже говорилось, что этот форум задумывался исключительно как экспертная площадка, но сейчас очевидно, что сообщество ожидает более конкретных рекомендаций и политических решений. Роль законодателей в работе IGF с каждым годом становится заметней, как и общее внимание к регулированию в различных странах. Поэтому можно с большей долей уверенности сказать, что принимаемые Организацией Объединенных Наций, зачастую противоречащие по смыслу резолюции по тематике интернета, могут обсуждаться на всей системе форумов по управлению интернетом. Целесообразно рассмотреть изменение статуса IGF с перспективой сделать его площадкой предварительного обсуждения обязывающих документов ООН, на которые можно было бы решать все противоречащие до выноса их на Генеральную Ассамблею. Госпожа федеральный канцлер Германии Ангела Меркель на открытии упомянула, что хотела бы видеть, как международные соглашения находят свое отражение в национальном законодательстве. И IGF может играть в этом гораздо более значимую роль. Еще один вызов для современной цивилизации – это технологии искусственного интеллекта. Успехи решений на его основе, ровно как и запрос со стороны общества, ведут к тому, что искусственный интеллект скоро будет применяться в задачах государственного управления. Аналогично тому, как мультистейкхолдеризм, мультистейкхолдерный подход традиционно используется для управления интернетом, общность концепции цифровой трансформации и внедрения искусственного интеллекта. Здесь важно, чтобы процессы государственного управления позволяли странам мира выстраивать открытые и гармоничные отношения и вместе двигаться по пути прогресса. Сегодня основополагающий международный договор в сфере кибербезопасности – это Будапештская конвенция 2001 года. Однако прошло уже почти 20 лет, интернет серьезно изменился, и некоторые эксперты считают, что ряд ее положений устарел и требует пересмотра. Россия занимает проактивную позицию, выстраивая диалог со странами-участницами Конвенции по вопросам борьбы с преступлениями в цифровой среде. В ноябре состоялись российско-французские консультации, где было отмечено, что, несмотря на разногласия и различия по целому ряду вопросов, нам надо лучше понимать друг друга и отстаивать каналы коммуникации и координации быстрого реагирования. Обсуждается возможность заключения соглашения о взаимной выдаче киберпреступников между Россией и Японией. Новым шагом стало внесение в ноябре этого года на рассмотрение Генеральной Ассамблеи ООН проекта новой резолюции, озаглавленной «О противодействии использованию информационно-коммуникационных технологий в преступных целях». Отдельные критики пытаются доказать, что ее положение направлено на создание универсального инструмента блокировки в отношении интернет-ресурсов неугодных оппозиционных политиков и объединений. Однако при этом игнорируется то обстоятельство, что количество фиксируемых киберпреступлений продолжает расти. При этом основной целью резолюции является как раз борьба с киберкриминалом совместными усилиями международного сообщества. Можно предположить, что за подобной позицией скрывается нежелание или неготовность взять на себя ответственность в принятии универсальных трансграничных законов, позволивших бы более эффективно бороться с цифровой преступностью. Основным фактором, осложняющим выработку единых международных норм, стали накопившиеся за десятилетия в регуляторных подходах в действующих законах и даже терминологии. Выглядит обоснованным предложение российской стороной создания межправительственного комитета для разработки международной конвенции о противодействии использованию информационно-коммуникационных технологий в преступных целях, предложения которые бы отвечали современным реалиям. В заключение своего выступления хотелось бы сказать, что интернет, который многие десятилетия был открытой и прозрачной, трансграничной средой, сегодня переживает процесс балканизации, размежевания на отдельные сегменты в технологическом и регуляционном аспектах. Этот этап, который обусловлен недостаточно эффективными межгосударственным сотрудничеством при обгоняющих темпах технического и социально-культурного развития. И его можно рассматривать как детскую болезнь глобальной сети. Уверен, что уже в ближайшем будущем совместными усилиями парламентов разных стран мы сможем найти компромисс в работе универсальных международных норм, обеспечивающих устойчивое и безопасное развитие цифрового общества. Уважаемые коллеги, дорогие парламентарии, нам надо больше брать на себя инициативу, занимать более активную позицию по формированию единой трансграничной правовой сети, больше оказывать давление на свои правительства в этом вопросе. И важно отметить, что необходимость этих норм, о них говорят не только парламентарии, но и говорят не только эксперты, но и сами руководители многих транснациональных компаний. Только за последний год ряд их собственников, руководителей говорили как раз о том, что они ждут от мирового сообщества выработки единых принципов, по которому бы огромное количество трансграничных международных транснациональных сервисов могло бы работать и понимать общие принципы в этой сфере. Давайте постараемся помочь всем нам и в первую очередь нашим гражданам для выработки единых принципов работы информационного пространства. Большое спасибо.
Thank you for your diverse reflections and takeaways, gentlemen. We are now digging deeper on the question how to secure critical infrastructures, and we are doing so together with Ronja Kemmer, member of the German Parliament, and Charles Mock, member of the Legislative Council for the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region. Very welcome on stage, please.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, my name is Ronja Kemmer. I'm a member of the German Parliament, and I think that the discussion during the IGF this week made it really clear that the open and free architecture of the Internet is an essential for competition, for fair competition, and essential for innovation, but also for democracy. And risks and undesired developments in the Internet, I think, are increasingly having a direct impact on our everyday lives. So today, an effective international governance is not possible without cyber stability. And of course, if you want to pursue the goal of a free Internet, one of the most important requirements is the underlying core infrastructure. And unfortunately, we heard that before that day and also during the week, the open architecture is under pressure. And this is, I think, due to main reasons. On the one hand, some countries have tendencies to fragment the Internet, to create closed and national intranets or other systems. And as a result, I think, of the discussions during this week, I note that there is a broad consensus that we must work at all levels to prevent further fragmentation of the Internet. And therefore, I think in particular, a spin-off states or even of entire regions of the central infrastructure of the common address system, the DNS, must be counteracted. And on the other hand, new challenges for the security of the Internet infrastructure occur, of course, from the technical side. The contributions at the IGF have shown that especially with regard to new technologies as AI, as IoT, as big data, create new challenges. And seeing the attacks now, I think we see a lot of serious problems. If such attacks are successful, vital parts of the infrastructure fail. For example, the energy supply can be impaired. Serious disruptions in the flow of traffic can occur. And also, the basic civil services, such as search and rescue, may be impaired. From an economic point of view, also financial losses occur in all countries, all over the world. According to a Bitkom study, companies in Germany, just only in Germany in the last 2 years, between 2016 and 2018, might have lost around 33 billion euros due to cyber attacks. I think that it has also become very clear that we are facing the risk of citizens as well as companies losing confidence in digital processes if we do not manage to do better securing the critical infrastructure. And the Global Commission on the Stability of Cyberspace published its final report just 2 weeks ago. And the Commission proposed a standard to protect the core elements of the Internet architecture. And this applies to both, to attacks by governmental, but also by non-governmental actors. And the Commission has stressed also that the goal can only be achieved with a multi-stakeholder approach, especially with regard to more common legislation and respective enforcement of these laws. So in my opinion, this is exactly the path we need to take. From the German side, we are really committed to further strengthen the multi-stakeholder approach. We need these constructive dialogues between, of course, states and representatives of the states, but also between international organizations, companies, science and civil society. So this has been the first time this year that I think such a strong involvement of parliamentarians has been taking place during the IGF. And I think we have to continue to build this great foundation in the future. So what is important now is that we build on the success of the last days, that internet governance, of course, doesn't end with the last day of the IGF, and that every single of us is now called upon to carry the results to our fellow lawmakers and to continue working on the topics with commitment. And of course, responsibility for the internet structure lies not only with lawmakers or regulatory agencies. Of all, it has I think, become very clear from the contributors of the representatives of ICANN and ITU and others, especially that the latter are important key players. But ultimately, responsibility also lies with every user. Each individual bears his or her responsibility when it comes to cyber hygiene. So ensuring that data is well protected against attacks, using secure passwords and regular updates, as well as working with adequate hardware. So I think it is important that we create more awareness for the importance of the internet governance and especially for technical understanding that has been or has to be brought into the social debate and also into the political decision-making processes to a greater extent. And I'm really optimistic that we can do this. And if you have seen the passion and determination from the people here around the world during the last days, I hope that you are also as that optimistic. Thank you.
Hello everybody. I am Charles Mock and I am a member of the Legislative Council of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region of China. And in my capacity this time to join the Internet Governance Forum is actually a new experience for me, because previously when I joined the ITF, I was not having the capacity as a parliamentarian, but at the time I was either a member of the industry or as a member of civil society when I was the founding chairman of the Internet Society of Hong Kong. So I can say that probably I have seen from the different perspective. But now, as I'm trying to use the capacity of a parliamentarian, I do see that there are new perspectives and new angle that we can bring to the IGF proceedings and the IGF experience. I have found that, in fact, in many of our, in our different jurisdictions, including in Hong Kong, in recent years, the development of the digital infrastructure has become a very important topic. And having said that, that actually means that governments are trying to use digital technologies to develop their economy, to improve social services and in all different kinds of areas. But oftentimes we come across the problem that many of the parliamentarians are actually not very familiar with the technologies that we are trying to promote. And also when it comes to issues such as the handling of the critical infrastructure, use of different technologies, concerns from the public about human rights and surveillance issues and so on, parliamentarians may not necessarily be very prepared. So sometimes it is also very important for us to be able to network with the different parliamentarians from different parts of the world with a similar understanding about the technology, but putting the problems into different perspectives and trying to find the good answers, solutions for what we have to deal with. In the situation where I come from, our government is trying to develop their smart city initiatives and so on, which is very similar to many other cities in the world. But I think the problems that sometimes we encounter is how to explain the benefits to the citizens, how to make sure that citizens are trustful of the government when governments are creating and handling many of their data that many people are beginning to become very sensitive about in today's world. They are not only sensitive about the handling of data by big technology companies, but oftentimes also by governments, especially when in the cases of some governments where the trust of the people in the government is relatively low. So this is the area that I think we have to be very careful about, particularly in my situation in where I come from. I think we are in a particularly sensitive period of time. So I think a lot of times when we see many of the developed world countries talking about the issues about critical infrastructure and security of the internet, the perspective may be because they are having the background and support of a democratic foundation, where these foundations do not necessarily exist in other parts of the world. So oftentimes when it comes to how to handle and work with the big tech and how to make sure that the services they provide are secure, the solutions that are called for sometimes by the Western countries may not be necessarily applicable to others in the world, where I'm not even saying that this is about developed world or developing world, but simply where the democratic institutions are not as secure or mature. So this is one area that I hope through the IGF process we can bring about more understanding and more common solutions that we can use to tackle this very complicated problems that technologies have brought about for all of our governments and parliamentarians and corporations and civil society, most of all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Charles Mock and Ronja Kemmer. We have two more summaries in this morning's session now. The next one is how to keep and to safeguard peace in the digital age. And I'm now welcoming on stage Falko Moors, member of the German Parliament, and Marianne Azer as a member of the Parliament of Egypt. Very warm welcome on stage.
Guten Morgen. That's it for now. Dear fellow parliamentarians, and from all over the world, I would like to especially thank on your behalf the members of the German Parliament for making this parliamentary session work the way we see it. It's a pleasure to be here. And I would like also to hold the opportunity to express my gratitude to IGF because also of the testimony they gave to His Excellency Dr. Tariq Kamel during the opening ceremony. He was the ex-Minister of Communication in Egypt. May his soul rest in peace. So I have one question. Do we really care about the peace in the digital age? I think we all do. And obviously the internet has become definitely one of the areas of future conflict. And in the opening ceremony, His Excellency Secretary General had mentioned in his opening remarks very important questions that I will say and add on them. The first question said, where will the technology take us? And I might add, to peace or to war? The second question is, will our dignity and rights be enhanced or diminished? And my question, and what about our peace? The third thing, will our societies be more equal or less equal? And my question is, how will the divide triangle of digital, political, and social divide affect the peace? Will we become more or less secure or safe? This was his question, and I'm concerned how the cybersecurity and privacy affect the peace. let me state some of the challenges. And we as parliamentarians are used to vote. So if you find one of the challenges extremely important and relevant, please raise the right hand. If it's less relevant, please raise the left hand if you wish. So let's start with the first challenge. The first is how to set a framework to protect individuals from the use of surveillance technologies that interface with the enjoyment of human rights. Is it right or left? It's up to you. These include a range, thank you for voting, of measures for states about users and exporters of surveillance technologies as well as companies to meet their respective obligations and responsibilities. The second challenge, and we will vote on this, is how to strike the right balance between benefits and costs across all export control categories for dual-use items. And I'll explain more before the vote. So, as you know, the export controls are among the most complicated policy issues to address. Export controls combine laws, technologies, and policies with national and international levels, and in this case also sit directly at the intersection of human rights, security, and business. So it's an important challenge or not. I trust you. The third challenge is how to face the new forms of violence through the Internet of Things devices. The number of IoT devices is expected to be 22 billion in 2025. And despite the lack of specific laws, IoT evidence is already showing up to courts. So is it a challenge or not? The fourth thing is it's our public interest to protect dignity and peace. So how to solve the conflict with the interests of social networking companies? And I'll explain more before the vote. In one of the sessions, there was a representative of these countries, and he mentioned that every minute there is 500 hours of media that is posted, and 1% is guaranteed to be illegal or harmful. So he said, there is an issue, we can't deny it, but you need to know the amount of effort that needs to be done for this. So is it important or not for the social companies? A related question to this challenge is how can we tackle online hate speech and cyberbullying with children? And there is that fine balance between the freedom of speech and criminal prosecution. The sixth is how to deliberate governance approaches for disinformation. So disinformation is one of the major challenges for the peace. Through self-regulatory, what is done in the European governments is self-regulatory codes of practices, direct regulations on online content, and the development of legislations. However, during the sessions, the floor added to this that there might be we need to distinguish very well between individual disinformation and industrial disinformation, because the latter is done by bots and like more machine-oriented. So it needs to be well distinguished. The comments from participants varied from demanding more transparency from the platform side regarding their business model, the collect and use of data and function of the algorithm, to an invitation to completely rethink the core of their business model. This is very dangerous. Some comments argued that the freedom of expression is not an absolute right. It is provided and regulated by law. Finally, after having talked about all this, a major challenge, and I think we all agree about it, is how to quantify peace and conflict in cyberspace. This is how to say there is real peace or there is no. It's difficult to measure peace in cyberspace because of geopolitical tensions. However, possible indicators might be, if you think, a measure of the gravity and number of cyber attacks, for instance. And the second thing is the indicators showing the likelihood of being a country of origin of cyber attack. And how does the international society deal with them? Are there sanctions for the countries that issue this terrorism? We don't know. Finally, an important question is, who will be able to tackle these challenges. And this is the most important. This is why we are here, because peace is a human issue and needs to be implemented by human actors. And I recall Mother Teresa's quote who said, if we have no peace, that we have forgotten that belong to one another. So the only solution is a collaborative stakeholder approach with a focus on human rights, protection of critical infrastructures, reporting of vulnerabilities, and security concerns in the supply chain. Finally, the most important is the follow-up mechanisms after the whistle is blown, is to maintain peace in the digital sphere. And I will end my summary by editing a quote by Ronald Reagan who said, "Peace is not the absence of conflict, it is the ability to handle conflict by peaceful means." And I would add, of one world using one net and having one vision, peace. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone. And even though it's the last day here in Berlin, I'd still like to welcome you here. Berlin is a very iconic city when it comes to the question of peace and to the German history. And I guess it's now one of the most lively and vibrant examples of inclusion, tolerance, but also innovation when it comes to technical questions. So I guess it's a very good place to hold the IGF here in 2019. And I hope you all had a very fruitful week here in our capital. When it comes to the question of internet and peace, we all know that there are different narratives. There's one that is very much focusing on the independence and the power of independence that lies within the internet, and one that is questioning or that is focusing more on the question that it comes from a military history and focusing on its negative side. And I'm sure all or many of us are witnesses of both the positive and the negative powers of the internet. And when I think back a couple of years when I've been an advisor to the World Bank in the North African region on youth policies back in the years 2009 to 2012, we have seen that the internet, that social networks have a power when it comes to civil society, when it comes to challenging governments, even though some of the challenges are, looking on a long-term perspective, have not been very sustainable. And we also see it today, and I'm very much in solidarity with the people on the streets of Hong Kong that also use today the internet for their fights of freedom. But we also see that governments are using internet for sanctions, controlling and censoring opinions. So we see when it comes to the question of peace, there are two dimensions that we need to tackle and we need to take in our focus. And the internet and the peace is challenged by both, by governments, but also by non-governmental actors. So it's all our responsibilities, and we need the multi-stakeholder approach for that to secure security, safety, and integrity in the internet. So we need a framework, we need rules, international rules, when it comes to securing these dimensions. And I'm sure that we need a human rights-based approach when it comes to the framework. Human rights must be the underlying element when it comes to peace and freedom in the internet. So one of the questions in the very first days that we heard was, what kind of capacity and capabilities do governments and countries need? Do they need capacities for counterattacks, for hackbacks? And still keeping in mind that there is a severe problem when it comes to attribution of attacks. The Diplo Foundation, in its report, have published that roughly 50 countries confirm that they have these kind of hackback and counter attack capacities when it comes to the internet. And we in Germany as well are debating whether we need these kind of capacities. And of course, it is the right of every country to defend itself both on and offline. But we also need to make sure that every country and government's actions are relatively to its threats. My dear colleague has mentioned the question of how do we measure the level of peace and security, and I don't want to repeat, but because I believe she has done it very well. But of course, when we talk about peace, that is the main question. How do we actually measure peace in the internet? And as I mentioned, we need a multi-stakeholder approach because everyone has a crucial role in that. And that's why I'm so glad that the IGF is such an example of a multi-stakeholder approach here. So to summarize, let's be very clear. We need a human rights-based approach. We cannot leave space for compromising or violating human rights in the internet. And it's our global, but also our national, common responsibility to secure this peace and to secure that the critical infrastructure of telecommunication and communication network is secure and peaceful, and that we can ensure the positive power that lives in the internet. Thank you very much, and I really hope that you can all take back lots of input and that we'll be able to follow up what we've seen over the last days. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moors. And Marianne, may I make like this? In Germany, it's very strange to hold up your right hand, but may I say this? Thank you for all your enriching summaries so far in this session. And we make it a full circle now with our last summary. We are asking the question, digital age, is it democracy's tool or trap? And we are doing so with Anke Domscheit-Berg, who is a member of the German Parliament. And we have Karin Melchior as a member of the European Parliament. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's difficult to speak in the very last round. I'd like to present myself shortly. As was said, I'm Anke Domscheit-Berg, member of the German Parliament. I'm the Internet Policy Speaker of the Left Party and also member of the Enquete Commission on Artificial Intelligence, when we discuss many of those problems as we have heard already today. I was leading the workshop on day 0 with the parliamentary group in which we discussed topics around democracy and digitalization. And it was a very intense discussion we had with parliamentarians coming from all sorts of countries all over the world, such as from Mongolia, from Brazil, from Hong Kong, from the Maldives, Japan, El Salvador, and Denmark, and of course also from Germany. We talked about 4 issues, mainly the biggest being the challenges by digital monopolies, where we all agreed that we have a global failing antitrust regulation. We saw the issue of election interference and misinformation, and we also exchanged not only that we felt we see these problems, we also tried to discuss national approaches how to deal with these challenges. So we heard, for example, from Brazil that there is a regulation planned to enforce more transparency on digital, on political advertisements. In Germany, there was an expert group working on competition law 4.0 to deal with the challenges of monopolies. But we also heard from a member from the Hong Kong Parliament that there are very country-specific challenges and that you cannot just transfer one regulation to another country. So what one country can use to fight misinformation could another country use for censorship, and that must be prevented. We talked also about the lock-in effects, the network effects, making monopolies so powerful and what can be done about it, which is really a big challenge to tackle. We all agreed that we need more forced interoperability, better working standards. But we also went a bit farther. We were discussing whether it's not a good idea to have something like a not-for-profit social network on a global basis, because we talk about social infrastructure of the digital society. And we were discussing, open-ended, who could actually do this or organize it. We came up with the United Nations, but this was, as I said, an open-ended discussion. We were also talking about the issue how to break two big monopolies. Who could do this? And it was not easy for us to find out. We didn't find the perfect answer. Most of us were suspecting the US can do this and nobody else. I'm not so sure about it, and I know that at least at the European Union level there are discussions, especially on how to probably unwind already taken place mergers like the one between Facebook and WhatsApp or Facebook and Instagram. We also talked about the importance of data dominance by digital monopolies and what could be done about this. And there is an international discussion going on and whether it's probably a good idea to force big monopolies to open up part of their data, non-person related data. We didn't find a consensus on that one because there were interesting questions on what kind of data, how could it be enforced. So it's not an easy one, but it was an interesting one for all of us. I will briefly talk about the other challenges we covered. We talked, for example, also about hate crimes, violence against children and women in the internet, and what can be done about that. In one country, I believe it was Brazil, we had the challenge that digital evidence so far is not recognized in courts, and now there is a legislation in plan to change that. In Germany, we are now there was a decision by the government taken to create a special criminal department with required competences to deal with digital hate crimes. And we are not talking about hate. Yeah? Many people can just hate, that's freedom of speech. But there is a type of hate going over the red line, and that is hate crime, violating penalty code, and that should be dealt with accordingly. Third challenge we discussed was the internet access to all, because you can also only take part in an effective democracy if you have access to the internet. And then there are different challenges again from country to country. In Brazil, there's also a legislation in plan to make internet access a universal right. And somebody from Mongolia said we would like the same, but Mongolia, for the biggest part of it, has a very, very low density of population. And so it's an extremely high challenge to make this a reality, and they still have not found out how to actually do this. And the last topic I would like to mention is everything around privacy, data protection, not only what big companies do with our data, talking about Cambridge Analytica, etc., but also about what governments do with the data. In the European Union, the General Data Protection Regulation was mentioned by parliamentarians from other continents as a blueprint, which they not copy one-to-one, but take as a good example, which they adapt in part to their own regulation. And as to the use of personal data by governments, there's also a decision being taken by the German government to establish a so-called data dashboard, where citizens will be able to see in the future what kind of data the government at all federal levels has stored about them and what public authority had accessed what type of data. So that is a very brief description of what we discussed on our workshop on Monday. In summary, I can say we realized that across continents we shared the same issues. We realized we can learn a lot from each other, but not copy-paste. We must also broaden our perspectives and recognize that what is good in one country can be bad in another. We would look forward to continue this debate on further IGFs, but we also had another conclusion, that we should copy the multi-stakeholder approach on how to deal with internet policy to our own national decision-making, political decision-making, that is. So bring more multi-stakeholder approaches to parliaments. That was what we liked. Thank you.
Hallo und danke die deutsche Regierung und die deutsche Parlament für die Invitation für die parlamentarische Versammlung. And that's the German for me today. 30 years after tearing down the wall here in Berlin, we must remember that now is not the time to set up new digital walls and fences. We need to use the opportunity that digital tools give us to communicate with our citizens. The open and the free internet allows for empowering our citizens to engage in their society. We must use digital tools to open up our governments and authorities to be controlled by our citizens. Because who do we serve if not our citizens and all of our citizens? Our citizens must be protected, but not against an undefined cybercrime. We must ensure the integrity of each of our citizens against mass surveillance by our governments, our police authorities, our security services from across the world, but also from commercial surveillance by companies, data brokers, and by platforms. We as parliamentarians must insist on getting oversight of what data is being used, how we're being treated, and we must ask of the platforms to help societies to have democratic dialogue. It should be free and open, uniting our society, not allowing business models to push us towards more and more polarized positions through micro-targeting and attention economy. We must not allow our colleagues to spread lies and fear about their fellow citizens. For no matter our religion, our ethnicity, our gender, our sexuality, our political views, we're all humans, we're all citizens with equal rights in our societies and in our world. These equal rights are or should be the foundation for our cyberspace. These equal rights and our human rights need to be supported, not undermined, by the technological tools of the cyberspace, which is why we must defend end-to-end encryption, net neutrality, and access to information. This is the foundation for a free, open, stable, unfragmented, and innovative cyberspace, as is called for in the Jimmy Schultz call. This should be our one vision for one net, for one world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies, for this last summaries. Can I take the principle of Marianne and ask you now to raise your right hand if you think it was a good idea and a very good initiative to have such a strong voice of the parliamentarians in this year's IGF. So please raise your right hand. If you don't think, use your left hand. I don't see much contradiction. Okay, thank you very much for this idea, Marianne. I hand over now the stage for our 45 minutes panel discussion, including a strong Q&A part. So we need you in this discussion. The question is, what do we have to take with us, or what do we or you take with you into your or our national parliaments? The moderation will be in the hands of Thomas Schneider. He's an ambassador and director of international relations at the Swiss Federal Office of Communications. And we have 4 cherished panelists here. I just introduced them very quickly. We'll experience Marianne Ayazer back on stage, still member of the Parliament of Egypt, Al-Hagi Mo, member of the Parliament of Gambia. I all invite you cordially now on stage. Carla Sambelli, member of the Parliament of Brazil. And finally, Margarita Escobar is an MP of El Salvador. So they will have a 5 minutes impulse each. And thank you very much. Thomas Schneider will then hold the discussion with you for the next, 25 minutes. We have microphones in the room, so good to have you here, Mr. Schneider. Thank you very much.
Hello, everybody. It is a special honor for me to chair this session because as someone, or moderate rather, as someone who has and is involved in IGF, in the European IGF, in Eurodig, and also in the Swiss IGF, we've always tried to include parliamentarians in the discussions because that's one of the missing links, of course, if there is a disconnect between what is discussed in fora like this and the decision makers on all levels are not part of this discussion. So we're very, very happy and also thankful to Germany, who has taken a lot of steps to make this happen. And of course also to you, the parliamentarians, for you to attend. So with this, let's start the discussion. And the first question is a simple one. It's basically there on the screen. What did you learn as parliamentarians? What did you experience as new information, new insights that you will take home and feed into your discussions in your parliaments with your colleagues? And maybe also, was there something that you have been missing that was not discussed here that should have been discussed? Free to go ahead, whoever wants to go ahead, go ahead.
Good morning, and thank you very much. First, I want to take this opportunity to thank IGF in general and the German government for including the parliamentarians in such a wonderful forum. Personally, I think it's essential that politicians actually are engaged at every level, especially when you talk about the internet governance. Because if you look at worldwide, parliamentarians are at the center of governance, anywhere you go in this world. So having to discuss such a particular forum, I think it was good that parliamentarians actually are engaged. Now, personally, I think the collaborative effort that actually I've seen in this IGF, I think is a key thing that I can take away to my country and at the level of Africa as a whole. Because if you look at the in governance structure, it involves everybody actually. You need to engage the executive, you need to engage civil society organizations, you need to engage international organizations, and you also need to engage every aspect of society. And I think the IGF 2019 actually has clearly shown that collaboration is key. And if they want this world to move forward, I think we all need to collaborate and get away from our individual convenience and come together as one nation, come together as one world, so that we can move this world forward. I think the key here is the collaborative effort that we actually have seen is a key takeaway. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to take an opportunity to, first of all, thank the German Parliament for this initiative, and in particular, Jimmy, whom I never met, but I love him dearly for his vision. Thank you, Jimmy. One thing that I'm taking back is that we should fight for no walls in the internet. We want an open, free access to internet. That's for the benefits of humanity. So no virtual walls, I think, would be important for all of us. The other thing, I think we need to look at this issue of main relevance. Today, IGF has made a great step forward by including parliamentarians on this fora. And it is that we have connected the disconnected. In this case, parliaments, which at the end of the day, we are the ones making national legislations and the rules. So I think this is a very good approach, and it was missing. So I take this back to my parliament and encourage other colleagues to get involved as well. Another point is that IGF national designations should play a bigger role. IGF national designations should include parliaments in their activities at national levels. IGF national designations should be more democratic in including all stakeholders at the national level, just as we have done it here. And so I didn't know this was an option, but now I know. And I will make sure that this happens in El Salvador. I am promoting a bill in El Salvador's Congress about universal internet access as a human right based on the Human Rights Council of the UN that considers internet a human right. That bill, I introduced it about a month ago and will be on the floor, I hope, shortly. And it will include children's rights, women's rights, and human rights on the platforms. It's not an easy question, but it's there. So if anyone can help, you're welcome with your ideas. I think Parliament should designate focal points for this IGF process, and the Interparliamentary Union should also create a specific committee on technical aspects and national laws so that these focal points can follow on the spirit of this forum. I have other points, but I think I will stop here so that we allow the interesting comments from our colleagues. And thank you, Marianne, for your wonderful presentation this morning.
Hello, everybody. My name is Carla Zambelli. I'm a congresswoman in Brazil, elected by the first time. I am the same party of our President Bolsonaro, and I would like to thank you the opportunity to be here and represent my country. But I apologize, but I will speak in Spanish because I think that way my electors and my people in Brazil will understand me better. Bueno, lo que he experimentado estos días, lo mejor que he experimentado es conocer a las leyes, las prácticas de todos los países, y eso nos ha puesto en una situación en Brasil muy específica, porque tenemos un país que es de tamaño continental, como Brasil. Hemos tenido una situación muy rara, que hemos tenido el primer presidente electo por la internet. Nuestro presidente estaba hospitalizado porque han hecho un intentado contra su vida, o sea, estaba en el hospital y toda su elección fue hecha por internet. Yo estoy aquí, yo creo, porque hace algunos meses que soy la parlamentaria en Brasil más influente en la red social, y eso pasó después de las elecciones. Antes de las elecciones yo no era conocida, y después de las elecciones, hoy por mes, yo alcanzo más o menos 80 millones de personas todos los meses por internet. O sea, nuestro alcance es muy importante. Pero considerando esto, podemos imaginar la importancia de las plataformas digitales. Y por esta importancia, más que garantizar el acceso, y este panel incluso ha hablado mucho del acceso al internet como si fuera un derecho humano, pero en un país donde gran parte de la población no tiene ni acceso al saneamiento, a un sanitario, hablar de internet como un derecho humano es algo un poco difícil de alcanzar. Ese espacio era antes dominado por grandes empresarios, empresarios que tomaban cuenta del acceso al internet, el acceso a la información principalmente. Lo que he visto aquí es que en todo el mundo la Internet ahora es algo que está, no es algo solamente de las grandes empresas, sino que también de las personas normales como yo. Y es muy importante, y yo creo que Brasil está preocupado con el tema más importante, es la libertad del pensamiento. Yo, por ejemplo, soy de derecha, o sea, represento el partido de Bolsonaro, pero nuestro presidente está preocupado para que la izquierda también tenga la libertad de pensamiento. Es muy importante que la democracia en la Internet sea algo más que un derecho humano. Tenemos que preocuparnos con la libertad de expresión. Y tenemos, por ejemplo, ahora un expresidente que ha acabado de salir del cárcel, que ya habla de censurar y regular la Internet, la prensa y las redes sociales. Y eso me preocupa mucho. Y yo creo que fue un tema hablado aquí por las leyes, pero también hemos dejado alguna cosa de fuera porque hay que hablar de la represión que está pasando en la Internet. En Facebook, por ejemplo, en Brasil, han deletado cerca de 400 cuentas. 400 personas que tenían libertad de expresión y de la noche para el día han perdido sus cuentas. Eso hay que hablar también. Entonces, no se puede privatizar la justicia de la libertad de expresión. Esto hay que estar en la justicia y no en plataformas comerciales. Pienso esto. Gracias.
Gracias. Dankeschön. Thank you, dear colleagues, for your remarks. And I come last for this question, and thank you for your kind words, dear Margot. There is a lot to be taken back from this important IGF. It's my first. I'm very happy to be here. The first thing is the ecosystem that is there. Actually, the IGF had tackled a lot of issues, and each issue is related to another, because we're looking forward for a better future, so we need to tackle things as an ecosystem and not independently. This is the first thing. The second thing is the opportunity of exchange with fellow MPs to see the legislations that are there. And if the legislations do not cope enough with the new digital era that we are about to go through, we need to adjust ourselves. So this is a second take-home message. The third one is that, as I know that the future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams, I do believe that together, with this exchange between technical people, members of government, parliamentarians, private sector, this exchange will help us more to move forward to this one goal, one net, one vision for one world. So that's my take-home message. I will share it with my fellow parliamentarians. We'll keep working on it with the member of the civil society in our country and the government and other stakeholders.
Thank you very much. So, in addition to, let's say, substantive takeaways, I see that the discussion on how do we work together in the spirit of cooperation and the inclusivity of all stakeholders working across silos is something that is seen as unique. It's maybe also seen as a little bit complicated, complex, and not easy, but as necessary from what I hear from you. And as you all know, this is one of the key elements that is discussed in the report of the UN Secretary General's high-level panel on digital cooperation, where there are some recommendations. First, there's some identification of gaps, and then some recommendations on what to do. And so one question to you is, realizing that it is necessary to build a bridge from expert discussions in whatever forum, but of course also in a forum like the IGF and the national and regional discussions, and decision makers, be it parliamentarians or governments or also private sector decision makers, CEOs of companies and so on. What can we do? How do we build bridges between these silos? How do we better connect and going beyond just participation in a dialogue, but also when it comes to supporting decision-making, making decision makers profiting from a dialogue like this. So how do we build these bridges concretely? What can be done? How can this be institutionalized? How can also how can you get better connected to this notion of horizontal networks of different actors that take decisions, each one in their silos, be it ICANN, for instance, that takes decision on domain names, whereas UNESCO or other UN institutions take decisions on content or education issues. How can these horizontal networks that take decisions, that develop standards, how can they be brought together with you so that you are also connected to other decision makers on national, regional and global level? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think when you look at it in totality, you realize that the fundamental thing that got to happen first is the building of trust among all the stakeholders. Once we build a good trust among the stakeholders, you're going to see that then we can start to collaborate, we can start to move things forward. Now, if you look at the world where we're going to right now, as far as technology is concerned, you will realize that the politicians basically are at the center of most of the disruptive nature of the world. So including politicians now, for the politicians to have a clear understanding really of where we are going to. And I think that will become very, very important. And again, the trust that is built around government. When I say government, not only about the politicians like the parliamentarian, but also the executive as well. I think they need to be at the center of everything. Then you have the private sector also on top. Then you also have a civil society organizations. So there needs to be this kind of link that actually provides trust in the middle. And again, you're going to see that once we have that trust, each one of us would actually have a very clear understanding of where actually are we going to. Because when you look at the issues surrounding the internet or the issues surrounding internet governance itself, you're going to see that the key things is like, to the government, is like human rights issues. You look at civil society organization, also it's about human rights issues. Then you look at the other private sector. They're talking about like, how do I make money for my own institutions? Again, where it comes is like the digital economy. What do we do with the digital economy? What do we do with digital rights? Who is responsible for what? So I think the most important thing is to build that kind of trust among all the stakeholders. And once that actually that platform holds very well, then anything else can come on top of it. Without trust, really, it's going to be really very difficult because each of the stakeholders will really be on your own silos, be on your own part because there is no trust. In fact, and you can see this across the various countries when you want to fight cybersecurity. So we need to be able to create that cyberspace where trust is there, where we can actually bring peace, where we can actually allow others to trust what the internet brings. Because if you remember, the founding fathers of the internet basically was just to make their work easier in terms of connecting. So they created various protocols, and again, it's human nature that the same human beings that created the internet and the same human being also that trying to disrupt those protocols. But I think the fundamental key here is about building trust among all the stakeholders across the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Well, you know, nobody likes to deal with parliamentarians, but we have to deal with them anyways. I think that a practical measure to enhance cooperation is to create in this IGF 2019 a steering committee from parliamentarians, which under the leadership of the German parliament, we can all help you to bring to our regions the spirit of IGF 2019. So that's one practical recommendation, and I hope we can create that today, if possible. Two, I already mentioned, we should create focal points in our parliaments that deals exactly and specifically on this fora. And also in the Interparliamentary Union, that should create a specific committee on this issue. That's another practical suggestion. The other one, I think it's important, is that we should create guidelines for parliaments when we're drafting law. Those guidelines could be taken from the work that has already been done at this forum and other institutions like European, I don't want to mention anyone, but other institutions, because I may leave some institutions left, and that's not my intention. But having parliamentarian guidelines for drafting national laws that follow international standards, I think would be of the essence if we want to have one world, one net, and one vision. We need those draft lines. And on the cybersecurity Global Commission report, I think we should all take a hard look at it. And if we do have any cyber laws at the national level, this is an opportunity to upgrade those laws according to the recommendations of the Global Commission on cybersecurity. So for now, I will leave those 4 or 5 proposals to take into account.
Bueno, estoy de acuerdo con mis colegas, lo que ha dicho sobre confianza en los stakeholders y también las propuestas de nuestra colega. Estoy de acuerdo y yo creo que a lo mejor podríamos hacer reuniones más a menudo, no solamente esperar el próximo IGF, sino que hablar antes y hacer como un comité de parlamentarios que tiene interés, que tiene algún tipo de ligación con este tema. Yo insisto que las plataformas de comunicación en Internet son muy importantes, que haya confianza, como ha hablado mi colega, trust. Tenemos que tener confianza en estas plataformas. No podemos privatizar la justicia hacia ellas. Hay otro tema también que son los algoritmos, que yo creo que los algoritmos crean como ampollas de pensamiento que acaban no permitiendo que esta misma pluralidad que tenemos aquí hoy, izquierda, derecha, centro, hablando unos con los otros, esta pluralidad de ideas que garantiza esta coexistencia, esta democracia hacia el pensamiento político, que es importante para nosotros parlamentarios. Los algoritmos nos dejan como que ampollas de pensamiento, o sea, que hay que también ampliar este pensamiento y hablar con los diferentes. Entonces creo que garantizar la democracia de la información en las plataformas de comunicación, hablarnos más a menudo, saber también que a lo mejor una ley que cabe muy bien aquí en Alemania, incluso Angela Merkel ha hablado un tema muy importante, que es el tema de la infraestructura de ligación de las plataformas en todo el mundo, que esto centraliza mucho más la información en las plataformas y eso nos deja como a merced de la información hacia ellos. Es algo también que tenemos que hablar como parlamentarios y a lo mejor yo creo que la solución está en conocer a los otros, porque por ejemplo a lo mejor la ley aquí de Alemania no sirve para Brasil. La ley que funciona aquí en las plataformas para garantizar que no haya fake news, por ejemplo, no funcionaría en Brasil, porque allí hay que tener libertad de pensamiento y hay que la justicia que tiene que cuidar de esos temas de fake news y no una plataforma que es de una empresa y que tiene un pensamiento único. Entonces yo creo mucho en la justicia en estos temas. Yo creo que es esto.
So as the last to answer the question, I do agree with all my colleagues, and I second the opinions of trust that you both mentioned, and also the steering committee. And as you mentioned, Margot, that we should right now, and you reminded me of Elvis Presley's song, do you know the song? It's Now or Never. So it's now or never to work together as multi-stakeholders And I recall that during issuing, for example, in Egypt, the cybersecurity law, we had like 21 sessions in the committee before the general sessions. 1/3 of these sessions was with government, national institutes, private sectors, universities, all like there was inclusion for women, for disability, for everyone to say their opinion about this law. So this was a seed for, you know, a good law that needs to be improved every now and then. But the basis is working together is something important. And I like to say that the word team, if we team up with the stakeholders, the word team is T-E-A-M. Together, each achieves more. That's team. Together, each achieves more. The thing also that I think that our goal is not easy. We have a lot of challenges, but today's inspiration is tomorrow's motivation. We are so motivated to work and to make it happen. If we have a steering committee, this would be great. But work on building trust is not an easy job. It will demand us a lot of effort and a lot of credibility as well, that those opinions that are said are taken into consideration once they are correct. This creates a circle of people looking to the same goal. And I think on the international level, if we can do it, and on the national level to work with the local stakeholders, I think things will be much, much better.
Thank you. And I would also fully agree, trust is a fundamental component, because if you don't trust each other, it's difficult to work together. And trust is also a result of cooperation, because if you work with others, you get to know each other, you get to know that you may disagree, but maybe your lives are different or your situation is different, and the other views or the other interests may be legitimate as well as yours, and this is a basis of trust. Of course, trust also needs some rules that create trust. So a certain reliability, predictability of the forms of cooperation or the underlying principles is also an important element, and the clarity about the respective roles of the industry, what is the role of a platform, what should not be the role of a platform. This is also something that is hotly debated, has been hotly debated since they exist, I guess in all our countries. And then, of course, the cooperation between national parliaments through ideas to institutionalize, connection to the IGF, also to institutionalize structures in the Interparliamentary Union that would help to liaise the focal points or whatever you call them from different national parliaments, so they have an exchange there and help them also to access, be able to provide and share material, share ideas. And of course, an important point is the guidance. There's a number of intergovernmental institutions around the world, but also private policy networks that produce guidelines, private commissions that produce guidelines, that think about some issues that, of course, somebody needs to read this, so it takes resources, it takes time, but the better people are connected and share that burden, again, the more you can actually profit from all of this. So one last question, a short one to all of you, and then it has already been mentioned, there are microphones in the middle of the room, so please join the discussion and contribute, ask questions, make comments, so that we can involve more people in the discussion. The last question is something that, in particular at fora like this, I keep realizing that even after years of discussion, meeting and talking to each other is one thing, but then you realize you may even use the same words, but if you come from a civil society institution, or if you're a politician or a technical member of the technical community, you may have a completely different understanding of the same words because you have a historical or social different concepts. So how can this, let's say, language gap be bridged between the different silos, so that they also, when you legislate, that you actually the measures that you intend to do, you actually get the result and not maybe the opposite of what you intend to do, just because the language is different, the cultures is different, and there's no common understanding of what needs to be done.
Thank you very much. I think the issue of language actually has and will continue to be an issue in governance, especially at the level of legislation. Now, with language, you're going to see that our understanding basically may be different due to cultural issues. But perhaps sometimes also you will realize that people tend to understand things at their own benefit, for example, because the human mind itself is actually corrupt. You know what I mean? So what is the most important thing is to us to have a common understanding and a common ground on the meaning of certain technology, for example. We need to have a common understanding. We need to have a common platform. Because if you look at a few days ago when we were talking about how all this internet came about the various protocols that was created. I mean, the reason why they were created is because so that they can have a clear understanding. So which means you can have like one infrastructure be able to communicate with another. So that's the essence of communication, which means there must be an understanding, which means there must be terms of reference. So generally speaking, in terms of legislation, we must have some international interpretations of particular words or particular terms or phrases so that it doesn't get lost along the way because of translation. Because again, anywhere you go in the world, you know, even in the English language, sometimes the choice of word that I use in the Gambia may be quite different from the choice of word I use in the US. But the most fundamental thing or the most important thing is for us to have a common understanding. This is exactly what we meant when we say this phrase, or this is what we meant when we agree on a particular word. But I think the most important thing is to have a general understanding about the meaning of particular words, meaning of particular phrases. Whenever you go to any kind of language, then at least you are really very consistent. You may not be 100% correct, but at least the consistency in terms of meaning, then it becomes very important. Thank you.
If I were to be, thank you, Ambassador, for this very important question. Is how do we understand each other? Well, for me, Monday, the first time I came to the meeting, I was really thinking if I was in the right or the wrong place. I didn't get it. But now, I see that I've been able to understand the words, the concepts, the challenges, and the answers. So this leads me to think that knowing and meeting each other in one room, talking about the same issues, is the best practical way of diminishing the bridge between politicians and technical people. We have to learn from technical aspects, and I don't necessarily think that technicals should learn about politics language. No one wants to be in that arena, trust me, sometimes. But so I find that a practical example is this, what we have done today, from Monday to Friday, 5 days. If I were to say in my parliament, come on, let's do Law 4.0, and let's all of us get together and do legislation 4.0, I bet that they will think I'm crazy. Some of them might want to follow, but the rest will never embark in such a adventure. Nevertheless, we're doing it. We're now considering personal data protection and habeas data. We will start studying the universal inclusion to internet, and I agree with our colleague from Brazil. It's not going to be easy. We have other problems, but we need to start now thinking about that, because in El Salvador, which is a small country, only 30% have access to internet. So we parliamentarians should worry about that, especially that is considered a human right from the Council of Human Rights of the UN. So, bottom line, how do we breach the language? We're all human. We must be able to understand each other. And where legislation 4.0 will take us will depend on all of us and that global understanding of issues. to have one world, one net, and one vision. Thank you.
Hay una cosa, bueno, esta pregunta es muy filosófica, así que, y yo soy una persona muy práctica, así que para mí es muy difícil hablar específicamente de estas diferencias, incluso porque las diferencias son muy grandes, de Brasil hasta África, hacia Egipto. Entonces, lo que hemos sentido en Brasil es que el mundo está cambiando mucho. Hemos tenido por internet, por ejemplo, una confusión muy grande hace unas semanas, que el mundo ha pensado que Amazonia estaba quemando. Y los incendios, en gran parte, están siendo descubiertos como criminosos. O sea, ONGs que supuestamente deberían estar protegiendo Amazonia, estaban poniendo fuego en Amazonia para criminalizar en un gobierno que es nuevo, de derecha. Y tenemos en Brasil el primer año hace 20 años que nunca Amazonia ha quemado tan poco. Sí, hemos tenido mucha fake news. Incluso un jefe de Estado poniendo una foto de una jirafa quemando en Amazonia, donde no hay jirafas. O sea, la Internet es un mundo particular. Y esta libertad de expresión, de pensamiento, tenemos que garantizar a todos, sea de derecha, sea de izquierda. Ese es el punto. Y es el punto principal que estamos viviendo en Brasil. Y el problema de Brasil hay que ser comprendido por los brasileños. Y por las personas también que no viven en Brasil, pero hay que escuchar todos los lados. Y yo creo que en la Internet hay un problema serio de que se escucha un lado nada más.
I see this connection. I see that I'm a connection by myself. I have a technical background and I'm a parliamentarian. So this made life easier. So I would say rather like a recipe to open the channels with other fellow parliamentarians who are not technical. There is a news digest about what happens in the international level and national level that I send on a weekly basis to my fellow parliamentarians. And I was surprised that even those who do not care a bit about technology started interacting on a personal level and getting to ask me the best practices for something, or so. Started opening the appetite of other parliamentarians that our word of technical stuff is not a bad word. It's a life word. This is the first thing. The second is once there is this appetite, we have to use it. And I guess in every parliament there is the possibility of giving training to other parliamentarians. And we are never too old to learn. So by making some cooperation with the Training Institute of the Parliament, for example, we can give training sessions to fellow parliamentarians to understand more. Those who have good appetite will join the training sessions. And the third step will be forming a support group of people who are like advocates for our world of our digital world. These people will be responsible of opening the appetite of other people, and the circle continues. Appetite, awareness and training, forming a group, and that's it. This will help so much when there are laws or any new issues to be tackled in the parliament, to find a good group that has formed good ideas and up-to-date policies to tackle these issues. So I think this is the best practice that we can have.
Thank you very much, in particular, for these practical solutions, so there are concrete things that can be done. So we have a few people that have been waiting for quite some time. You need to go to the microphones, those that want to speak, because there's no microphones here, but there's 4 or 5 in the back, so please go and line up. So the first one was the gentleman on the right. Well, please.
Thank you, Thomas. We had a pilot project workshop on Wednesday in which 20 colleagues of all the parliamentarians participated in and shared the views with the technical community on the deployment of internet standards that would make the internet safer immediately for everyone once deployed. The question I wanted to ask have been answered by Ms. Azera and Ms. Escobar, but I want to compliment you on is that we started the discussion with 5 concept recommendations that I will not reiterate here, but we came up, thanks to you, with the 6th one, that there is a profound need for the technical community and policymakers and parliamentarians to learn what their worlds are about, and that the technical community translates their protocols and standards in language that you can understand, but because policy actually is also made in a way in the technical standards that there's need to get into action going. And my question was, how can we arrange that? But I think the both of you gave some excellent examples how to do that. So please start working together to reach that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well,
Thank you.
Let's move on. We have about 5-6 minutes left, so let's move on to the person in the middle, yes, that has been waiting also for quite.
Thank you, Thomas. My name is Willem Faber. I'm a member of Parliament in South Africa. We've already have an ICT forum in the place in Parliament for the past 10 years. Currently, we are busy implementing paperless Parliament to try also help people get involved with internet connection between members, etc. The mandate has also been expanded in June 2019 to include artificial intelligence in our lawmaking processes. We believe in an open source society where there should be internet available for everyone. But with that, there should be accountability from government side with the safeguard of individuals' data. Legislation should be put in place to safeguard our people, as this abuse from outside can be a huge threat in all countries. Artificial intelligence in the 4th industrial revolution is also exciting, and it should help us all through health, education, as well as with good governance. And we also now hope, as we've seen the launch of the contract of the web by Sir Tim Berners-Lee, as a good start to create good protocol and guidelines with universal trust moving forward. And I thank you for this IG Government Forum this year. I think it was super. Thank you.
Thank you as well. The lady on the right from our side.
Bonjour.
Excuse me, we go around, so please let the lady go, and then. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Thomas. I wanted to propose a dialogue with the Brazilian parliamentary. As part of the IGF community, I very much appreciate the presence of the representatives here, as well as their interest in the internet governance topic. But as we take a look in the Brazilian politics, there has been some misleading recent developments, such as the termination of national participatory bodies and councils, and other spaces for civic space engagement. Also, the concerns mentioned by the parliamentary regarding freedom of expression are indeed important, as our press faces daily attacks from the government, or whoever criticizes the president can be framed as a fake news creator or disseminator. But given your experience here, Carla, my question will be how you would see the Brazilian parliament building bridges between the government and civil society and us fostering our participation and collaboration. Thank you.
Okay. Let's allow her to give a short answer, but don't try to go too much into national politics. This is something that you can hopefully you will continue at lunch or whenever. Let's try and remain on these. Thank you.
No hay problema. Bueno, realmente muchos consejos han sido cerrados, bien como muchas pesquisas en Brasil. Estamos teniendo un problema en Brasil que hace muchos años la corrupción ha robado mucho del pueblo. Tenemos un país con muchos recursos, sin ningún terror, no tenemos terrorismo, no tenemos problemas naturales, tenemos todos los recursos que un país pueda tener, pero no teníamos lo mínimo del mínimo, porque hemos tenido los más grandes robos y casos de corrupción del mundo en Petrobras. Billones y billones de reales han sido desviados. Y en muchos de esos casos, por consejos dichos por la sociedad civil, pero que no hacían nada, sino que practicar activismo. Cuando digo que, bueno, yo soy una parlamentar normal y corriente, pero en Facebook yo estoy exigiendo en este momento, y tengo aquí los números, si queréis puedo enseñar después de esta reunión, 27 millones de personas por mes en Facebook. En Instagram, 11.5 millones de personas. En Twitter, 40 millones de personas por mes. Eso está pasando en Brasil porque los medios de comunicación no están sosteniendo sus informaciones. Las informaciones que vemos hoy en la prensa, que tiene su libertad de expresión garantizada, no están en confianza con el pueblo. El pueblo lee la noticia y no se sostiene. Entonces buscan a parlamentarios como yo, por ejemplo, para tener la información más garantizada. Lo que vemos en la imprensa es una cosa, lo que pasa en la realidad de Brasil es otra. Pero como no es el tema de este congreso, estoy a disposición después de la reunión para hablarnos más. Gracias.
Gracias. The gentleman in the middle. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Merci, monsieur le panéliste, le modérateur. Moi, je m'appelle Koroné Massani. Je suis député à l'Assemblée nationale du Niger. Et je suis très satisfait de toutes les activités qui se sont déroulées dans ce forum. Mais j'ai un certain nombre de critiques. Le barrage linguistique est un problème important qui doit être levé. Parce que quand vous réunissez des parlementaires et que c'est juste les membres du panel qui parlent, vous nous donnez 1 ou 2 minutes, ça c'est déjà un problème. Les parlementaires, ils sont là pour parler, pour débattre. Donc il faut dans l'avenir prévoir suffisamment de temps pour que les gens s'expriment. Premièrement. Deuxièmement, par rapport au barrage linguistique, moi je suis dans un pays francophone. Je suis dans un parlement où on a initié un forum au niveau communautaire. CEDEAO, ECOWAS. Donc nous sommes actuellement en train de préparer un forum pour janvier prochain, du 16 au 18 janvier 2020. Nous avons fait beaucoup de choses dans notre Parlement, on a adopté des lois, mais toutes les discussions auxquelles j'ai participé depuis le 25 jusqu'à hier, c'est des discussions où il n'y a pas de traduction. Moi, je ne parle pas très bien l'anglais. Mon anglais est faible. Vous voyez, là, il y a une injustice. Donc quand vous parlez de la confiance. Comment quelqu'un va vous faire confiance s'il ne comprend pas ce que vous dites? Je pense que les propositions qui ont été faites par la députée du Salvador, elles sont très très bien. Il faut mettre en place un steering committee qui va préparer avant le prochain forum, le IGF de 2020, il faut préparer une organisation qui va permettre aux parlementaires de s'exprimer correctement. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur. Le monsieur à la gauche.
Bonjour.
Pardon. Yes, we go one mic by mic, and please try to be short. We have like 1 minute left, so we can take two short interventions, yeah. So please be short. Thank you.
Hello. Yes, I'm Safar from DRC. I want just first to thank the German Digital Agenda Committee for this initiative, and would like to ask them to take the lead that to make this first event where the parliamentary have access now on the discussion, to make these things continue even for the further session on giving the ownership from the top level of the IGF secretary, and also to make a follow-up how those parliamentarians are doing back home. As we say, what as our parliament will have to do back home. And on my point of view, I think I'll hope that in the next future, I'll also become like Jimmy Schulz in Congo, and making also an agenda, digital agenda in Congo. But for this, we have to make it not on a country by country, but it should be a thing that is global, and to make sure that all the parliament are going on the same direction, maybe not on the same speed, but on the same direction. And for this, I'm requesting the German digital agenda to take the lead on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm hearing from the organizers that we have a little bit more time, so we can let you get a few more. Let's go to the mic over there. Please, go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Pamela Masai, Member of Parliament, East African Legislative Assembly from Tanzania. My questions to the organizer is, we have heard a lot about the issues which can bring us together, which one of them is to bring the interparliamentary dialogues. Also, we need the inter-country dialogues. But the big question is, we're going to do the dialogue with the people who are not really aware of the digital internet. I really suggest that the IGF can come up maybe with a specific portal or specific program which can be sent to the countries and specifically to the specific institutions, so that they can understand what really IGF is doing and what is the main target for both of us, so that we can reach the main goal. Thank you.
Thank you. Just before giving the floor to Aida, just one remark on the requests. These ideas are very good. There's one thing that is, of course, needed to make them happen, which is money. And this year's host has, as you know, took a little bit of money in the hand to make things happen that maybe before have not been possible. So we need to find, and the IGF is something that is voluntarily funded by some governments, by some private actors, and it is helpful if you as parliamentarians go back to your countries and allow your government or ask your government to actually spend money on platforms of dialogue for digital for understanding, because a lot of times politicians and also CEOs say, well, these fora where people just talk are not important because no decisions are taken, so why spend money on this? And dialogue is the first step to come to reasonable decisions, come to a peaceful understanding. So it's important also the message that you as parliamentarian can bring home and say, we need to invest in this kind of dialogue. We need to support the IGF and other fora so that they can deliver the services that we would all wish it to deliver. With this, let me give the floor to Aida. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Thomas. My name is Christina Alida, and I work for the Egyptian government. And I would like to start by thanking the German government, and the German parliament for bringing in parliamentarians to this IGF. I am so proud to see many parliamentarians from our region, from Africa, from the Middle East, and from Egypt, of course, Dr. Aizer. One thing that I would like to bring to the attention of parliamentarians, who many have expressed is their first time to be at the IGF, I want to draw the attention that there is a network of over 100 of national, regional, and youth IGFs that happen on a grassroots level in the different countries and the different regions. And this network has been identified by the report of the UN Secretary General's High-Level Panel on Digital Cooperation as a strength of the IGF. I hope that parliamentarians can go back home to their regions and connect with those networks and maybe enforce them, support them, and bring the voices back and connect the dots into the global IGF. Thank you.
Thank you, Aida. Just one information. These national and regional structures are not formally linked to the IGF, but you find all the list of those that exist on the IGF website with the contacts, so you can get to them. Just a quick reply.
Just a quick reply. Thank you, Ms. Arida. And I want to share with you a secret that without Ms. Arida, I wouldn't have been here because she's the one who told me about the IGF and encouraged me and did all the links. So I thank her very much. And this is a real model of like working together between the parliament and the government. So it's a live example. Thank you.
Thank you for this example. The gentleman in the middle. Thank you.
Merci, bonjour. Je suis M. Aïcher Abakar Hassan, député à l'Assemblée nationale tchadienne, président de la commission communication, nouvelles technologies de l'information et de la communication, droits fondamentaux et libertés. Je suis très ravi je remercie beaucoup le Bundestag allemand qui nous a invités pour participer à cet IGF. Je salue également l'initiative prise par le panel de créer un comité de pilotage qui peut réunir tous les parlementaires. Par contre, comme tout à l'heure, mon ami qui s'est passé, nous sommes pleins de la barrière linguistique qui s'est érigée entre nous, francophones et anglophones, parce que tout l'IGF était en anglais et nous n'avons pas la traduction ni le document en français. Ça, c'est un point. D'autre part, mon pays, le Tchad, a organisé ces derniers mois l'IGF au Tchad, en N'Djamena, qui a vu la participation de 45 pays africains et plus de 3000 participants. J'aimerais bien que les conclusions et les résolutions de ce forum soient intégrées à l'IGF de Berlin et que les gens sachent quels sont les problèmes qui se posent aux Africains et quelles sont les solutions idoines qu'ils doivent apporter à ces Africains pour qu'ils puissent accéder à ces nouvelles technologies. La question que je pose est la suivante. Est-ce que la fracture numérique est définitivement soudée? Parce qu'à Genève, en 2003, nous avons parlé de la fracture numérique entre le monde développé et le monde sous-développé. Deuxième question, est-ce qu'aujourd'hui les pays du Nord et du Sud ont le même niveau de développement pour avancer ensemble vers l'inclusion? Parce que je crois qu'à mon avis, il y a beaucoup de défis et de barrières à l'inclusion. Et ces barrières et ces défis doivent être relevés, non seulement par les pays africains, par l'aide de la communauté internationale. Parce qu'aujourd'hui, comme une panéliste avait parlé de 30% seulement, des gens qui ont 30% accès à l'Internet, en Afrique, il y a moins de 30% qui ont accès à l'Internet. Et je crois qu'au niveau de l'UIT, quand le DG de l'UNIT parlait de l'éducation, parlait de l'électricité en brousse, parlait de la technologie qui doivent être en brousse, tous ces défis-là ne peuvent être relevés que par un apport international. Parce que nous, en Afrique, aujourd'hui, dans les grandes villes, il y a l'électricité. Mais en brousse, vous n'avez pas d'électricité. Et nous sommes confrontés également à un autre problème. Chez nous, au Tchad, c'est le terrorisme qui fait des ravages. Et donc, ces cyberattaques-là, nous devrons avoir des aides importantes pour les contrecarrer. Parce que ces attaques criminelles nous causent beaucoup de tort, non seulement au pays, mais également à son développement. Je vous remercie.
Merci à vous, monsieur. Le temps avance, alors je vous encourage vivement de continuer les discussions à midi, l'après-midi et surtout aussi après. Et alors maintenant, j'aimerais redonner le contrôle sur cet entretien au modérateur, à la modératrice principale. Je vous remercie beaucoup. C'est clair qu'il n'y a jamais assez de temps pour parler de tous les sujets, mais je crois qu'on a eu un bon départ ici à Berlin. Encore une fois, un remerciement. Et aussi à Jimmy, que c'était un bon ami de moi. On a discuté plusieurs fois dans les IGF que ça a été fait possible pour qu'on puisse se voir dans ce cadre. Merci beaucoup.
Dans le salle ici, et je vous remercie beaucoup parce que je ne suis pas un membre de Parlement, je suis seulement une journaliste, mais je suis très touchée et très mauvais par cette discussion. Pour moi, c'est quelque chose que je prends pour moi, pour n'importe quoi. Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup à vous.
Merci.
Thank you very much, Thomas Schneider, for keeping the fire and really holding the fire during this discussion. Thank you for your strong contributions from the various countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I hope we are still connected with remote hubs out there and people that are still connected with us online. And for the last panel before lunch, I'm now very glad to hand over the microphone to Professor Dr. Wolfgang Kleinwächter from the Global Commission on the Stability of Cyberspace. And in a couple of minutes, he will bring on stage Manuel Höferlin as a member of the German Parliament. So the question now is the presentation and the discussion of the parliamentarian messages. So please enjoy.
Thank you very much. My name is Wolfgang Kleinwächter, and I'm one of these old IGF veterans. And my duty is to guide you through the final part of this session. And, you know, internet policy making is always done in an open and transparent way, but bottom up. And we have tried to summarize the debate you had the last couple of days among parliamentarians in a very brief document, which is called The Messages from the Meeting of Parliamentarians Participating in the 14th UN Internet Governance Forum. This is not a resolution, this is not a declaration, and as we all know from the internet world, you know, guidelines and messages are adopted more or less by rough consensus. So that means it's a broad understanding and not everybody has to agree with every single word if you support the main message. It's called message, and as I said, it's not a formal resolution or declaration. And because we remember, Jimmy, in many of these fora here, the proposal was made to call this messages the Jimmy Schulz call. And I have a very personal memory because it was the IGF in Nairobi in the year 2011, the first where Jimmy participated, and the idea that sometimes Germany will host an IGF came up out from this very first meeting, and he was the very first German member of a parliament who came to an IGF and mobilized then others, including Manuel Höferlin, who will guide you through the final part of this document. This document has 3 parts. The first part is a chapeau. Then come some references to other documents, and the final part includes some operational paragraphs, which include also the proposal made just in the discussion to continue the work in form of an IGF group of parliamentarians. You know, the chapeau has one main key point, and that is the internet is a controversial issue. And if you want to move forward, you have to balance conflicting interests. I think this is really the main message, balance. Balance is this keyword, and we have issues in the so-called 4 baskets or buckets of the internet world: security, economy, human rights, and technology. And whatever you do, you have to balance the various interests and conflict things. I think this is the main starting point for parliamentarians, and I think this is not new for people sitting in the parliament, that they have to find compromises, and that means to balance conflicting interests. You know, the second part of this document is references to 6 different other documents and fora. You know, there is no need to reinvent the wheel. We discuss internet governance since nearly 20 years or even more, and there has been achievements. And if you want to move forward, you should build on this what has been achieved. The internet is a layered system, and what we have to do now is although to accept this layered approach to internet policy making, and we should build our next steps on this what has been achieved. And this is mainly the Tunis agenda, which is a very good document. This is the Net Mundial Declaration, which came out, you know, from a multi-stakeholder process in the year 2014 and has described a little bit more in detail what the multi-stakeholder approach is. These are, you know, resolutions by the United Nations, which have declared, and this is supported by all the 193 member states of the UN, that international law and human rights are relevant both offline and online. And I think this is really a big building block for our activities in national parliaments in the years ahead. And this is also an interesting building block is the many reports we have from the various commissions. Thomas mentioned the report by the high-level panel on digital cooperation, which was established by the UN Secretary General. So there has been commissions established by the International Labour Organization on the future of work. The lady from El Salvador mentioned the Global Commission on Stability in Cyberspace. We have a lot of ideas, so there is no need to reinvent the wheel. Let's use the existing documents, and for you as parliamentarians, the work of the International Parliamentarian Union, the IPU, is of special importance. That means you can use this international network if you move forward, and the IPU has renewed its report on the so-called e-parliament, which has a lot of good ideas and innovation, you know, what you can do as parliamentarians. And this is also relevant for the Sustainable Development Goals, which has been adopted of the United Nations. And there's a special reference to the SDG number 9, which is directed to the issue we have here discussed. This is the framework we have. And if we look forward, we see already for the next decade some milestones. You know, the next big thing will probably be the document which is under a discussion now for the 75th anniversary of the United Nations. This could become an important guideline where you can bring a lot of ideas to the international level, and then you can benefit from this in your national discussions. There will be in the year 2025 a WSIS Plus 20 conference, and probably, you know, this will become like a World Internet Summit, because, you know, the world was different 20 years ago, and when we come together in the year 2025 to review the outcome of the World Summit, this will be another big thing. And then in the year 2030, we have to look back what we have achieved with the Sustainable Development Goals. And the third part of this document includes the operational paragraphs, and I ask Manuel to come to the podium and to guide us through these 5 paragraphs, and then we can adopt by acclamation the Jimmy Schulz call. Manuel.
Yeah, thank you, Wolfgang. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, last year in Paris, I participated in the IGF for the first time. It was a year where I really felt a part of it. This year, not in Paris. Jimmy Schulz, for a long time, was the only parliamentarian from Germany who participated at the IGF. And as told, he came back to us and told us from the IGF, and he really was on fire every time and said, it's a great meeting, we have to join this, we have to be a part of the IGF. And so last year in Paris, I first understood what he told me, and it's a very special place, the IGF, because people from all over the world come together from different views, from different parts of the world and parts of society, and they're talking about the future of the internet and learn new things every day, and all of it within a welcoming and open-minded culture of conversation, as you know, as you are here. And sadly, as you all know, Jimmy Schulz passed away on day 0 of the IGF, and we remembered him in the opening, and he is part of a lot of meetings, of speeches here. In the conversations with the parliamentarians, especially on Wednesday, we had a meeting first with the ICANN board and after that with WindServe, and we had about 40 minutes between these two meetings, and all the parliamentarians who were at the first meeting there just stayed in the room and we talked to each other. Some of you are there. Margarita, it was a great spontaneous meeting, and in that meeting we developed the idea to call this parliamentarian outcome Jimmy Schulz Call. And I don't want to read loud these 5 points, you all can read, but especially I want to stress 3 of the recommendations of the Jimmy Schulz Call. We parliamentarians want to enhance international cooperation and the exchange of the best practices among national parliaments. I think it's important, and you heard it from the colleagues. I think it's a great picture to see it as, let us be Jimmy Schulz going home and tell our people what the IGF is, and to light up a fire in our countries so that we maybe come back with more parliamentarians to be a part of this multi-stakeholder meeting every year somewhere in the world. And yeah, we parliamentarians want to integrate the multi-stakeholder approach when passing legislation governing the internet in our parliaments. And that's also important because we can take a part of this culture here of the IGF back in our parliaments. And our parliaments are very different. We have a different culture of talking to each other in our parliaments. And we have, let me be, say it friendly, we have free and we have more free parliaments and free and more free speeches possibilities in the countries. So maybe we can take this culture of the IGF back in our countries and back in our parliaments to enhance the talking about free internet and the future in internet especially. And lastly, the most importantly, to Jimmy, I know it, and most of us who know him personally knows it, we parliamentarians want to work towards an informal parliamentary IGF group. And we bring together parliamentarians from all over the world on future IGFs. And I say, we started here at the IGF, at that idea, and maybe we can enforce it in Poland the next years, and that would be a great thing. And let me respond to one thing. The IPU and other organizations are often limited to a special count of persons who are in the delegation. Here at the IGF, everybody can come here and to every IGF. And it's also in some countries a question that not every member of parliament who is part of the opposition has the possibility to come to international conferences. Maybe it's normal, quite normal here in Germany, not always. Sometimes it's limited to 2 parliamentarians, and then these 2 parliamentarians are the 2 parliamentarians of the 2 biggest parties in the parliament. But in other countries, it's not normal. So it's a good idea to have an open space where parliamentarians from all over the world, doesn't matter if they are part of the government or part of the opposition, can come here, can come to the IGF meetings in the future and talk about the future and the freedom of the internet. And that's, I think, that would be Jimmy's idea, that the IGF includes parliamentarians of all of the parties and all different thinkings and ideas in that multi-stakeholder process in the IGF. Thank you, especially you parliamentarians and all the participants at this year's IGF. And I also want to thank the hosts and the organizers. And me as a part of the opposition to the government, of course, who spent a lot of money to make this possible. Also to invite the parliamentarians all over the world. The letter was signed from Wolfgang Schäuble, the president of the German parliament, and Jimmy Schulz, the head of the digital committee. But all these letters have to be sent out, and everything needs money, as told, and thanks to the government in Germany to make this also possible. And I think with this call, we did something great today, and I'm sure Jimmy would be pretty proud of us. And thank you for being here, and see you next time. Thank you.
Goodbye in Katowice next year.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for your long time attention today. Merci beaucoup à tous. We have a lunch now until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and we will be bringing it all together in the form of a heart at 3 o'clock on this stage. So enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you very much.
Hört man da, was man so untereinander sagt als Podiumsteilnehmer? Oder kannst du mich hören? Ja, wegen Monitor. Ich sollte besser sein. Ja, weil ich mich halt auch damit nicht habe. Die bespricht ja wieder so durch die Nase. Aber ich kriege, dass die Kapseln so fest sind. Weil ich ziehe mal minus 20 und dann mal so ein bisschen rabiat verhandeln. Nicht, dass wir da irgendwo so einen Kracher haben. Ja, das ist schon mal gut. Nein, ich meine ja, ob jetzt sozusagen Kabel in Buchse oder Mikrofon in Buchse auf welche Geräusche. Kinder, das ist Berlin, sage ich euch. Das ist Berlin. Ausmachen. Vielleicht irgendjemand, dass vielleicht von Vagedes jemand sich darum kümmert, dass die da gebrieft werden, dass sie die Mikrofone selber anschalten können und ausmachen können. Und wenn sie die nicht ausmachen, kann ich die ausmachen, aber nicht wieder anmachen.
So, jetzt nochmal ein Test. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Denn die 5, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 4, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. 2, 2, 2. Hoppala, sorry. Und die 1, 1, 1, 1, 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll start in 3 minutes. Kindly come in and take your seats. That would be great. Thank you. 3 minutes. Mm-hmm. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Can we please take our seats? We're about to start the closing sessions. Thank you very much. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the closing sessions of the 2019 IGF meeting. On the podium today, we have the host country co-chair, Ms. Daniela Bronstrup, Deputy Director General, Ministry of Economy, and we have the 2019 MAG Chair, Lynn Santamore. Oh, no. I'm just... Sorry. And we have the 2020 host country co-chair, Ms. Wanda Buk, Deputy Minister of Digital Affairs of Poland, and the 2020 MAG Chair, Henriette Esterhusen. And representing UNDESA, we have Wyman Kwok. Thank you very much. We felt that it was very important this time around, since we do have the announcement of the 2020 MAG chairs and co-chairs, that they are present to listen to the input given by you on your reflections of the IGF 2019 process and the IGF 2019 meeting. Now, as you know, this session is divided into 3 sessions. The first thing that we're going to have is the bringing it all together session and reporting in, where we hear quick summaries from all the mainstreams of the IGF 2019 meeting. And then we'll have the open mic taking stock session. And then after that, we will have the closing ceremony. So to start off with, I would like to call upon the 2019 host country co-chair, Ms. Daniela Brunstrup, to say a few words. Thank you.
Thank you, Chengetai. Thank you, Chengetai. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends and colleagues. Time flies. I remember very clearly inviting you all to the Internet Governance Forum 2019, Berlin, 1 year ago, at the fantastic IGF in Paris. Today, we got together again once more, closing an Internet Governance Forum. And I'm really happy and proud to say it has been an interesting and outstanding one. And this is thanks to you all. Never before has an IGF been attended by so many participants. More than 5,000 people, among them many participants from the Global South, have come to Berlin and joined the interesting sessions of this IGF. Never before have so many stakeholder groups been represented. For the first time ever, we welcomed more than 100 legislators from over 50 countries. We have truly altogether written IGF history. Germany applied to host the Internet Governance Forum this year because we deeply believe in the IGF and its multi-stakeholder approach. For us, the IGF is the most important international dialogue platform on the current and the future challenges of Internet governance. Our successful application to being host country has been followed by several months of intensive work, requiring a lot of joint efforts. Many thanks to all who have contributed and worked days and nights. In the name of the German government, I would especially like to thank our partners, the United Nations and the Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group, especially its chair, Lynn. Yes, please applaud whenever you like. As well as the IGF Secretariat, but this is a very small team, which is extremely helpful. We thank them for their outstanding work and for their fruitful cooperation. Only together we were able to put on such an event. Many thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, also for the first time, the IGF was structured around 3 main themes: data governance, inclusion, and safety, security, stability, and resilience. In numerous workshops, open fora, and main sessions, you have debated pressing internet issues, exchanged ideas and experiences. You have argued and agreed. During these days, we witnessed your dedication, ideas, and companionship. In the name of the German government, I want to thank all for your inspiring commitment. You and us, we are what the IGF is all about. We are the multi-stakeholders fighting for an open, secure, reliable, and truly open internet, free from discrimination, propaganda, and censorship. This is today more important than ever. We very much enjoyed welcoming you all to Berlin. I'm sure the city has proven to be an excellent place to host the IGF, as it is an open, diverse, and vibrant metropolis. I hope that you took the chance to enjoy also that. Of course, this conference center is a gorgeous one, but so is the city out there, and if you haven't enjoyed the city, please do so over the weekend. Next year, the IGF will take place in Poland. And what has been achieved this year in Berlin, and also last year in Paris, should be an incentive for all of us. Let's continue the dialogue. Let's keep up the good work. Let's share the IGF spirit. And I'm sure that we will be able to transfer that spirit to Katowice, and I'm looking forward to that. I'm personally looking forward also now to your comments, your impressions, your takeaways, and insights. Thank you again very much for participating. Thank you for making this IGF that special. And let me say already now, see you again next year in Poland. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bonstrup. Next, I'd like to call upon the 2019 MAG Chair, Ms. Linz Saint-Amand.
Thank you, Chengetai. I'd like to start out by thanking the German government, particularly Dr. Daniel Brunstrup and Rudolf Griddle. Danielle served as the honorary host country co-chair, and she attended every one of the MAG meetings that we had, physical MAG meetings, and Rudolf, every one of those MAG meetings, and many, many calls as well. Without their kind of consistent attention to this matter, we would not have had the quality of the IGF we've had so far. So it really needs to be recognized. At the same time, I also know firsthand that the entire German government was behind this. We had many meetings with all of the ministries and all the other departments, and they also put their full commitment and time and effort behind it. And again, without them, this would not have been nearly the success either. So they need to be recognized as well. So in all the efforts of the MAG and the community over the last year, we focused on improvements requested by the community, including input from the NRIs, DCs, best practice forums, and as well through traditional review processes such as the CSTD Working Group on IGF Improvements or the retreat held in 2016, which was organized by UNDESA. It, of course, includes all the suggestions we received through the annual stock-taking exercise, which we're going to head into shortly. It also includes remarks and suggestions that we get from many, many sources, clearly from things such as the UN Secretary General Guterres' speech and President Macron's speech at last year's IGF, the United Nations Secretary General's high-level panel on digital cooperation, which has been taking place over the last year and a half, roughly. All those efforts are taken, and comments are taken very much into consideration in the work of the MAG as we actually plan the activities for the program. I know it's taken into account across all of the other ecosystem activities as well. So in particular, some of those efforts were really focused on delivering a more cohesive, focused program of work, which is one of the more consistent suggestions for improvement that we've received over the years. That did include identifying the three main themes based on community surveys and a call for issues. And as Daniela mentioned a few moments ago, was digital inclusion, data governance, and security, safety, stability, and resilience. Tracks were built around those narratives, and they incorporated efforts from across the community, including the multi-stakeholder high-level leaders meeting held on day 0. We had a return to that this year after, for very good reasons, not having them in past years. Last year, for instance, it conflicted with the Paris Peace Forum and the 100-year anniversary. So we're very glad that that's been put back in, because I think it gives us some insight into different perspectives and different views, which are so critical here in the work that we actually do. It also obviously included the opening panels, workshops, the open forums, and again, of course, best practice forums, dynamic coalitions, and all the activities of the NRIs here. And these were significantly enriched by the presence and the augmented focus on parliamentarians and SMEs. And we have a lot that we can learn from and build on from those two sets of activities. The best practice forums in particular focused on increasing outreach and strengthening their outputs. And there was a focus on increasing collaboration across and between all parts of the IGF ecosystem. And perhaps even more importantly, there was significant effort to expand outreach to other disciplines, to developing countries, and to marginalized groups. But it's also safe to say we still have a very, very long way to go. In addition, there was significant effort put into looking for channels for the outputs. It's fine to create outputs here, but a lot of the subsequent activity needs to take place in other forums or through other efforts. So to the extent we can identify that and move that forward, clearly we'll have more success in the work. And you'll hear some of the successes on that when we have some of the report outs, particularly from the BPF later on today. And across everything we did, we worked on strengthening our reporting, building on past efforts such as the key messages. And in that, we really need to thank UNDESA and the UN team for all their support, and Diplo, of course, which was supported by the German government, because without their tireless work and many, many, many late nights, we wouldn't have the reports and the chair summary and the other messages. It's a critical piece of work that I think is not fully recognized. I said you'll hear more details on some of these activities in the coming reports. But one additional point here is that we worked really hard to focus on key policy questions, or to identify what we wanted to accomplish with every one of these sessions. It's a very rich resource when you have 100, 200, 500 people in a room all caring about a particular topic. To the extent we can drive and consolidate our activities, the more impact we'll have. So the more concise we can be about what it is we're trying to advance, I think the more progress we'll make. And that's also partly in response to a lot of the comments we've had over the years. And maybe just finally, today, parliamentarians from across the world, and Rudolph will report out on that in just a few moments, agreed on a set of messages. And they were dedicated to Jimmy Schultz, who was a German politician who initiated the parliamentarians meeting at the IGF, and he was a longtime passionate advocate for the IGF and for multi-stakeholder processes. And as you've all heard earlier, he passed away Monday of this week. Finally, SMEs. I sat in on some of the SME sessions, and we have so much that we can actually do to help them and learn from them. So I do hope that we find a way as we go forward to figure out how we pull them in, whether it's at an NRI level or it's here. That is really where the significant engines of growth are coming from the economy, and frankly, a lot of innovation. So I do hope that we can take into account some of the things that they said would be helpful and that they'd like to see, and find a way to support them as we go forward as well. And I think I'll stop there and just thank everybody for all their support and attention over the year, and very, very, very warm welcome to Henriette coming in. You will be in great hands. She's been a member of this community for so long and has been participating in internet governance, WSIS activities and things for years. There are very few people that actually has the background and history she does to the IGF and the community. So I just want to warmly welcome her and say that I'm there to help her in any way I can, and also very happy to stay out of the way. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lynn. Now we go on to the brief summaries from the various tracks. I would like to invite Rudolf Gründel to come and say a brief summaries on the high-level meeting and the legislators track. Thank you.
Thank you, Chengetai. Good afternoon. The day zero, which is already 5 days ago, and some of you perhaps have already not such a good memory of it, was indeed an exceptional day zero because for the first time there was this high-level meeting on a multi-stakeholder format. There was a breakfast, ministers only, from 28 countries all over the world, very balanced. But afterwards, there was a real high-level exchange with CEOs, with leaders from the technical community, from the civil society, with the ministers in different panels, all organized along the tracks that Lynn has already and Daniela have already mentioned. And I'm shortening it, data, inclusion, and security. And that was something that we thought, when we were looking at it, as very inspiring and very fruitful. And that's why our minister decided to wrap this high-level discussion up in a short summary, which is already online, and some of you might have seen it. I'm not gonna repeat this here, but just want to highlight a few of the principles that are not new or not revolutionary, but it was something that has been, perhaps for the first time, consolidated on this high level in a multi-stakeholder context. It might have been already in the G20 context, it might have been already in the business context, others, but for the first time in a multi-stakeholder high-level principle, we had principles like something which has already been mentioned by the parliamentarians, that the human rights and the Declaration of Human Rights, of course, do apply as well offline and online. And this is some of the guiding principles for all the work that we are doing here, that the SDGs have to be fulfilled through the use of internet and digital technologies. That the core of the internet, that was something that many of the participants, and not for the least Windsurf, have made the core, the public core of the internet must not be touched, must be a safe backbone. Another principle, and that was also very dear to us as a host country, to bring in the SMEs, the small and the medium-sized enterprises, into the internet governance dialogue, the forum, but also in other fora, because we think nowadays with Industry 4.0, Internet of Things, you cannot honestly divide the world into an internet world and an offline world. It's all interlinked. And so we have to bring them around the world into this debate. And we have published also some input from us as a host country, elements for a charter or elements for how to bring these SMEs worldwide into the internet governance debate. We have also already heard several times, so I'm going to be a little bit short on that, that this parliamentarian session has also been something very new and something very exciting. I don't know who of you has been here this morning in the main session of the parliamentarians. I think it was one of the most lively debates I have witnessed, and it was also very diverse with representatives really from all over the world, all the countries. It's actually, I just got the last figures, it's 150 from over 50 countries. And the messages called the Jimmy Schulz call have been mentioned with many very important principles in it. I already mentioned the human rights one. And I think the most important outcome of this meeting was that the parliamentarians themselves, they were so excited and so happy about having this dedicated space for debate and for advancing their own knowledge and their own interlinkage, that they have decided that they want to continue this, want to go on the next IGFs and possibly also the IGFs after that with this parliamentarians track. And that is something for us as a host country really very gratifying, because that was a little hope that we had when we had this idea of the parliamentarian session, and that now it comes from the parliamentarians themselves shows that it is something that has been timely and that has been relevant and will perhaps flourish in the future even more. And for it to flourish, we have, and you know this, I'm just repeating it, committed $1 million. Our ministers has said it over the next 3 years. And one large part of this money is actually earmarked for future parliamentarian activities, and the other one for the Global South, and the third one for the involvement of the IGF Secretariat in the HLPDC process, so that there is also an interlinkage there. And this is something, so we don't only want to have a principle that has been perhaps come out, but something really concrete that will be filled with life over the next years. That was it for the host country priorities and the host country specificities. We are very glad that you all have been here. We are very glad that we could bring so many participants from the Global South to Berlin. So in order to have a really global IGF, a really inclusive IGF, and that leaves me with thanking you all for being here, thanking you for your contributions, and hoping to see you soon, either in the MAG or at the latest in Katowice. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rudolf. I would like next to invite Under-Secretary General Fabricio Hochschild, who is leading the follow-up to the HLPDC process, to say a few words on his takeaways.
Thank you. This is my third IGF and has been the most extraordinary, perhaps also because I've made a learning journey along the way, so I probably understood more here. I've almost reached 10% of understanding at this stage than in the previous IGFs. It was particularly useful because of the feedback on the report. And we were very grateful both for the extraordinary preparatory work that was done to ensure that the report got focus. And I must commend those who put out the background publications, books, for the IGF. I think they are extraordinary documents that I suspect will live on in time. The feedback we heard was generally very supportive of the recommendations, but with some qualifications. I think perhaps the more controversial recommendation is the proposal to have a global, multi-stakeholder political commitment for digital trust and security, something that would bring together the many charters, contracts, calls that are out there, many of them multi-stakeholder, some of them specific to one or the other community, but none of them universal. And that was the proposal in the panel. But there are some, I heard some misgivings from some states, concern in particular that there would be overlap with the first committee processes, the GGE and the open-ended working group. So we will explore it further to see if it is something that where there is the potential to reach a convergence of opinion. And of course, we will ensure that there is no overlap with the ongoing processes under the first committee of the GA, which focuses on threats to international peace and security. On governance, I heard virtually unanimous support for the IGF plus model. Even if much needs to be elaborated on how exactly it would work, it's clear that it would retain and build on many of the positive factors that the IGF demonstrates. In particular, it's the ability for free-flowing and frank dialogue, and of course its multi-stakeholder nature. But with a view to having more outcomes, more focused outcomes, but as Lynn likes to stress, and very appropriately so, those outcomes, of course, have to be linked to other processes where they could gain a more normative character. And there, I think, this model that had some precedent but was brought to greater fruition at this IGF of having a high-level segment either before or maybe at the end of the IGF to allow for direct interaction with political leaders and parliamentarians is an idea that should be pursued. And we're very grateful for the vigor with which Germany and UAE will lead a multi-stakeholder group in elaborating further on what an IGF model could look like, of course, within the broad WSIS framework. We heard loud and clear concerns about the follow-up process, that the information sharing had not been ideal. And I'd like to say up front, I apologize for that, but we will be publishing the groups that will be coming together to see what action is already happening under each of the recommendations, to explore what further action should be taken, and thus help to prepare the roadmap for the Secretary General. We will be publishing those the groups we've come up with but next week. It was critical to have more consultations with some stakeholders here. We want to ensure that the groups are both multi-stakeholder and, as far as possible, and this is not easy, diverse in terms of geographic representation. And that has required a lot of hard work from a tiny team, basically David Kelly, who many of you know, and myself, and part-time one or two others, to get off the ground. And perhaps with those resource constraints, we have not been as communicative as we should, but I hope you'll find we make up for that. And let me make clear that these little groups, these working groups, are fluid structures. So if anybody feels left out and would actively wish to drive the recommendation forward, please approach us, and that can be easily and quickly rectified. In conclusion, let me just say, I think from year to year, in the 3 short years I've been involved, it's becoming ever clearer that the challenge to the internet's very success is arguably its biggest threat. From year to year, it's become clearer that upholding the open, free, and secure internet that was so much in the minds of its founders is getting an ever greater challenge, as it can be taken over by ever larger commercial interests, ever bigger political agendas, and also the agendas of those who love a tool that can diffuse not only the positive but also the negative at unheard of speeds. So to the extent things are left to drift, we may lose the gift. And to retain this open, free, secure internet that is respectful and upholds human rights rather than undermining them will require a very determined and conscious effort across all stakeholder groups. And hopefully we can work together to position the IGF Plus to do precisely that. And finally, I'd like to thank Germany, not only for the wonderful organization, not only for making this more inclusive than ever, but also for really the quite extraordinary generosity and hospitality which we all felt. And I think the energy, the insight and inspiration you brought to this IGF will really promises very well for how we can continue to strengthen it year by year as we move forward. So thank you all again. It was a privilege to be here with you, and I look forward to working together to make this an even stronger body.
Thank you very much, Under Secretary General. The next session is short summaries from the thematic work streams with presentation of key messages. I would like to call upon Ben Wallace to give a short summary on the data governance stream.
Thank you, Chengetai. And well, so I was the MAG member responsible for overseeing the data governance sessions. And there's been very rich, very varied discussions across, I think we had 32 different sessions on the topic of data governance. And these have run just until 1 p.m. where we had the concluding session for our whole theme. So I hope you will indulge me drawing on my notes here. I'm going to try and capture the varied discussions from the week in 3 different areas: cross-border data flows and development, data as a key resource for our economy and society, and the role of ethics and fundamental rights in data governance. So with the first one on cross-border data flows, and the concept of one world, one net, one vision, that relies on the ability to connect across borders, whether that's people connecting to other people, businesses connecting with their customers or other businesses, and that results in flows of data and information around the globe. And as data crosses borders, multiple legal and regulatory frameworks often apply to the treatment of the data, and that can produce uncertainty and it can produce conflicts between different jurisdictions. And a general preference emerging this week seems to be for international cooperation. It's not in the sense of cooperating on some global convention on data rules, more on cooperation between countries, between regions and across the world. There's a feeling and a hope that working collaboratively in a global context on developing commonly agreed values and principles of data frameworks could assist in building the much needed confidence in cross-border data flows with the resultant economic and social benefits that can bring. The second of the 3 groups is data as a resource for our economy and our society. And we heard across the week many examples of how AI and open data can contribute towards the achievement of the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. And there are many examples of how our everyday lives are being supported, influenced, improved by digital applications that rely on big data and algorithms. But there's a lack of adequate global and national human-centric data governance. And that limits data's potential as a key resource for sustainable development. And individuals, smaller businesses and developing countries can often find themselves left out of the ability to share and benefit from the value of their own data, while simultaneously being vulnerable to data breaches and attacks on their privacy rights. So that brings me to the last of the 3 groups, and that's the role of ethics and fundamental rights in data governance. Data governance challenges are increasingly seen through the lens of human rights risks and not just as ethical dilemmas. And in the previous 2 areas, I've talked a lot about the senses in which data combined with new technologies can be a valuable tool. But just as a broom can be used to clean up a room, a broom can be used to hit someone over the head. And just as the use of data can be a helpful tool, it can also be weaponized. And artificial intelligence and algorithms, if they're not governed effectively, they can be used to monitor and manipulate behavior, to besiege us with ever more intrusive advertising, to manipulate voters, and to stifle freedom of expression. So there needs to be a policy balance when developing algorithms between being able to extract knowledge that can be used for good and knowledge that can be used to infringe on the fundamental rights of people whose data has been collected. Thanks.
Thank you very much, John Wallace. Our next speaker is Mr. Paul Rowney, who's going to speak about the digital inclusion thematic stream.
Thank you, Changatai. Firstly, I just want to capture that the IGF is a personal journey. It's a journey that offers a community experience, has a global impact, and for some of us here today, they joined our digital inclusion track as part of that journey. So I'd like to thank those that joined that track. As one of the co-moderators and facilitators for the digital inclusion track and a member of the MAG, my task is to give you a bit of insight into that track, some of the key takeaways, and to look at some of the key messages that arose out of those tracks. So, whilst the key takeaways are broad, digital inclusion covers a multitude of sub-themes. So it's a very broad and diverse area. It covers from access, affordability, infrastructure, to local content, multilingualism, skills, education, jobs, and social inclusion. And of course, we shouldn't forget governance. The first and possibly the most important takeaway is our common understanding of what digital inclusion means. On an individual basis, on a national basis, a continental basis, and indeed on a global basis. We are, after all, one world. But are we a world with one vision for a digitally included society? So I'm not defining this, but I want this as a bit of a takeaway that we give some thought as what does digital inclusion mean to you? And more important, what would it mean to you if your digital rights are removed? On the sub-theme of access, one of the key messages that came across, and this was also a fundamental learning curve for me because it's something I haven't thought of deep enough, but we need to differentiate and understand what access and accessibility means and capture this in policy dialogue if we are to achieve digital inclusion. It also became apparent from the workshops that big gaps still exist in achieving digital inclusion, where the old divides still exist, where there's been a slowdown in the number of new connections, and where in Africa, for example, around 60% of the population is classified as youth, while the continent has some of the lowest internet penetration rates and some of the highest youth unemployment rates. So this raises questions that if we don't achieve inclusive digital inclusion, what will happen? You know, what are the consequences of our youth that are disconnected? It is clear from the workshops that we cannot use the measure of mobile phone penetration as a measure of achieving digital inclusion. We must recognize the fundamental human right to be connected to a safe and secure internet and measure how many of our citizens have what is termed as meaningful connectivity. So it's become clear from so many of the workshops that it's not just about getting connected. You know, that connection has to mean something to the person that's getting connected. The workshops of digital inclusion identified big gaps in digital skills and access to digital jobs, where many in the Global South are still being denied the opportunity to be digitally included. That there remain gaps in education, where we are not adequately equipping our citizens with the digital skills needed for the 21st century. And one of the messages or questions that came out of one of the workshops was, how can we prepare or better prepare our educators to be able to transfer the needed digital skills to the learners and to our existing workforce? Because we have to reskill our workforces. And this is an issue that many of us have yet to solve. There are many reasons why many of our citizens remain disconnected. And these were discussed at length throughout the workshops. But some are geography, some are bias, some are financial. And you hear too many stories of citizens in the Global South having to make a choice between having a meal for the day or connecting to the internet. So the issues are real, and we need to address them now. The workshops have identified and yeah, let's use the word, unsupportive national regulators and policy frameworks, and in some cases, regulatory distrust or misunderstanding of community networks as one of the many reasons for communities not getting connected. A key message that came out of one of our workshops was that for many community network operators, their first step is to create access. But the real task comes later, to turn that access into accessibility. And I think that fundamental message needs to come across to our regulators and our policymakers. And it highlights the need for our national regulators, in particular in the Global South, to adopt a new approach to connectivity, an approach that is open and supportive of community networks and to the transformation of telecommunication policies into digital policies. It also highlights the need for simple licensing, dynamic spectrum access, simple licensing regimes to the rural spectrum or access to the rural spectrum. And the same rules that apply in urban should not necessarily apply in rural. For every day that we keep communities disconnected is another day that the benefits of e-health, e-education, e-government, e-agriculture, and not to mention all the other life-changing benefits that we all take for granted as globally connected citizens. So we need action now, and it's been highlighted throughout the workshops that we need to stop talking and we need to start implementing a change that enables communities, all our communities, to be connected. One of the workshops explored how we unlock the digital potential of the least developed and developing countries. And by unlocking these countries' digital potential, ensure that they are contributors and not just consumers of technology. And most importantly, benefit from an equitable share of the digital wealth. To enable conducive environments in these countries to incubate, develop and grow local technology companies that can grow into large domestic, regional and continental tech giants, the so-called new Silicon Valleys of the Global South. The workshop highlighted that digital inclusion is not just about being able to connect, but also to actively participate as a contributor to the new digital economy. As it stands, the unconnected citizens of the Global South are often viewed as the potential new digital consumers of the tech giants of the North. And lastly, just in closing, the workshop highlighted the need, and it was mentioned earlier, for meaningful connectivity. And this is something that's now on the agenda at the UN Broadband Commission and is being championed by the Web Foundation and the Alliance for Affordable Internet. Meaning that when we connect, we now need to ensure that we are connected. Okay, the message, being connected in itself is not enough. It must be meaningful connectivity delivered at the right speed with sufficient data, being connected through a suitable device enabling consumption and production of content, supporting connectivity as and when needed. So that basically closes my intervention. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Our next speaker is Silvia Cadena, who's going to speak on the security, safety, stability, and resilience thematic stream.
Thank you, Chengetai. My name is Silvia Cadena, and I am head of programs of the IPNIC Foundation. As an active member of the MAC, representing the technical community, I have the honor to share with you the key messages from the Safety, Security, Stability, and Resilience track. The track covered 42 sessions across 6 main sub-themes. I have identified 7 main points that, in my view, really capture the spirit of this track. In order to address the safety, security, stability, and resilience challenges of our times, all of us here, all stakeholders, have to renew our commitment to a multi-stakeholder approach. So, the first point, put people first, not profit. Can we think about that one for a minute? Second, understand that the future of the internet is a shared responsibility, and as such, a multi-stakeholder and multidisciplinary dialogue is paramount to devise policy solutions as well as their implications from the online space to the physical world. For dialogue to evolve into effective consensus building, it's important to seek clearer language and standardized definitions that assist with policy implementation, following rigorous research and analysis and identifying the contradictions and tensions between those concepts. That point was common across all the security, safety, stability, and resilience, the need for more clear and concrete definitions. A space, my fourth point, a safe space to disagree, to dissent, and to protest should be preserved, as it provides a valuable opportunity to achieve better outcomes, to correct course, and to learn from one another. Technology should not be used to quash dissent, to avoid protest, to pretend that we all have a common consensus when it's not there. The fifth point, the multi-stakeholder participation in the design and implementation is paramount so that policy solutions are fit for purpose, complement one another, are culturally appropriate, are transparent and inclusive, and more importantly, are actionable so that their impact can be measured. The sixth point, education about rights and responsibilities should be complemented with effective technical training. That's key. Without a solid understanding of how the internet works, about the risks and the threats facing us, responses can really break what we are trying to protect. And the seventh and final point, as the technology continues to evolve over layers and layers of existing infrastructure, concepts as basic as interoperability and peering are of absolute importance for a robust network development. In summary, the Safety, Security, Stability and Resilience Tract addressed the challenges that governments, private sector, civil society and technical community face when defining and implementing the regulatory frameworks, community standards, terms of service and cyber norms. How we arrive to those answers is as important as the answers themselves. The how brings legitimacy to the process, and it is absolutely key to maintain the engagement and support from all stakeholders. The answers are why we are here, working together to find them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Silvia Cadena. Our final section here is for the best practice forums, and I'd like to call upon Martin van Hoornbrink for cybersecurity.
Thank you very much, Shengetai. And first of all, I'd actually like to start off by thanking all of you who have contributed to the Best Practices Forum on cybersecurity over the last years and have made good faith contributions to the work that we've been doing. I think it's valuable in ways that we're only just beginning to appreciate, so thank you. In 2018, the Best Practices Forum on cybersecurity set the stage for the work that we did this year by taking a really long, hard, multi-stakeholder look at what were norms development spaces. This year, we built on that by identifying 19 cybersecurity agreements and best practices that signatories implemented to further their ideals. Key agreements that we looked at included the Paris Call for Trust and Security in Cyberspace, the UN GGE 2015 Consensus Report, and the African Union Convention on Cybersecurity and Personal Data Protection. We reviewed those agreements to see if they included key provisions, such as references to human rights, furthered the multi-stakeholder model, or recommended technical initiatives such as responsible disclosure. In July, we published a paper that explored that world from non-binding norms to legal agreements. We issued a call for contributions and gained input in several meetings. And then we brought together 6 experts here in Berlin to explore norms implementation at a much deeper level. During those conversations, we identified a few key learnings. The very first one was that in our context, norms are collective expectations for what we see as proper behavior for an identifiable group. When organizations in some way need to hide their behavior, it's often a good indication that a norm actually exists and is being violated. We also identified a second approach to norms development, identifying a behavior that we aspire to, and then investing to implement that particular activity as a norm. Second, despite the growth in norms initiatives, there are agreements of, there are areas of agreement and convergence. A number of initiatives have started to map those areas, and we can consider them as a starting point for cooperation. There's also a need to share challenges to norms implementation. Third, we can learn from technical norms that are easier to measure and apply those lessons to less tractable problems that we have. And a promising example that we identified is the mutually agreed norms for routing security, or manners. Fourth, during the IGF, there was a proposed approach to scrutinize norms implementation through case studies of historical events. Through the lens of practical experience in the past, the effectiveness of norms can be evaluated. And fifth, we identified that a relatively small number of agreements that we sampled were developed within clear multi-stakeholder places. A larger number are actually being developed by single stakeholder groups. We discussed several ideas to help make those processes better, and some of those ideas that we found were, first of all, to build networks such as communities of interest, as proposed by the Global Commission on the Stability of Cyberspace, where stakeholders can cooperate on implementation efforts. Second, there is the opportunity for more multi-stakeholder engagement in the design of norms. Today, stakeholder groups are often only invited near the end, which is too late to ensure that the norm can properly be implemented. And third, while discussing norms assessment, it became clear that the civil society has actually been playing a very leading role in assessing adherence to norms, and others can build on this. As part of the work that we did this year, we will bring these learnings also to the intersessional meeting of the Open-Ended Working Group in New York next week. To summarize, and what I think is the most important takeaway here, we believe that there are beginnings of consensus expectations in this space that can be identified across these agreements and that we can all build on. But those beginnings require the creativity that only truly multi-stakeholder and multidisciplinary collaboration can bring to the table to truly be successful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Martin. The next speaker is Maria Paz, who is going to talk about the Gender and Access Best Practice Forum.
Thank you very much. I have the mission this year to provide some of the reflection of the work of the Best Practice Forum in Gender and Access. I am a MAG member that has this role for the first time this year, and the first thing that I want to say is to commend all the hard work of this Best Practice Forum over almost 5 years now of work. It's one of the BPF with the longest period of time of work, and this can be very much reflected in the breadth and maturity of the touching of the different topics that are related with how the issue of gender, it's something that's really essential for understanding the ability to connect to the internet and the ability to benefit from digital work. So in this case, precisely regarding the long history of work of this BPF that I have touched before, and the topics about how to create infrastructure that is more suited and sensitive to the understanding and the needs and the constriction that come from the traditional ways in which gender is considered, and then also touching issues like how violence in the digital sphere can be a challenge for providing the possibility to have a meaningful access to the internet. We move to this year to analyze the particular issues and challenges and opportunities also that the gender perspective can provide for the participation in the digital economy. So we talk about these over the intersessional work along the year, and we had, with the support of our wonderful consultant, now recently appointed chair of the MAG, Henriette Stringhauser, a report that deals around basically 4 main points. How structural discrimination and cultural norms and barriers still exist for providing this meaningful participation of women and non-binary people in digital economy, which is something that really shaped the way in which the use of the opportunities in the digital space can be done, and how there is an increased need to acknowledge this in the sense of like providing a space for new narratives and new buildings and new kind of leadership that can be developed, challenging the traditional notions of gender. The second one was related to how we need to think about digital economy participation from a gender perspective beyond the training and the skill and capacity development. Precisely because if we don't work in creating and providing the opportunities to develop the leadership skills that are required to succeed in this kind of environment, it will not be enough only with providing the technical training that have access to that knowledge, technical knowledge, but we will not be providing the full context for the participation to be really meaningful for women and non-binary people. Then also we have the issue of the meaningful access to infrastructure and devices that was already touched on in previous years of work of the VPF. But in this case, we look particularly how the meaningful participation in the digital economy imply precisely what some of my colleagues were highlighting in the digital inclusion track about new form of organization, a new form of understanding to have access to the infrastructure and device. They are different from the dominant economic models that are the ones that we have today. And finally, how gender and digital workspace need to be understood. And we have from there here the main contribution and the comments from the participant in the BPF highlighting that new business models are necessary to be considered, having in the core of this new business model the gender consideration that maybe were not present in the past when the current business models were developed at the beginning of the internet. So we need to create these new business models with a different perception of what implies to have safe spaces for women and non-binary people, and challenge some of the consideration that came from the physical space to inhabit the digital space that imply structural discrimination of these vulnerable groups. So finally, I want to just leave it with the note that one thing that it was in some way, again, present in all the work of the VPF this year was the notion that we don't have enough data around to really measure some of these things because there are not enough aggregation in the disaggregation in the collection of data regarding the participation of women and non-binary people in the gender economy. So in all the spaces that you work on, we made you a call for working in providing more disaggregated information in this issue in order to be able to really change the things for the future, but you cannot change what you cannot see. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Maria Paz. Our next speaker is Constantina Casa on the best practice for Internet of Things, big data, and artificial intelligence.
Thank you, Chengatai. Good afternoon. I will give you just a short update about the main activity that we have done this year for the Best Practice Forum on IoT, Big Data, and Artificial Intelligence. The BPF focused on how these three technologies can help us to address societal problems and on what are policy challenges around using IoT, big data, and artificial intelligence application. We started working in the spring as an open group with stakeholders to share thoughts and experience. We had open conference call, we had several conference calls. We also launched a survey to collect input from the community, and we published a draft report. BPF collects examples on different ways on which IoT, big data, and artificial intelligence are used to solve concrete problems. And we identify different policy challenges, and we group them in three clusters: stimulate the use and uptake, trust in the application, and challenges related to collecting and using data. We had actually a very fruitful discussion here during the panel on opportunity to address societal challenges and on policy challenges. Just to summarize the main key messages that came out on the opportunity. So, first one, the convergence of IoT, big data, and artificial intelligence has a huge potential to benefit society. And also there is a need for improved outreach and digital literacy on IoT, artificial intelligence, big data, as people fear what they don't understand. And also collective intelligence is a promising area of research that can be exploited for the benefit of society. About the main key messages that came out on policy challenges and best practice. So, first of all, the importance to have a human-centric approach, as these technologies will play an important role in reaching the SDGs. And then uptake and trust are linked. Improving trust will improve the adoption of these three technologies. AI is dealing with more than data, so data protection is an issue and regulation is important and is needed. About the area of agreement that came out during the panel, I can say that there was a broad support for the view that IoT, big data, and artificial intelligence can play an important role in addressing societal challenges. And also, all people agree that improving awareness about the benefits and risks of these technologies is needed for final user to take informed decision. Then it came out also that in addition to government initiatives and grassroots activity, the SME should be involved in dissemination action. And also it's important to improve investment in infrastructure, as is the key to improve access and uptake of IoT, big data, artificial intelligence application. About policy recommendation, it came out that activating pilot projects and sharing lessons learned can help to drive policy and regulation. And also the importance to have an active platform to share outcomes of pilot projects between all stakeholders, as this could support improvement for policy and regulation. And the last, the importance to use an open source technologies and the adoption of open standards, and the importance to have a certification process, as this could improve system security and trust. So I want to thank all the people who attended the panel, the panelists also, and the other BPF co-facilitator, Alex Cominos, Michael Nexon, Wind Gezzella, as was as BPF Consulting, and also June Paris and Marco Zennaro that helps in the online moderation and on the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Titi. Our final speaker in this section is for the best practice in local content, Mr. Carlos Alfonso.
It's good to be applauded before you speak. Very good. This best practice forum was facilitated by Giacomo Mazzoni from the EBU, me, and with the wonderful help of Henriette Sterhuisen, which was a privilege to have Henriette with us. So let me start to read for you what the summary that we have. Linguistic diversity and the need to nurture and develop local content has been a concern from the early days of the internet and was identified as one of the action lines in the Geneva Plan of Action. A BPF on local content was first established in 2014 with a focus on how to create an enabling environment for the development of local content. In 2017, the IGF MAG once again convened this BPF, and it collected examples of initiatives that succeeded in stimulating the creation of local content and extracted experiences and lessons learned with the goal of to inspire policymakers and other stakeholders. The 2018 BPF on local content examined the relationship between local internet access provision and development of locally relevant content and services. The focus was on both enabling a sustainable local content value chain and the economic viability of creating and providing locally relevant content. This year's local content, 2019, the BPF decided to explore how the internet and digitalization can be used to preserve and promote local culture, languages, and heritage under conditions in which cultural and linguistic diversity, artifacts, and histories may be at risk as a result of political and social shifts and upheavals. If efforts to rewrite history are known to happen in several countries, war and conflicts have always been a major source of destruction of cultural heritage. The devastation of ancient sites in Afghanistan, Iraq, Yemen, and Syria is massive and continuous. Digitalization is a means of preservation, but digital memories in many respects is more fragile and precarious than books, sculptures, or paintings. A single click can erase hundreds of years of history from servers in a second. The BPF, therefore, also aimed to identify best practices for managing and making accessible the digitalization of existing analog content related to linguistic diversity, artifacts and histories, printed and electronic media, cinema, music, and other visual arts. The need to be innovative and find technical and legal solutions that could help to promote and develop local cultural assets creatively was asserted. Examples of the success of new approaches in local newspapers in local languages and the case of a collective license for all Latin American countries to finance musicians of Spanish-speaking countries were presented. The example in Namibia of creating open source software and databases to preserve indigenous languages was also noted. Another relevant issue is the creative use of local networks and encrypted tools by communities to protect their content without renouncing to broader communication in a safer way. This includes the free use of locally available spectrum to effectively enable community networks and media. The BPF noted with concern the growing use of disinformation, including the mutilation or destruction of local cultural assets and attempts at rewriting history in some political situations. The BPF on local content is an opportunity to reflect about these issues, some of which go beyond enabling production of local culture. A summary of recommendations: with the onslaught of imposed development discourses and practices, with limited ability to shield vulnerable local communities from their impact, we need to devise ways to mitigate and altogether stop the dilution of local specificities in the name of global modernity. Build up the repository of indigenous populations and cultures through safe networking as a tool to preserve knowledge, enhance cultural assets, including enhanced capacity for digitalization of local assets. Local governments and administrations should respect and foster free, libre, and open source software and promote local technologies. Encourage appropriate, localized, eco-responsible technologies compatible with local values and that do not enforce dominant biases. Advocate for public policies which effectively preserve local indigenous languages with adequate planning, effective government support, and supporting budgets. Active participation of speakers in the use, documentation, dissemination, and revitalization of their own languages is essential. Effective policy is needed to support digitalization of existing archives and historical records, along with resource-based and economic support for researchers and technicians working on documenting and disseminating diverse local languages and cultural heritage and traditions. Public or state media infrastructure should join in these efforts. And finally, find ways around the positive aspect of copyright, but also look for overcoming limitations. The copyright regime should facilitate digitalization of cultural heritage and access, contributing to make unique local content available. I have to do a personal final comment. I found this IGF fantastic, the infrastructure is spectacular. But what most impressed me as a person who is hearing impaired is the capacity of understanding everything that was said in this room of this size with this audio system. Spectacular. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carlos Afonso. Just to remind that with all these outputs, the thematic streams, the best practice forums, we'll be producing downloadable PDF booklets that you can download from the IGF website, and they should be available in about 2 weeks' time. At the moment, we also have, if you go to our front page of the IGF website, we have an outputs tab, and you can download the key messages, which incorporate some of the messages from the main themes, and also a draft of the chairman's summary, which should be available right now if you look at the front page in the Outputs tab. And that concludes this segment, and now we're going to the open mic taking stock section. And I think most of you are familiar with it, so I would ask you, first of all, just to line up in front of you'll be the first one, and I'll call upon you. Just line up on the microphones, and then just give us your reflections, what you liked, what you would like us to improve, and any thoughts that you think will be relevant to the planning process of the IGF 2020. And that is one of the reasons why we have the co-chairs of the IGF 2020 MAG here on the stage, so that they can listen to your interventions. We will also have the opportunity for remote participation to have input, and Anya Genga over there is the remote moderator for this session. Thank you. So we will start. Sorry, let me just, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Marianne Franklin, and I'm here representing the Internet Rights and Principles Coalition. But my input here is on behalf of a group of young people from the MENA region. And I'm reading out questions they have sent me that they wish to put to the stock taking. So number one, We are a group of young people from the MENA region, and we would like to ask, number one, all this talk about digital inclusion and connectivity, yet you failed to talk about the internet being blocked by the government and the censorship to freedom of speech and the persecution of people who post on social media, like what's happening in Iraq now, where over 300 protesters were killed, yet internet blockage is preventing people from showing what the government is doing. The same goes for Egypt, where the government arrests and kidnaps anyone who shares or posts about human rights violations in the countries. Big corporations like Vodafone work with the government to oppress the people. Point number two, when you say one vision, whose vision? The developed countries? And where are the developing countries from these visions? Number three, all this talk about inclusion, yet the major players and corporations in the forum were not there when there was talk about women, LGBTQI communities, youth, and other minorities. Finally, we have less than 10 years to fix what we've done to the environment, but there was no real presence for this topic in the forum's main program. Though all tech companies contribute in creating different types of waste, that is the leading cause of climate change and global warming and other environmental issues. Thank you. Best regards, young people of the Middle East and North African region. It's been an honor to speak on their behalf. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comments. I think we have Lynn who wants to say something.
I just wanted to thank and recognize the comments and maybe two other kind of comments on this session. The panelist is here to actually take the comments. If there's something that we can make a really quick response that would be helpful, we will do so. But we don't intend to respond to every one of them because otherwise we'll be very limited in terms of the input we can get back from the room. I also want to point out that there is translation available, so you needn't speak in English. Please do come to the mic and speak in your native language. And maybe just one quick comment on the last comment, because it's always been so essential to the IGF. Human rights and human rights violations has always been a very, very essential piece of all that we actually do here. And I know it was covered in many of the sessions. And we'll take your other input on board with respect to maybe whether or not there are some things we should do to deal with some more topical current issues and provide some additional space for that in the forum. We have talked about that in past years. But again, the incoming MAG and the incoming MAG chair will pick these up, so we really are here just to receive your comments by and large. We will rotate through the mics. So I guess we go over there since it was the middle mic, and Wout, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Lynn, and other panelists. The IGF MAG allowed a pilot to be held this year, an experiment with the format that we're used to. This pilot was on the deployment of internet standards that would make the internet immediately safer if deployed, but the deployment is often rather slow around the globe. What we were able to do with kind funding of several stakeholder communities is to do a research upfront, and that research showed a form of consensus on ways forward we could bring into the IGF in the workshops. There came up 5 recommendations. I won't mention them because we'll have a report out in January. But what the workshop did, and with the kind commitment of the German host, was bring 20 parliamentarians into the discussion on a technical debate with a very human angle, the deployment itself. There's a human decision in the end. So that came up, it worked very well with a new recommendation on how to learn to speak to each other if you're a very technical person or you're a policymaker or a parliamentarian. We will elaborate on that. What we had is 1.5 hours with 45 minutes of debate on very concrete recommendations. But as you will understand, 45 minutes is extremely little. But we had them, and we came forward with it. But what if, and that is looking at 2020, we're able to experiment a little more on a topic like this, by maybe having an hour each day and work in between and come back with a solution for problems on day 4 here in this session and present these commitments, perhaps even to the world. My voice is going, I apologize for that. The report will be out on 31st of January latest, hopefully before that. It will be on the IGF website and other websites to share. And as a final comment, first, let me thank the German organization for an extremely good IGF in many, many ways. And half of the reason of my voice is the music night. And I think that we should continue that in 2020, and I'll promise to bring my guitar. But let me add to that in Katowice, let's try to rock this IGF, not only musically, but with IGF Plus models that may not be official yet, but at least let us experiment on what the options are for this conference. We have so many brilliant minds with so many potential solutions, and we will only get them there if we ask them what these solutions and perhaps these connections and commitment can be. And if we don't try that, 5 years from now may be the end, because we said everything there needs to be said. And thank you for having this much time, and hope to see you next year in Katowice.
Thank you very much, Wout. Just to another note, since there's a lot of people lining up, if you could keep our interventions to 90 seconds, that's 1.5 minutes. There'll be a timer that's going to go up soon. Thank you. And Wout, yes, we will take that up and take your comments into consideration. Thank you. Do you want to? Okay, so let's, I think here, we haven't been here yet. Please, go ahead.
Okay. Hi, thank you. I'm standing here, and similarly, I'm not alone. I'm with more than 100 young people who are here at this IGF, together with the young people who actually make the IGF, because they're among the rapporteurs, moderators, technicians who are actually working at IGF. And we have heard how this one has been improving a lot, the presence of young people, thanks to the initiatives that have allowed that. And we feel privileged to be here. But yet, we are not happy. We don't think this is a meaningful participation for youth. We still feel we are tokenized. And actually, you know, the mention of youth was together with unemployment and disconnection. So youth is still not a resource. And we had a panel on the future of internet, a high-level panel without even a young person. And we don't want this to happen anymore, because we don't think that if we want to change really the internet, we want to have an equal, horizontal, free, accessible. We need to stop with this top-down approach. So it's about open up spaces for youth, tailoring up sessions to allow a better and more meaningful participation of youth. So why not having youth in the next MAG, for instance? It's doable, it's not difficult, and we are already there and ready to give out our contribution. And I want to be short, so I would just say, quoting what is the motto that we have already used that comes from the European Network of People with Disabilities: nothing about us without us. We cannot allow this anymore. So please, you know, open up the spaces and we will take care of filling it up properly. So thank you.
Thank you very much, and that's a very good comment. I would also like to invite you to come to us as well and work with us during our intersessional activities. We do have the youth IGFs, which we run, and Anya Genga over there is the coordinator. So if you see her, you can get her contact information, and then we can work together throughout next year to make sure that the youth are integrated. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Elliot from Australia. I'm here as part of the ISOC Youth Ambassador Program. As part of the program, both the ISOC program and the Youth IGF program, all of us have spent hundreds of hours in e-learning courses, in forums, discussing internet issues. And then we come here and we just go to workshops and we don't have any involvement at all. Youth should be seen as someone who belongs on a workshop. We have valuable inputs to give, even when the input isn't coming from the perspective of a youth. We learn, we are at university, we are working alongside everybody else here. Youth should be seen as a bonus on workshops, and we should be integrated as far as anybody else here. Thank you.
No. Oh, okay.
No, just a quick response on behalf of the MAG. I mean, I totally agree with the last two comments and the speakers on the youth. And I can only say that youth has always been a central component of the MAG's discussions with respect to how we pull them in. But it's also very, very clear that we have a long way to go. So please do send any comments or suggestions in. I'd also like to remind everybody that we have a survey up that's on, you can get it through the SCAD app, which we're actually looking for comments. So if you don't get a chance to speak or you have further reflections, please put them in the SCAD app so we can actually take them in. We're actually supporting that with an open application document so that everybody can see the comments that have been made and possibly find a way to build on them going forward as well.
Yes, and also next week we're going to announce a process where people can put in written inputs for the next MAG preparatory meeting for IGF 2020. So I would also encourage you to write something and give an input so that we can read it and it can also be on the top of the agenda for the first meeting. Thank you. Thomas.
Thank you, Chengetai. First of all, of course, a big thank to everybody who was involved from the UN IGF Secretariat side, and particularly also from our German friends. Having organized the IGF in Geneva 2 years ago, I think I know how you feel at this time of the week, so start the party, your own party, after work is done, you deserve it. It was really amazing. And one of the amazing things that you again managed to improve the IGF, to be innovative, the best thing, new thing, I think, was the parliamentarian session, the inclusion of parliamentarians. We know that this takes resources, and you rightly devoted a number of resources there to have the parliamentarians from very many countries here with us in the debate. I think that's definitely something that also with your continued support will be making the IGF even better. We are also happy to see that the discussion about the future of internet governance based on the high-level panel's report has provoked a lot of good ideas. And quoting Fabrizio, we are also delighted to see that there seems to be a strong, virtually unanimous support, is what he said, for something based on the IGF or an IGF plus. Now we need to see what the elements of that are. It's obvious that, as many has said, inclusion is still something important where we need to improve. So the support function is key. And also to bring together these experts to form these policy networks that help building the bridges between the dialogue here and elsewhere and the decision makers. So parliamentary networks is one thing. There's other networks in the IGF, around the IGF. Let's continue to bring all this together, and we are looking forward to contributing to the implementation of the recommendation 5 in particular, and of course also offer our support and our experience to our Polish friends who will host it next time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Thomas. Just one final question on the youth question. Also on the IGF website, we have a place where people can register as resource people, because sometimes it's difficult for workshop proponents to know which people are ready to be panelists. So I would also encourage you to register as a resource person. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, please.
Okay, thank you, Shangitai. My name is Wisdom Donko from Ghana. I have a few contributions to make. The last 20 years has seen measures of success. And there is one other aspect of the whole internet governance that we are kind of cutting off. And then that got to do with electricity. Now, considering the underserved communities, most of them are not having electricity in order for them to even get connected to the internet. So I'm just putting this before you to see what we can do to also see how we can take electricity to these communities, maybe clean energy or something that can also help those underserved communities get connected to the internet. And then my last input is I see pressure coming. I'm a former MAG member, and I know how Lynn used to carry some of the pressures and all that. The community have grown, and then more input will be coming. Now the new MAG chair has been announced, and I'm proposing that if possible, we can get a vice chair to support the new MAG member in her job that she'll be doing. I think it will help speed up some of the processes for within the MAG and the community at large. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President. I would also like to ask all the speakers to please try and respect the time because the queues are rather long and we may not be able to get through all of them because we have a hard stop at 5:15. Thank you. Please.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm a member of the Digital Rights Coalition, a group of civil society organizations in Brazil. This week we published an open letter in which we expose our concerns regarding the internet environment there. For us, it's of great concern the growth of surveillance initiatives by the Congress and the government. Several bills and public policy proposals have been presented, expanding state surveillance through technologies. And even more worrying, the government has issued several presidential decrees providing for the centralized and massive processing of sensitive citizens' data without due safeguards. We are also concerned with the announcement of the privatization of two state-owned ICT companies, Serpro and Dataprev, two of the largest Brazilian companies that control a huge set of personal data of citizens. The simple transfer of this information to a private company can mean outsourcing to third parties the largest databases of Brazilian citizens, without safeguarding how the data will be used. These draft bills and surveillance policies call into question democracy and the rule of law by threatening citizens' fundamental rights and freedoms, such as privacy, self-determination, freedom of expression, equality, and freedom of association.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Hello, I am also a member of the Brazilian Digital Rights Coalition, and I want to highlight other threats to the internet and freedom of expression in Brazil. At the National Congress, several bills are being discussed that intend to force platforms to remove content without court decision. Freedom of expression is also threatened by the use of disinformation as a political strategy by governments and their supporters, along with the growing attacks and threats perpetrated by these agents against the press, journalists, and civil society organizations. Over the past year, the country has also experienced setbacks in access to information. Public interest information and official data that used to be made available to the public on the internet in compliance with legislation have disappeared from official websites, especially information related to health, system issues, and environment. I invite you to read the full letter that's available on the coalition website. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, and also thank you for respecting the time. Thank you. Please.
Thank you. It is a privilege to be here, and therefore my most sincere thank you for the panelists and for the entire event. My name is Alberto Diaz. I am co-founder from Hedera Sustainable Solutions. We are a startup based in Berlin, and we have developed digital solutions for sustainable development, and we are committed to provide impact monitoring based on the SDGs. And my comment would be to suggest to have a space in this event for young entrepreneurs with perhaps disruptive new ideas, new technologies, and new ways to approach problems which are present and perhaps haven't been properly addressed since the old industry and the old technologies and knowledge need to perhaps consider new generations with new knowledge. And therefore, I want to underline again the two speakers, the two questions, two remarks about young people having representation, and perhaps the next step, the elder group of the youngest, the young entrepreneurs, which perhaps have something that might make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And may I also suggest you may consider forming a dynamic coalition. We can talk about it later as well. Thank you.
Hi, thank you very much. I am Veronica Ferrari from the Association for Progressive Communications. So first, thanks Meg and the German government for the organization of this IGF. We would like to highlight some issues. The first one is restriction for meaningful participation regarding visa obstacles. So organizations from Pakistan, Sri Lanka, and Indonesia couldn't attend IGF due to visa obstacles. Taiwan passport holders were excluded from this IGF. So this is a thing that should be addressed in the next edition. Then we think that digital security experts and digital rights activists should be allowed to do their work without fear of judicial and political harassment from the state. And this is a key issue for us. So then regarding the selling of the .org, APC see internet as a public good, and we call for the .org domain to stay as non-profit. Lastly, we think that climate crisis was kind of absent of this discussion this year, and we hope that Poland edition will address this as a key issue. We welcome the discussion on internet inclusion and community networks as a way to allow it, and we hope they continue. And lastly, we like to congratulate from APC to Henriette Esterhuizen as the first civil society person becoming chair of the MAG, and we look forward to working with her and MAG in the IGF and next edition in Poland. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
My name is Natasha Glavor. I'm a MAG member coming from Croatia. And first of all, thank you to our host, Germany, for great organization. I would like to emphasize the importance of sustainability of national regional initiatives, who are maybe the first layer of our complex IGF stack or ecosystem. What I heard yesterday during the NRI coordination meeting from our colleague from Kenya resonate much with our thinking in our Croatian IGF initiative. What he said was that their national IGF is used as a think tank for their decision and policy makers. And I would very much support this idea, and I think that this would ensure move forward in recognizing national regional initiatives locally as a platform that could help decision makers to understand better the IGF-related topics, decide what of these topics is important for our country and our internet users, and to test the ideas and approaches they have in early stage at that time, while they are still not part of the policies and regulation. And there is still enough time to make certain corrections according to all stakeholders' perspectives. So they can be sure that final regulation tackle the problem from all stakeholders' perspective. And I also think it would also help globally that we have as much as possible aligned national approaches in tackling emerging internet governance-related issues. Of course, we need help and support in if this NRI transition is something that we would like to have. And inviting members of parliament on this year's IGF is surely a step forward in that direction, and I thank you for that.
Thank you, Natasha.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm sorry to come back to Brazilian history, but the Digital Rights Coalition would also like to say that we consider extremely serious when representatives of our country come to a multi-sectoral event of the United Nations built with the great participation of civil society organizations to spread misinformation and accuse Brazilian organizations of corruption and of being responsible for the fires that hit Amazon forest these years. Contrary to that, the Brazilian parliamentary representative said this morning here, according to our National Institute of Space Research, this August, fires in the Amazon achieved the highest level in 9 years, with more than 30,000 fire spots. According to the Amazon Environmental Research Institute, there are evidences that this is related to the increase of invasions from loggers, miners, and agribusiness in indigenous territories in Brazil. This goes together with the dismantling of environmental and land rights policies in our country. Civil society, social movements, and journalists are historic advocates of social and environmental protection in our country, and as such, subject to life threats and human rights violation, a situation that has gotten worse with the current government in Brazil. This unfortunate episode that we lived here this morning, which took place today in the legislative main session, only proves the lack of democracy, the lack of democratic dialogue in our country, and the authoritarianism of the Bolsonaro government. Thank you.
Okay. Yes.
Hello, we are part of the youth community representing Latin America and the Caribbean from the Seguras in Internet project and the We Are project, and we are also Youth Observatory Fellows. And today we want to take the opportunity of being here at the most important event of Internet governance in order to talk about our communities, Latin American women and members of the LGBTQIA+ community. They face a lot of violence online and hate speech where they cannot express themselves freely on the internet. And unfortunately, this situation happens not only in Latin America and the Caribbean, but also in places like Africa and the Middle East.
That is why we want to draw the attention to the internet policymakers and the lawmakers in these countries to make a joint collaboration with the civil society and the private sector in order to provide the skills and the legal framework to allow women and LGBTIQ+ community to freely express themselves regardless their sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression.
We would also like to mention the lack of representation in the high-level panels regarding trans people. We want to express loud and clear that gender implies not only women and girls, but also LGBTQI+ community. Therefore, we would like to foster that in the upcoming IGF, this is taken into account. So the promise of an internet for everyone without walls will truly be an internet for everyone, when no one is left behind or side of the picture. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment.
Good afternoon. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to take the floor. I am coming on behalf of the International Chamber of Commerce, and first and foremost, we wanted to thank and congratulate the organizers for an impeccable organization. We also wanted to commend them for mobilizing the business community the way you did. We've seen a very active response and participation of the business community. We'd like to encourage the next IGF organizers to continue. Please reach out to young and less young entrepreneurs, startups, SMEs. I think they have a lot to contribute, and they can also help forge solutions for the future. We've talked a lot about the multi-stakeholder approach, and we certainly learn a lot from it, and we hope that we can continue in that vein. We'd also like to thank and congratulate the MAG for all of their work and their commitment. It's really shown throughout the past week that we've been here. Thank you for that opportunity. And a special thanks to the IGF Secretariat for uploading the outputs in such a comprehensive and timely manner. I think that everyone here has benefited from that, and the people who have joined remotely. We at the International Chamber of Commerce really enjoy the IGF. We've been here since the outset, so thank you for giving us the chance to meet new people, find new partners, and to build new projects and initiatives.
Thank you very much for your comments. You are very important. Just to say that I think we have to close the lines now, so no more new people, and we will try our best to get through the lines that are there now. Thank you. So I think you were next, right? Thank you.
يا أنا منصورة حامد نوري من البرلمان التشادي. أولاً أضم صوتي للذين سبقوني لأشكر الدولة المضيفة والجهات التي ساهمت في تنظيم هذا المنتدى. شعار هذا العام شعار براق مليء بالأمل والتفاؤل. عالم واحد، إنترنت واحد، ورؤية واحدة. ولكن السؤال الذي أريد أن أطرحه، الهدف من هذا الشعار هو توفير إنترنت آمن للجميع. إذا كان هذا هو الهدف، لابد لنا أن نأخذ في الاعتبار الدول النامية ودول العالم الثالث. في تلك الدول الإنترنت يعتبر من الكماليات نسبة لغلاء سعره. هناك في تلك الدول تشريع القوانين دون بنية تحتية لا أعتقد بأنه سيفي بالغرض بأن تكون لنا رؤية واحدة وإنترنت واحد وعالم واحد. نحن مثلا في تشاد قمنا بتنظيم المنتدى الأفريقي في العام الجاري، وخرجنا بتوصيات ولدينا قوانين، ولكن الإنترنت يعتبر من الكماليات في بلادنا لأنه مختصر فقط على المدن الكبرى، أما الأرياف فلا يتلقون الإنترنت، والأمر يكون واحد في آسيا ويكون في أمريكا اللاتينية وفي باقي أفريقيا أيضاً. لذلك أطلب من الجهات المنظمة أن تضع في الاعتبار كيفية توفير الإنترنت للدول النامية، خصوصاً الدول التي لا تطل على منبع مائي، لأن توفير الإنترنت عبر الألياف الضوئية غالي جداً للدول الحبيسة التي ليست لها منفذ على البحر. لذلك أطلب من المنتدى حوكمة الإنترنت والآيكان أن يفكروا في إيجاد موارد مالية من أجل توفير الإنترنت لمثل هذه الدول. وباقي اهتماماتي أخذت في الاعتبار من قبل المتحدثة ممثلة لشمال أفريقيا، لذلك أكتفي بهذا القدر. شكرا.
Thank you very much. Comments? Can we have the next person on the queue, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity. This is Mohammad Shabir Awan from Pakistan, and I am the president of Internet Society Accessibility Special Interest Group. First of all, I would like to thank the local organizers, the German host, for organizing such a wonderful event here. I must say, from the accessibility for person with disabilities point of view, this was one of the best IGFs that we have ever had. So a big hats off for German authorities. In the same wavelength, I would also like to thank IGF-SA for providing support to 3 of our members, DICAD members, to participate, to make them enable to come here in person and participate in IGF proceedings. In the same wavelength, whereas we see that there are, like, according to different stats, 10 to 15% of world's population consists of persons with disabilities. And there were so wonderful accessible venues and halls here, but we see like 10 or 15% with disabilities roaming around here. This is really disappointing. We need to do something about so that the person with disabilities are enabled to come physically and participate in such conferences. One of the reasons that I think could be that there are a less number of persons with disabilities in IT sectors. So while the UN, it may not be in the mandate of IGF exactly, but within the mandate of UN, that whenever there are certain scholarships for the developing countries to participate in different kind of educational activities, I would like to encourage the developed countries for the participation and more inclusion of persons with disabilities in those scholarships. Because now science and technology allows persons with disabilities to participate in the society and all sectors of the society equally, provided with the right kind of technology and accessible aids. So this is possible, and now we just have to make it do. With this, I thank you all.
Thank you very much. And this is something we do have to work on. Please.
Hello, Alejandro Pisanti from the National University of Mexico. The multi-stakeholder model is always under challenge. These last years and the coming year, we will see an increased challenge by the growth of multilateral, that is, intergovernmental groupings which are happening at places like the UN General Assembly under the names like GGE, OEWG, friends of the ones in the middle between the two and more. This will be a great challenge. A further challenge is that in the multi-stakeholder community, it is not unusual for one group of stakeholders to look at the government or intergovernmental groupings to solve their problem with another of us. We have to continue working within the multi-stakeholder model, and that will be basic for the design of next year's IGF. On that note, I would like to congratulate and wish the best success to Henriette Esterhausen for the coming period. I think that she is an extremely able leader. I call on her to listen to all sectors, as has done Lynn Santamore during her period. She had the wisdom to convene a study of the state of affairs. She had great wisdom in listening to everybody. She has had great wisdom in bringing people and ideas together. And I think that we owe Lynn Santamore a great, great, great big load of thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Carlo von Links. I'm an internet activist since 1989. And I feel a bit guilty for the damage and the mess that our generation that created this internet made, and all the blues that all the activists and legislators face when dealing with the symptoms of a fundamentally broken internet. So I feel very empathetic and would like to mention that there has been research going on for about 15 years on how to do an internet which by design cannot break human rights, which by design cannot break democracies, or at least it tries much better than the one we have. So I would just like to transmit the message of hope and invite you to foster these kind of initiatives in order that maybe the troubles you're battling for now, which are the same, much of them, the same battles that we've been fighting for the past 20 years regarding internet politics, that they just might actually go away if we upgrade the internet as such. If you're interested in more, please visit, in one word, the website youbroketheinternet.org. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, please.
My name is Maurice Müller. I'm a parliamentarian of a German Landtag, and I really appreciated IGF forum here. It was a really good discussion. I think there should be a little more focus on the participation and the learning process on the intercultural perspective, because I think there was a lot of discussion on software and VPN and how to do it. But I think it's also important to give a broader forum on how to learn together, how to deal with big issues like climate change and so on, and how we can do it on a digital forum. And that would be nice that we can do this next year on IGF 2020. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Elisabetta Fierro. I'm a member of the IMA. Thank you very much for this opportunity. It was a great opportunity to be able to have access to these seminars, conferences, and upgrade the knowledge of what's going on with this. With the digitalization and so on. Anyway, I would like to ask for help protection because also here, during these events, it's incredible the amount of violence. Also here, there's so much electronic harassment going on with so much indifference and lack of protection. Because some information are just are just accessible by sectarian groups that can manipulate it. For example, it's scared that it's not possible to talk about the digitalization of human beings, the possibility to hack bodies, minds, and manipulate people's behaviors and the fact that now my mind is hacked. I'm not able to speak properly. I'm sorry for that. So that's possible to hack human mind, the body of people, and that we could behave like marionettes, manipulated by authoritarian regimes, and we have lack of protection, no access to human dignity, no freedom. Even it's not possible to think free, to express, to be free to express our fears. There's bioterrorism. There are millions of people victims of this incredible violence. There is an escalation of violence, this so-called silent Holocaust, and in complete indifference. Thank you very much for your attention.
Right, thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much. And thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Samuel George. I'm a member of Parliament from Ghana. And let me say a very big thank you to the organizers of the IGF for giving us the opportunity to take part in this year's IGF. It's my first time here. And let me congratulate the government of Germany for a fantastic organization that we have seen. However, one thing that I've noticed in all the sessions I have sat through has to do with the fact that the representation or the reality of the world today is not in tandem with the motto or the theme for this year's IGF. One world, one net, one vision. There is an internet for Europe and an internet for America. And it looks like Africa doesn't matter. In almost all of the sessions I've sat in, the discussion has been Eurocentric and focused on America. Even when we talk about hate speech and misinformation and disinformation, it's all done within the context of the First Amendment of the United States Constitution. It has no respect for local laws in Ghana or African countries. We need to find a way to have that framework where you would appreciate the input of countries in the developing world, countries like Ghana that are shining lights on the African continent for internet freedoms. The whole world is coming to Ghana next year in February as we host the Freedom Online Coalition. We have a right to information bill. We've opened up the internet to Ghanaians. We've got huge penetration. But when we need to deal with the platforms, the owners of the platforms, the kind of response that you see from the owners of the big tech companies, Facebook, Google, Twitter, YouTube, the kind of responses they give to Europe and America is not what they give to Africa. And so we want to ask that you give us the opportunity, use Ghana as a center of example, a regional center where you can push the agenda of the IGF. And I hope that the new chair of MAG will look at how to bring Africa and more policymakers on board to make this a reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your statements. Next, please.
Hello. My name is Wala Mohammed from Sudan. I would like first to thank the IGF organizer and to thank IFA Cross Culture for giving me the opportunity to participate. As you know, Sudan is under sanctions for years, and I would like to know how Sudan will be engaged in the digital inclusion topic and for the new technologies for SDGs, considering the weak internet coverage in rural areas and also citizens' level of education, which has been affected also by the lack of technological resources, and also because of the sanctions. The question number 2, I also noticed there is a lack of representation from Sudan governance, and I would like to know if this also because of the sanctions or not. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your statement. We will have a reflection of everybody's statements after 5:15. I'm sorry, but that queue, we've closed that mic now. We're not using it anymore. Yes, thank you. Please.
Hello, everybody. My name is Margarita. I run a global competence online project, and I'm also an ambassador for Teach SDGs. There is a big issue existing in education, and it's like a vicious cycle which has been proved by a number of research papers that students don't get the necessary skills for the future because teachers or curriculum designers do not know what skills they need or how to educate them on those skills because they are not updated on the recent policies and research happening in forums like this. So I hope that for us to reach more voices for youth, for us to get more implementation of what is being discussed here, we can also invite more educators, people who work in education, people who work directly with educating the next generations that we are talking about here. And I hope that we can involve more of them. We don't need to invent the wheel. We can use organizations that already exist, such as Teach SDGs Ambassador, or any other organizations like this. So I hope that from now on we'll have more teachers involved in these discussions because they can bring it much further. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. We do have a remote intervention from a remote hub based in Abuja. And they say that the remote hub is grateful for another opportunity to host a remote hub in Abuja, Nigeria. This year, we were able to get more locals interested in digital policy development and would appreciate a system where these newbies could be mentioned across various stakeholder groups towards actively contributing to the IGF process. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Aidana, and I represent NetMission.Asia organization, which is based in Hong Kong, but originally I am from Kazakhstan. So I want to raise the issue of inclusion and diversity yet again. I come from the 9th largest country in the world and the biggest landlocked country in the world, yet I barely see any of my countrymen on this forum, as well as I see none of Central Youth representatives here. So I really want to IGF to consider including Central Asian region more on this kind of events because we are the region of prosecution of journalists, human rights and political activists. Many of them are very young people, and there are also issues of political censorship, access and human rights abuse online. So I really want you to consider it. And UN has many amazing initiatives such as UN Volunteers and Model United Nations, which support young people around the world. And I would like to see the same support and funding on IGFs. Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
Hola, mi nombre es Aldo Salgado. Yo soy un migrante y soy hondureño. Y en base a estas dos identidades siempre he vivido la mayor parte de mi vida en la periferia y sin acceso a estos espacios privilegiados. Tanto es así que ayer me sentía culpable por estar disfrutando de ese maravilloso evento artístico que ustedes organizaron, pensando cuánto se podría haber hecho y cuántas vidas podríamos haber defendido y salvado con todos esos fondos en Honduras. Pero igualmente el gobierno de Honduras gasta extensos recursos en software de inteligencia que usa para mantener bajo control a activistas de derechos humanos que parecen que son su enemigo más prominente. Eso que llaman el siguiente billón de usuarios está infrarrepresentado e infraservido inclusive en estos espacios, básicamente porque el nivel de urgencia de nuestras necesidades no es entendido ni asumido. Es difícil, por ejemplo, entender la caravana migrante, que fue algo que ocurrió el año pasado, en el que más de 7,000 personas salieron de Honduras hasta Tijuana caminando a pie, sin la certeza de siquiera poder entrar a Estados Unidos. Pero más difícil de entender fue que la respuesta de Internet fue una campaña de odio contra el migrante. Y para terminar, me alegra mucho, a pesar de todo esto, haber estado aquí porque pude conocer a personas maravillosas de entidades del sur global que están trabajando por los derechos humanos de estas comunidades. Gracias.
Thank you for your comments.
My name is Baron Soka. I represent an organization called Tech Freedom based in the United States. I'd like to suggest that while we talk about having human rights and commitment to free expression as our one vision, not everyone here shares that vision. And that's not new. We've always had people at the IGF who are coming from repressive governments that do not believe in that vision. What is new is that we're seeing those governments become better and better at weaponizing the language of human rights, at co-opting organizations like this to advance their agenda. I want to commend in particular the representative of Russian civil society who spoke out 2 days ago against the way that the Russian IGF has been used by the Russian government to suppress free speech, that it's a sham, it doesn't have an open mic like this, and that civil society in Russia is not able to speak about censorship of the internet in that country. But that kind of weaponization is happening here at the IGF as well. It's subtle, some of us may not see it, but when we hear representatives from Russian organizations talk, for example, about how they need transparency, they need to know exactly what keywords will cause content to be taken down online, what they're really doing is saying that they want it to be easier for the Russian government and Russian government contractors to exercise disinformation campaigns against governments around the world, to interfere with elections and to spread disinformation. I want to encourage everyone here in the future to intervene respectfully and politely, but to counter this kind of disinformation when we hear it. It's going to continue to happen. We're going to hear more of it. And I worry in particular that next year, when we have our IGF in a government, in a country whose government is a key ally of Russia, the Law and Justice Party is one of the leading illiberal parties in democracies around the world, we need to be particularly aware that this kind of creeping illiberalism is working its way into the IGF. We must counter it respectfully and politely. We must never hesitate to call out these governments and their agents, even when they're working here at the IGF to advance that agenda.
Thank you for your comments. Unfortunately, we are running out of time, so I can only take probably 2 more. And then for the rest of you, I can only say that if you could submit your comments either through the survey or through a written input to the IGF Secretariat. But we can start, please, yes. Mm-hmm.
That's nervous. So, hello, I'm Stephanie Lee from Hong Kong. So, as everyone knows, the situation in Hong Kong, in an affluent and developing country like Hong Kong, we still face a threat to shut down the internet. And recently, the Hong Kong court has granted an injunction to ban speech online. And this could happen to anywhere in the world. By mentioning this, I would like to ask the panel to invite more discussions on the Asian region and many other underdeveloping countries, and most importantly, to allow more youth to participate in the meetings, even the high-level one. Youth, we are the pillars of the internet, and our voice should not be neglected. Thank you.
So we have one more. Yes, just one more. Please. Okay. No, this is the next queue. Yes, the last person, unfortunately.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the opportunity. My name is Ghayur Bawari, and I'm from Afghanistan. I represent the Internet Society Afghanistan chapter. I will be very short. I just want to say that Afghanistan has been suffering the civil war and conflict since like 40 years. But now that's the story has been changed. Afghanistan is not that Afghanistan that still the media and the social media show to the world. We have now IGF, national IGF in Afghanistan in the last 3 years. We have girls in ICT, we have tech women Asia in Afghanistan, we have women in business, women in economy, women in government. So it was just a request from the media to show the positive side of Afghanistan to the world. And besides, as ISAC Afghanistan, that we are organizing national IGF in the country. So since last 3 years, we are the unique one, which we are having the Kids Academy within our national IGF, and we bring multi-stakeholder in the event, like from the government, from civil society, academia, technical community, and of course, it will be great to have the support of our partners. And thank you so much to the IGF Secretariat, ICON, IGFSA. They have been always supportive to Afghanistan, and I, on behalf of my team, I request that you continue your support and let us to continue our efforts on the technology and to bring youth in a roof and make them contribute in the development of our country. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we do have to move on to the schedule because there's quite a lot of other things that have to happen. And I do encourage you to use the survey or to send a message to the IGF Secretariat, and we will publish your comments online as well and take them into consideration during our first planning and MAG meeting. So with that, I would like to just pass the mic over to the co-chairs, and I think the best way to do it is to do from a left to right. And okay, thank you.
I will keep my comments quite short because we do still have quite an interesting session ahead of us. And just give my most sincere thanks to everybody that's ever participated in the IGF or the IGF activities. You know, this would not be successful and we would not be making the progress we have without the participation of so many people across the world. And I think I'd like to echo Thomas Schneider here on my next comment, which is, to my mind, the single biggest factor limiting the IGF and the future of the IGF, whether it's IGF Plus, is support. Physical support, participation in the processes, and financial support. Just as a quick plug, and I'm at one level sorry to bring it down to this level, but it is one of the key factors here restricting our ability to move forward, is the United Nations has a trust fund that supports the IGF Secretariat, developing country travel, developing country participation in MAG meetings and in the IGF, and occasionally things such as translation at various meetings. So the things that we care so much about with respect to inclusion are supported through the IGF Trust Fund, again, through the Secretariat's efforts and some of the efforts I just managed. That budget is $2.8 million a year, and right now we collect less than 40% against that budget every year. We ran this entire conference and all of our activities over the last year with a staff of 3.5 full-time people. And that's not counting the chair position, which is a volunteer position. So we all desperately want a stronger IGF, but then we need participation and we need support. And there are multiple ways to give it. You can certainly give it through the IGF Trust Fund, but the IGF SA was also set up to support smaller donations with a slightly kind of easier path to that. If anybody has any questions on that, I certainly would be happy to talk to them, but I know also the Chengetai or anyone in the Secretariat would, anyone from DESA, and of course, Henriette is the incoming chair. And you know, with that, I would just say, I don't know how we get as much done with the small Secretariat we have, and I really would like everybody to just very, very thoroughly recognize them and all of their efforts. It's truly Herculean. Thomas, I'm sorry for invoking your name, but we've been kind of a tag team on this for a few years now. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Chengetai, and first of all, thanks for thanking us, and thanks for all your comments. That was really helpful. Maybe very briefly to some points. Inclusion. You know that Germany donated funds for making possible the participation of representatives from the Global South, because that was very important also to us. And I think it is also due to that fact that we had a lot of representatives here. Thanks to all who came. Concerning the importance of an open and free and truly global internet, that was, and rightly so, mentioned in a lot of sessions, and I think this should be mentioned also here again. Youth. I'm really encouraged that young people have been engaging in this session that much, because I think it's good when we get more activity from the youth also in internet governance. Maybe 2 other points. I think it was also Thomas Schneider who mentioned the parliamentarian session. This was new to the IGF. We had more than 100 parliamentarians. I mentioned that earlier. And I think it would be really good if we could follow up on that process. And Germany is doing everything to help if we can. Last, not least, we discussed several times inside MAC how to strengthen the relevance of the IGF. And I think there's one person who worked very, very hard to do that. And before I now hand over the co-chair to Poland, I have a last task as the MAC co-chair, and that is also an honor and a personal pleasure. And that is to thank Lynn. Because now, yes, please. Lynn, sorry, I think I have to sit down because otherwise nobody will hear. Lynn was the first female to lead the multi-stakeholder advisory group. She was also the first person not coming from a governmental background, and she has served longer than everybody else before. She mentioned it is a voluntary position. She had that position for 4 years, and it is really extraordinary how she is leading the multi-stakeholder advisory group. Then you have been always passionate in all the sessions, and you have been achieving a much stronger focus in the program. This year you have been working very hard for strengthening the intersessional work, which I think is very important. I'm sure that Aniette Esterhuizen will continue that track. We all thank you very much so for the MAC, and on behalf of the whole community, Lynn, many thanks for all your work, because you're really working for one world, one net, one vision. Thank you.
I can only echo Daniela's comments, which is thank you for the thanks, but enough thanks. I mean, there are thanks to go around here to so many people, and again, I'm sure I've forgotten people to thank, but appreciate everything everybody does to make the internet, you know, the most powerful platform in the world. So thank you very much.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I must admit that after all I've heard from you, yes, now I feel the pressure for hosting IGF 2020, and it's not going to be easy. Thank you for all the remarks you have done. Thank you for underlining an issue which are important for you, and we did acknowledge them. There are most of my team around you in the audience, incognito. They were carefully taking a notes. I hope, at least, I was taking a note. So We will take all your remarks into consideration. I particularly like the idea of making young people participation more visible. And as a co-chair of MAG, I will do my best to make it easier for you to make your voice be heard. And yeah, I still find myself as a young, so this is personal. Thank you for the help offered. I cannot see the face of the man, but we will reach you, so we'll be able to live up to expectations and to deliver meaningful IGF next year. And I hope, as you said, we will rock IGF 2020 in Poland. Thanks.
Thank you. And Chengetai, thank you for giving me the last word. Well, firstly, thank you to those that have welcomed me. It's obviously a very challenging task and also challenging to follow in the footsteps of Lynn. I want to remind you, Chengetai mentioned this, the Secretariat and myself and other MAG members will look at the transcript of this session and draw on that when we plan the next IGF, working with our host government and my co-chair. But use the open consultation process. We will publish a call for input, and that call will allow you to talk about the format of the event, participation and inclusion, and also content. So please make use of that opportunity. And just in response to the diverse and important comments that were made, the world is unequal, and so is the internet. And that's part of the context that the IGF has to respond to. Technology can empower, but technology can also be an instrument of power and of the abuse of power. And I think we do recognize that, the IGF, and I endorse those who feel that we should confront those realities at the IGF. I also want to emphasize, as many of you said, that digital inclusion, and I think Paul Rowney said this when he presented the key messages from the digital inclusion theme, it needs inclusive governance. And therefore, the points that were made about gender diverse people, about young people, about people with disability, and their participation in governance is very vital. I think the IGF, and I think we've succeeded, but we need to maintain that. It's a space for difficult conversations, and I think we mustn't lose that. It is a space for coming together to work for one world and one net and one vision, but we also have to recognize when there is fragmentation, when there is inequality, and talk about that here. And I think democratic dialogue has to be robust dialogue. I think it was a German parliamentarian who mentioned that in his input from the floor. We have to be able to have difficult conversations at the IGF, and I don't think people should feel that that is not something you can do at the IGF. I think the silos, it was good to hear. I got a sense that some of you felt that we have, even within this huge diverse group of people with so many workshops, that we might be creating new silos inside the IGF. I think it was mentioned, for example, our businesses going to the gender sessions, for example. I think that's a challenge that we need to take up in the community. When you organize sessions, when you submit proposals for sessions, try and make sure that there is diversity, that there is space for disagreement in how you compose the panels of the sessions you organize. And then finally, and I think again I'm quoting one of the parliamentarians, the IGF is a space to learn together. It isn't a space just for people to express their views. It is also a space to learn in order to make policy and regulation that will create a more enabling environment for an inclusive internet. But the IGF also cannot be everything to everybody. And I think that is something that as a community we need to also take on. The IGF doesn't stand alone. It has its own intersessional processes. There are dynamic coalitions, best practice forums, the national and regional IGFs, And these modalities are open. You can create new ones. You can propose new ones. But there are also other events that the IGF can interact with within the UN system, but within the multi-stakeholder universe. So just be careful about not expecting the IGF to meet every single need that there is. But I think you can expect the IGF to be the place where the connections are made and where we can somehow build a road for going forwards. On the youth participation, I think the challenge is to have youth here as youth, but also to have youth as experts, as people with substantive content input in sessions. And I think be careful about just asking for youth participation, because that can end up in a kind of tokenistic approach to youth participation. We need youth on panels, we need youth on main sessions, we need youth to talk about human rights, about artificial intelligence, and about policy. So that would be my call to the MAG, but also to the youth yourselves. And then just, I know everyone's given lots of thanks, but I want to thank also the Secretariat, who have been thanked, but also the UN officers and personnel, the security personnel, the security personnel that the German government also provided, all the helpers. There's so many people that made this event work. The MAG members, every one of you who organized a session or who asked a question or spoke on a panel. It's really, the IGF is a sum of its parts. And I want to commend the host government for one thing in particular, and hopefully I think Poland can do this as well. The government did not organize this event on your own. There were people from civil society, from the German technical community, the internet service providers, the domain name industry people, the German companies were very much part of this outreach. And I think that's one of the reasons why this has been such an amazingly, I think you didn't just organize a multi-stakeholder IGF, you kind of lived and breathed and organized it in a multi-stakeholder fashion. And I think that was really significant. So thank you very much to you for that. And to all of those other German stakeholders who were part of the process. And I look forward to next year and working with Poland. And I hope that you are not disappointed, but it's also good to have realistic expectations.
Okay, thank you very much. That concludes the first two sessions. So we will start the final closing ceremony as soon as we depart from the stage. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For me, that was a very impressive and a very moving impression of freedom of speech these last 90 minutes under the roof of the IGF. And we have heard a diversity of attitudes and comments. And there was also a diversity of moments and experiences, I guess, that made this year's IGF a one of a kind and a real great success. And I think it was about an hour ago when some of the young people said, nothing about us without us. And with this inclusive mode, I think this year's IGF wouldn't have been this one without you all. That's to you. That's to you. And with this spirit, or within this spirit, I want to hand over the stage, and I kindly invite to the stage Dorothee Bär as the Minister of State for Digitization in Germany.
Einen wunderschönen guten Abend, sehr geehrte Abgeordnete, Minister, Exzellenzen, meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren. Vielen herzlichen Dank für die Präsentation, für die schönen Eindrücke dieser vergangenen Tage. Und ich fand es jetzt auch sehr schön, in der letzten Session dabei gewesen zu sein. Ganz besonders, warum? Weil wir das auch in der Politik viel häufiger bräuchten, dass wir so ein direktes Feedback bekommen. Nicht erst Tage später, Wochen später, Monate später, sondern sofort. Und es war viel Dank dabei, viel Lob dabei. Dafür bedanke ich mich ganz herzlich im Namen unseres ganzen Landes. Aber es waren natürlich auch viele Anregungen dabei, wie es vielleicht im nächsten Jahr noch besser laufen kann. Ich fand es auf jeden Fall sehr beeindruckend, nicht nur die Vorschläge an sich, sondern auch der Mut, der aus vielen Aussagen herausgesprungen war. Und wenn ich das ergänzen darf, auch diejenigen, die am Mikrofon standen und der Meinung waren, dass sie aus einem Land kommen, was unterrepräsentiert ist, da bin ich sehr dankbar, weil wir natürlich sehr froh sind für jeden, der mitmachen möchte, der mitgestalten möchte, weil wir leider oft sehr viele Zukunftsverweigerer jeden Tag kennenlernen. Deswegen ist jeder, der sagt, jawohl, wir wollen dabei sein, egal auch welchen Alters. Also ich kenne es ganz oft, nur eine ganz kurze persönliche Anmerkung, dass sich viele Seniorinnen und Senioren unterrepräsentiert fühlen, dass heute sich die Jugend so unterrepräsentiert gefühlt hat. Ich glaube, das kann man ganz schnell ändern. Und die Zusagen sind ja auch schon gemacht. Also vielen herzlichen Dank für die tollen Wortbeiträge. Ich darf auch noch ergänzen, weil das ja auch eins der Themen war, was auch den IGF Trust Fund betrifft, dass sich Deutschland auch committet, in den nächsten 3 Jahren nochmal $1 Million zusätzlich auszugeben, weil es ganz wichtig ist, dass wir eben die Arbeit nicht nur mit netten, warmen Worten unterstreichen, sondern auch in der harten Währung. Und ich denke oder hoffe, dass die Million auch den Beitrag dazu leisten kann. Es ist auf jeden Fall auch eine sehr große Ehre, heute hier vor Ihnen sprechen zu dürfen, bei diesem internationalen Großereignis, wo wir die Welt zu Gast in Berlin haben dürfen. Berlin ist eine sehr offene Stadt. Wir haben sowieso auch so schon die Welt zu Gast, aber so komprimiert in einigen Tagen und mit so guten Ideen, mit wollenden, willigen, das muss man wirklich sagen, diesen Spirit, der ist, auch wenn der Bundestag ein paar Kilometer entfernt ist, das Bundeskanzleramt und die Ministerien auch, der ist auf jeden Fall übergeschwappt bis nach Mitte. Es war in der ganzen Stadt zu spüren und ich hoffe auch im ganzen Land. Ich darf auch die Beauftragte der Bundesregierung für die Digitalisierung in Deutschland sein und da interessiert es mich natürlich besonders neben den internationalen Begegnungen, wie wir auch die Digitalpolitik in unserer eigenen Regierung bewegen können, voranbringen können, wie mehr digitale Bewegung geschaffen werden kann. Aber nochmal diese Atmosphäre, diese Offenheit oder neudeutsch würden wir sagen, diese Vibes, die nehmen wir auf jeden Fall vom IGF mit. Und es ist Ihr Verdienst, das ist jede Einzelne, die hier einen Wortbeitrag geliefert hat, die sich eingebracht hat einen ganz großen Anteil dabei, dass wir heute auch so viel Lob von Ihnen bekommen haben, weil ohne Sie wäre das natürlich nicht möglich gewesen. Und auch durch diese wachsende Aufmerksamkeit, die Sie uns beschert haben in den letzten Tagen mit diesem Forum, dass die Welt in Deutschland zu Gast ist, zeigt natürlich auch, dass es insgesamt ein ganz großes Bedürfnis gibt, diese Themen zu diskutieren, die ja leider bei uns vielleicht länger als noch im einen oder anderen Land in so einer gewissen Nerd-Ecke verhaftet waren. Deswegen ist es gut, dass wir dieses Motto, was ich jetzt heute ja auch schon nicht nur mehrfach gelesen, sondern auch habe hören dürfen, One World, One Net, One Vision, dass dieses beeindruckende Programm schon auch dazu beiträgt, dass es auch in unserem Land viele verstehen, dass wir da noch mal eine Schippe drauflegen müssen. Ich durfte nach der Rede der Kanzlerin auch mit ihr über ihre eigenen Eindrücke sprechen, die sie hier hatte, die genauso begeistert war von dieser Veranstaltung, die auch gesagt hat, dass vielleicht an der einen oder anderen Stelle wir noch nicht überall diese One World, One Net, One Vision haben. Aber wichtig ist, wenn wir schon mal dieses Ziel haben, gemeinsam dorthin zu arbeiten, sind wir schon weiter, als wir es vielleicht noch vor ein paar Jahren waren. Die Zahlen sind beeindruckend, die ich Ihnen heute noch mal präsentieren darf. Mehr als 6.000 Anmeldungen für das IGF 2019, aus über 160 Ländern Gäste, 5 volle Tage mit 200 Workshops, mit Panels, mit Meetings im offiziellen Hauptprogramm, aber dazu noch Hunderte im sogenannten Remote Hub Programm in vielen Ländern dieser Welt, von Argentinien über den Tschad und Indien bis Myanmar, die es allen, die auch nicht nach Berlin kommen konnten, doch ermöglicht haben, auch dabei sein zu dürfen. Und auch denjenigen danke ich ganz, ganz herzlich für ihre Teilnahme. Zudem gab es noch jede Menge neue Initiativen, auch solche, die noch weitergetrieben wurden. Mich persönlich beschäftigt zum Beispiel schon seit dem letzten Jahr sehr intensiv der Contract for the Web der World Wide Web Foundation. Da bewundere ich auch den Antrieb dafür, Regierungen, Zivilgesellschaft und Unternehmen alle unter einen Hut zu bringen, hinter einen gemeinsamen Vertrag für die digitale Gesellschaft zu stellen. Deswegen auch an der Stelle nochmal von diesem Podium aus, lieber Tim Berners-Lee, der Contract ist ein ganz wichtiger Beitrag, der zeigt, dass Multi-Stakeholder-Prozesse der Schlüssel sind, wenn wir gemeinsam das Internet der Zukunft gestalten wollen. Auch Dankeschön nochmal ganz persönlich für dein Engagement, das die Bundesregierung und ich sehr gerne unterstützt haben und spannenderweise die Principles genau, ich glaube gestern oder vorgestern von einem Jahr auch im Bundeskanzleramt gezeichnet wurden, dass man sieht, wie weit wir in diesem einen Jahr schon gekommen sind, lässt doch hoffen, dass es nicht bei allem immer Jahre oder Jahrzehnte dauert, sondern dass man auch in wenigen Monaten viel erreichen kann. Das IGF ist als Jahresevent ja auch nur ein kleiner Teil ihres Engagements für die globale Internet-Governance der 2020er Jahre. Und ich weiß, dass es eine ganz lange Vorbereitung gegeben hat, eine harte Arbeit, eine Abstimmung. Und wer selber in diesen Multi-Stakeholder-Prozessen ist, der weiß, wenn dann nur ein Komma geändert wird, was es dann wieder bedeutet an Abstimmung, bis dann wieder alle zustimmen können. Und das ist natürlich auch in unserem Land vielleicht manchmal noch etwas komplizierter als in anderen. Wir haben auch noch einen föderalen Staat. Wir haben auch noch 16 Bundesländer zusätzlich. Wir haben, vorhin sind auf der Bühne auch Silos beschrieben worden, vielleicht auch innerhalb der Regierung das ein oder andere Silo zu viel. Da wollen wir auch am Abbauen arbeiten. Aber deswegen nochmal vielen Dank, sich auch nicht entmutigen zu lassen, zu sagen, jetzt habe ich aber keine Lust mehr, sondern immer weiterzumachen, kontinuierliche Diskussionen zu führen, in vielen Arbeitsgruppen, auch dezentral organisiert, aber global verbreitet, eben wie das Internet selbst. Und alleine jetzt die letzten Wortmeldungen haben auch gezeigt, was hier für eine Vielfalt vertreten ist, wie aktuell die Themen sind, welche Expertise hier alleine in diesem Raum versammelt ist. Das ist wirklich etwas ganz Besonderes, weil es wahrscheinlich wenig Beispiele gibt, wo in einer Woche viele globale Trends der Internetpolitik gleichzeitig verhandelt werden. Stichwort Inklusion. Inklusion und die Fragen des Zugangs und der gleichberechtigten Teilhabe an der digitalen Welt sowie ihre partizipative Gestaltung. Ich durfte heute selber im Bundestag etwas Analoges entgegennehmen. Ich habe nämlich einen Christbaum überreicht bekommen von Behinderten gestaltet aus meinem eigenen Wahlkreis von der Lebenshilfe, wo natürlich das Thema Inklusion, Digitalisierung auch ganz oben auf der Tagesordnung stand. Und ganz besonders schön war, nachdem wir auch zurzeit auch einige Technologieskeptiker haben, mit denen wir uns intellektuell auseinandersetzen müssen, als dann die erste Frage, die dann ein geistig behinderter Junge gestellt hat, war, wann er denn endlich in seinem Schlafzimmer 5G bekommt. Er möchte das so schnell wie möglich eben haben, was man sieht, wie wichtig da auch beim Thema Inklusion unsere Themen sind. Aber auch Data Governance und die technischen, rechtlichen und organisatorischen Aspekte des Umgangs mit und dem Austausch von Daten, das Thema Security and Safety und die Fragen des Datenschutzes, der Datensicherheit, des Schutzes von Menschen, von Ressourcen und Infrastrukturen in unserem digitalen Zeitalter. Da setzen Sie nicht nur ganz wichtige Impulse, sondern geben auch den Takt für die Geschwindigkeit und die Richtung vor, in die nicht nur Regierungen wie unsere, sondern auch die Unternehmen, die Zivilgesellschaft in den kommenden Jahren das Internet entwickelt haben werden. Und ich freue mich auch deshalb, dass das 14. Internet Governance Forum in Berlin stattgefunden hat, weil diese Stadt auch täglich Aufbruch lebt, Veränderung kennt wie kaum eine andere. Wer von Ihnen nur einmal im Jahr kommt, wird die Rasanz, die sich hier tut, spüren. Oft ist es so, wenn wir mal eine sitzungsfreie Woche haben, dass dann nach einer Woche sich schon mehr geändert hat, als in den meisten Städten sich in Jahren ändert. Deswegen ist es auch ein sehr, sehr guter Standort gewesen. Das Internet steht am Beginn der 2020er Jahre an einem Scheideweg. Und ich finde es aufregend, beeindruckend und immer wieder faszinierend, dass wir jetzt in einem Zeitalter leben dürfen. Wenn ich mich so umschaue, ich weiß, dass so wenig Jugend immer angesprochen wurde, aber selbst wenn ich mich umschaue hier, ohne jemandem zu nahe treten zu wollen, keiner von uns war auf der Welt, als es mit der Elektrizität angefangen hat. Aber bei der Digitalisierung sind wir alle mit dabei, vorne mit dabei, können das Ganze mitgestalten. Und das finde ich nicht angstvoll, sondern wirklich extrem aufregend und freue mich, dass wir da auch neue Regeln erfinden dürfen, mitmachen dürfen und an der Spitze der Bewegung stehen dürfen. Es ist die globale Frage unserer Zeit, hochstrittig und genauso hochpolitisch wie kaum eine andere. Und auch das haben Sie in den Diskussionen in dieser Woche gemerkt. Ich habe es zumindest gespürt bei den unterschiedlichen Sessions, die ich angeschaut habe, dass die Meinungen, wie die nächste Dekade aussehen soll, sehr, sehr weit auseinandergehen. Der persönliche Austausch von vielfältigen Perspektiven und Meinungen ist umso wichtiger. Und natürlich gehen nicht alle mit einem gemeinsamen globalen Konsens über die Zukunft des Internets nach Hause. Aber gerade in diesen Zeiten des Umbruchs brauchen wir die Treffen, wie man früher so schön gesagt hat, im Real Life. Wobei für mich Internet auch Real Life ist, aber es war immer der Unterschied. Nicht nur virtuell, um uns über unsere unterschiedlichen Meinungen auszutauschen. Und ich glaube, das ist der größte Wert des IGFs an sich. Was war uns wichtig als Gastgeberland? Ganz besonders natürlich, diesen Austausch zu ermöglichen, ihm einen großen Raum zu geben. Aber dieses Raumgeben nützt natürlich nichts, wenn niemand dieser Einladung folgt. Sie sind alle dieser Einladung gefolgt, die Räume und die Gänge waren gefüllt, nicht nur körperlich, sondern auch mit sehr unterschiedlichen, mit ganz vielen Meinungen. Und wie gesagt, um das Motto noch einmal zu strapazieren, One World, One Net, One Vision, eben eine Welt, ein Netz, eine Vision, ist das klare und ganz wichtige Bekenntnis für ein offenes, freies, globales, aber auch ein sicheres Internet. Und dafür wollen wir uns als Bundesregierung auf nationaler, europäischer, aber auch auf internationaler Ebene weiter einsetzen. So hat es unsere Bundeskanzlerin versprochen in ihrer Eröffnungsrede. Und so möchte ich es Ihnen auch am Ende dieser Woche noch einmal mitgeben. Was ist die Message, die bleibt? Wenn man sich überlegen kann, was bleibt von diesen Tagen hier in Berlin, dann ist es sicherlich, dass wir uns gemeinsam auf dem Weg für ein gemeinsames globales Internet bereit machen wollen, das Internet Governance Forum in genau dieser Fassung, nämlich eine globale Verständigung zu ermöglichen, noch stärken. Und deswegen darf ich an der Stelle auch ganz herzlich meinem Kollegen, dem Bundeswirtschaftsminister Peter Altmaier, danken. Aber nicht nur ihm persönlich, sondern seinem ganzen Team, dass Sie es auch aus dem Bundeswirtschaftsministeriumsraum heraus so professionell organisiert haben, auch mit einer ganz großen Leidenschaft. Und dass wir auch Beamtinnen und Beamte haben, die mehr tun, als sie tun müssten. Das macht nämlich auch die Partizipation beim Internet aus, immer einen Schritt mehr zu gehen, als man müsste. Deswegen an der Stelle ans BMWI, an Peter Altmaier, aber an alle Mitarbeiterinnen und Mitarbeiter, die das auch aus der Bundesregierung raus möglich gemacht haben, ein ganz herzliches Vergelt's Gott. Applaus. Gut. Sie werden sehen, in den nächsten Jahren, vielleicht schon nächstes Jahr in Polen, wird auch die Technik von Jahr zu Jahr besser. Und wenn wir uns in ein paar Jahren wiedersehen, werden Sie schon klatschen, bevor ich zu Ende gesprochen habe, weil dann die Sprachsteuerung schon weiß, was ich sagen werde. Also insofern bin ich da ganz guten Mutes, dass sich da die Technik auch weiterentwickelt. Uns war wichtig auch, dass viele Akteure, viele Perspektiven, viele Beiträge zu Wort kommen und auch wichtig noch, dass die Stimmen aller Länder, soweit es möglich ist, zu hören sind. Die Stimmen auch der Entwicklungs- und Schwellenländer, weil die Perspektiven notwendig sind, um Digitalpolitik global zu verstehen. Und nicht nur zu verstehen, sondern, das sage ich auch ganz persönlich, zu prägen und nicht in eine bloße Konsumentenecke gedrängt zu werden. Ich durfte dieses Jahr auch an einem Multi-Stakeholder-Prozess teilnehmen, nämlich in Kanada. Und da haben mich am allermeisten die Beiträge auch von vielen afrikanischen Frauen beeindruckt, die geschildert haben, dass sie einfach auch mehr nicht nur gehört werden wollen, aber sie wollen nicht nur bloße Konsumenten sein, sie wollen auch auf der Erfinderseite, auf der Produzentenseite endlich zu finden sein. Und das ist mir noch mal ganz persönlich wichtig, dass wir immer auch den Blickwinkel haben, dass es nicht nur ein paar Länder geben darf, die irgendwas produzieren, alle anderen werden nur zu Konsumenten abgestempelt, sondern wir müssen allen die Möglichkeit geben, gegenseitig uns Stempel aufzudrücken, uns gegenseitig zu vernetzen und nicht die einen in die eine Ecke und die anderen in die andere Ecke zu stellen. Und deswegen wirkt das IGF auch auf die globalen Debatten in einer ganz offenen Art und Weise, bottom-up, engagiert, orientiert am Prinzip eines globalen Konsenses. Aber der Vorteil, dass Sie alle da waren, hilft uns ehrlicherweise auch im eigenen Land sehr stark nach innen, weil wir auch ins eigene Land dann zeigen können, dass wir hier eine neue, geschärfte und kluge Diskussion haben, in unsere nationalen Parlamente, aber auch in unsere Wirtschaft, in unsere Zivilgesellschaft und nicht nur in Berlin, sondern eben in ganz Deutschland, weil so Themen wie eine globale Internetinfrastruktur, deren Sicherheit und Stabilität die Fragen von globaler Teilhabe für sich in Anspruch nimmt, bekommen natürlich eine viel größere Aufmerksamkeit und erreichen eben nicht nur ein paar, die sich mit den Themen auseinandersetzen, sondern vielleicht auch mal die ein oder den anderen, die sich bislang noch nicht mit den Themen auseinandergesetzt haben und die das Thema freies Internet nicht so auf dem Schirm haben, sondern wo es mehr um Infrastrukturthemen geht. Weil hier auch Fragen diskutiert wurden, die nicht nur für die Großindustrie wichtig sind, sondern auch für unsere kleinen und mittelständischen Unternehmen. Und weil es eben gelungen ist, hier in Berlin Brücken zu schlagen, auf der einen Seite zwischen den ganz großen globalen Fragen des Internets, aber auch der regionalen und der nationalen Industrie. Deswegen auch an die Mittelständler vielen herzlichen Dank, dass Sie sich hier in den Workshops eingemischt haben, mit eingefleischten Internetaktivisten diskutiert haben, was ja auch nicht alle Tage vorkommt, vor allem nicht, wenn man außerhalb Berlins in einem anderen Bundesland, vielleicht im ländlichen Raum lebt, hat man nicht so viel Kontakt normalerweise zu der Szene und da auch die Herausforderungen, die Möglichkeiten besprochen haben, wie künftig das volle Potenzial des Internets auch noch ausgeschöpft werden kann, auch für mehr Wertschöpfung. Und zweitens freue ich mich ganz besonders darüber, dass auch so viele Bundestagsabgeordnete am IGF teilgenommen haben und sich auch mit Parlamentariern aus allen Ländern austauschen konnten. Ich bin selber Abgeordnete des Deutschen Bundestags seit 17 Jahren. Deswegen ist mir immer die Stärkung auch der Parlamentarier, nicht nur von Regierungsseite, sondern gerade aus dem Parlamentsbetrieb, sehr, sehr wichtig. Und ich darf an der Stelle auch aus persönlichen Gründen nochmal meine Rede auch meinem Kollegen Jimmy Schulz widmen, der Anfang der Woche zu Beginn des IGFs ja verstorben ist, der auch in der Parlamentarier-Session einen wichtigen Widerhall gefunden hat, der ein eingefleischter IGF-Verfechter war und der alles dafür getan hätte, auch diese 5 Tage noch dabei sein zu können. Also vielen Dank für diese spannende Initiative. Und ich werde mich auch dafür einsetzen, dass dieser Austausch unter den Parlamentariern nicht nur weitergeführt wird, sondern noch verstetigt wird und dass wir es vielleicht auch schaffen, dass noch mehr Parlamentarier kommen, die nicht immer automatisch mit den Digitalthemen, mit den Internetthemen jeden Tag so behaftet sind, die aus anderen Fachausschüssen kommen, damit sie auch merken, dass es kein Thema gibt, was damit nicht in Berührung kommt. Also da ist vielleicht auch an der einen oder anderen Stelle noch etwas Luft nach oben. Ja, und jetzt ist es traurig, weil jetzt unsere Rolle, die Rolle Deutschlands als Ausrichter des IGFs 2019 erfüllt ist. Aber man sagt ja so schön, jedem Anfang wohnt ein Zauber wieder. Der Zauber geht jetzt nach Polen. Und deswegen, liebe Wanda Buck, wir sind ein bisschen neidisch, dass Sie jetzt den Staffelstab bekommen. Auf der einen Seite freut man sich natürlich auch, wenn irgendwann auch die Gäste und die Verwandtschaft wieder gehen, weil es ja auch immer anstrengend ist, Gastgeber zu sein. Auf der anderen Seite ist es auch immer ein bisschen schade, weil man sich dann gern und lieb gewonnen hat. Deswegen, liebe Wanda Buck, nicht nur danke fürs Dasein, sondern ich wünsche ganz viel Erfolg für diese sehr, sehr schöne Aufgabe, auch in einem wunderschönen Jahr 2020. Ideal, auch für alle Marketingaktivitäten im nächsten Jahr. Eine ganz markante Jahreszahl für die globale Internet-Governance, die in eine neue Dekade aufbricht, für die Vereinten Nationen, die ihren 75. Jahrestag feiern werden, und für das Land Polen, das nach 40 Jahren auch eine Geschichte von Freiheit und Solidarität erzählen kann. Das Internet hat mit seiner dezentralen und offenen Architektur Verbundenheit und Solidarität unter Menschen geschaffen, die gemeinsamen Interessen und Ideale zu verteidigen, aber eben auch weit entfernt voneinander getrennte Lebenswelten zusammenzuführen. Wir haben Möglichkeiten für Gruppen, sich für gemeinsame Ziele einzusetzen, über nationale Grenzen, über Tausende von Kilometern hinweg. Und sich solidarisch zeigen miteinander verlangt auch im virtuellen Raum Integration, Inklusion, Offenheit, Toleranz und Freiheit, gerade hier an dieser Stelle stehend, wo das vor 30 Jahren auch in unserem eigenen Land noch nicht so möglich war. Deswegen lassen Sie uns diesen Spirit des IGF 2019 von Berlin aus nach Polen senden. Ich wünsche viele Ideen, viel Inspiration, viel Tatendrang, viel Mut. Und ich hoffe, dass alle dranbleiben, um ihre Ideen für ein freies, offenes, globales Internet in 2020 zu verwirklichen. Wir, die Bundesregierung, aber auch unser Parlament, wir bleiben auf jeden Fall dran. Wir kündigen jetzt schon unsere Besuche an im nächsten Jahr. Da wollen wir selbstverständlich dabei sein. Dann werden wir etwas mehr genießen und konsumieren, uns natürlich auch einbringen, aber Ihnen dann die Arbeit überlassen im Großen und Ganzen. Deswegen vielen, vielen herzlichen Dank an alle, dass Sie dabei waren, dass Sie ein Teil dieses großen Ganzen waren. Deswegen auf Wiedersehen, goodbye from Berlin und do widzenia.
Thank you very much, dear Minister of State. And you just talked about magic. So before I hand over the magic wand now in a minute to Wanda Book, for introducing the IGF 2020, let us share some impressions and some pre-emotions from Poland.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Once again, hello everyone, dear ministers, representatives of the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen. I would like, first of all, thank to our German host for inviting me to take part in this year's edition of the Global Internet Governance Forum and congratulate you on the organization of the event. It was fantastic and I'm delighted to be a part of such an excellent meeting of all the communities. According to the estimates of European Commission, the total value of data-driven economy in Europe amounted to 300 billion euro in 2016. And it's well on the way to grow more than twice to 4 of the EU GDP by 2020. The year Poland gets to organize the next IGF. The changes brought about by the introduction of digital technologies affect all areas of life. It means that there are challenges never thought of before. The process of building a secure, ethical, and transparent global internet becomes a key issue. We are facing a new global debate on the shape of the future internet. We can already see some clashing views and beliefs. Should we strive to maintain a single, common internet, or rather allow it to become fragmented and divided into local and national interests? Should it be regulated? Who should have the right to impose control and restriction? Where is the line telling the difference between security regulation and censorship? How far should freedom on the internet extend? These are some of the questions which we are trying to answer during the IGF. The one in a year from now will be full of them too, I'm pretty sure. Due to its difficult history experience, Poland attached great importance to the debate on the freedom of speech and upholding the right to freedom of expression. Since 2012, we have been taking part in the digital debate on the internet governance, and since 2016, we have organized national edition of the Internet Governance Forum on a regular basis, attracting more and more participants every year. Therefore, we are so pleased to receive the nomination to host the next year edition of the IGF. This nomination is important not only for Poland, but also for all Central and Eastern Europe, which historically fought for freedom, which takes an active part in the debate on the fundamental principles governing the Internet today. Central and Eastern Europe states still have fresh memories of the experience of economic and political transition. The changes resulted in an enormous success for us, but still we are facing many hardships. Let me bring up one of the most pressing. The issue of the cybersecurity and citizen trust in the digital world currently remains one of the key issues in the internal, European, and international policies. People are at the very heart of the process of digital transition of the societies that we are currently seeing in the world. And this is the governments who should be responsible for supporting the citizens in the way that will make them ready to face the challenges and take advantage of the opportunities of digital technologies. Trust is fundamental for efficient trade and administration, which is why building and developing a safe and secure common cyberspace should be a top priority of the international community. We are aware of technological advantages, and we are aware that they are only a tool, and as such, they can be used for a wicked purpose. We know that the internet may become a virtual battlefield for hybrid warfare and a space for cyber attacks. In order to successfully facing these challenges, the netiquette, unwritten code of good behavior online, is not longer enough. We need rules which govern the online activities of enterprises, governments, and users themselves. However, we should make every effort to ensure that the rules we set do not turn into a tool for censorship. Achieving this will require us to balance the stances and position of all stakeholders. Building a secure internet is our joint responsibility. All stakeholders, business, non-governmental organization, academia, governance, and above all, the users themselves can all contribute to make digital world a better place. Poland is well positioned to be a home of global internet discussion. We strive to develop transparent standards for the use of modern technologies based on clear ethical principles. Poland is the first country in the world where Facebook users are able to reappeal on Facebook's decision to block content or profiles. On the basis of the agreement we signed between government and the Facebook last year, an online platform was created so that users can resubmit their request to unblock when they think a mistake has been made. And I must admit, after 1 year, it works. Thanks to this platform, hundreds of pieces of Facebook content have already been unlocked to date. The contact point is a great example of how administration can work together with a business to explore some of the pressing digital society problems can be tackled by bold experimentation and best practices. I hope we can take this spirit of cooperation and make it work for all of us and show it to the world and the next year IGF. Next year, Poland will hold IGF, as it has been mentioned already several times. We would like to invite you to take part in this event today. We hope that Polish edition will bring together participants from all over the world. We're pretty sure that will bring. The main theme of the meeting will be Internet United, an open, free, and undivided internet where users can enjoy their rights without compromising their privacy. This is the idea. We are going to meet next year in Katowice, a historic city located at the border of Małopolska and Silesia, in the basin on two largest rivers in Poland, the Vistula and the Oder. Katowice hosted this year the United Nations Climate Summit. I am convinced that this is the perfect place not only to continue the debate started in Berlin, but also to experience the famous Polish hospitality, to have a taste of specialties of Silesian cuisine, and to explore the tourist attraction of the region. I'm looking forward to see you all in Poland. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. For me now to close this closing ceremony, there's only one thing left. This is to be honored, what I really am, to now hand over the stage to Wai Ming Kwok. He's the Senior Governance and Public Administration Officer, Division for Public Institutions and Digital Government by UNDESA. The floor is yours. There you are.
Excellencies, colleagues and friends, on behalf of United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs, I invite you to view the closing of UN Under-Secretary General, Mr. Liu Zhenming. The video, please.
Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, we are coming to the close of the 14th annual meeting of the Internet Governance Forum, also known as the Berlin IGF. By all standards, it has been an inspiring and enriching forum. We have seen 214 events, including 10 main sessions, 40 open forums, 64 multi-stakeholder workshops, 4 best practice forums sessions, 18 dynamic coalition sessions, 7 national and regional initiative sessions, and 45 day zero events. From these numbers emerge important insights and forward-thinking actions. And behind these numbers lie countless hours of hard work that demonstrate a clear commitment to an open, inclusive, secure, safe, resilient, and affordable internet. These aspirations are vividly captured under the overarching theme, One World, One Net, One Vision. Among other innovative measures, the Berlin IGF has benefited from the enhanced participation of developing countries and an increased role of parliamentarians. I want to thank our German hosts for their outstanding leadership, vision, innovation, and generous funding support to the IGF. I thank you, Germany. Our profound thanks also go to the members of multi-stakeholder advisory group. Your tireless efforts have laid the solid groundwork for this success, IGF. I would be remiss if I failed to express, on behalf of the Secretary General of the United Nations, our profound gratitude to the chairperson of the multi-stakeholder advisory group, Professor Lin Saint-Amour. Lin, your commitment, vision, and leadership when it comes to the IGF is recognized by the entire IGF community. I'm convinced that you will continue supporting the IGF in your future endeavors. Excellencies, the 14-year journey of the IGF has been a remarkable one. This is thanks to the broad multi-stakeholder participation and engagement. We take this opportunity to thank the many donors for their financial contributions to the United Nations IGF Trust Fund. We count on your continued support. Your commitment to a strengthened IGF will be crucial as we look forward to the next 60 years of the IGF's mandate to 2025. The national, regional, and youth IGF initiatives should also be recognized. They are further expanding the inclusive multi-stakeholder internet dialogue in a bottom-up manner. Indeed, there are now more than 120 national and regional initiatives from various regions and countries. Some have shared their invaluable experiences and challenges with us here in Berlin. I also wish to thank all the remote participants whose engagement is critical, as you are sharing the IGF experience with many others. Finally, I thank all the volunteers for your hard work. You are the unsung heroes of the Berlin IGF. Looking ahead from Berlin to Katowice, I wish to our Polish hosts all the best. The United Nations, the Department of Economic and Social Affairs, the UN DESA, stand ready to support our Polish hosts to carry forward the IGF's mandate. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, let's conclude this Berlin IGF with a sense of encouragement, and let us be prepared for the forthcoming IGF in Katowice. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It was an incredible honor for me to be the host of this year's IGF. I thank you all for this great sense of global friendship that was spread in this room, and I had a great honor to be part of it. And I will take home this incredible feeling of meaningful connection. And I hope you go on now outside, because Poland is inviting now you all at a reception at the IGF 2020, in this sense, at the Estrel Salon A and B, near the reception, near the exit. So see you there. Thank you all very much.